Ah!
It hurts. The pain of being torn apart by zombies had not yet faded when Meng Shihui suddenly struggled to sit up. Beneath her was a soft mattress, and bright sunlight streamed in through the window. This is my RV? But wasn't it taken away by that awful couple on the very first day of the outbreak? She quickly reached for her phone on the bedside table. The screen showed May 20th, 9 a.m. There were still a few hours before the zombie outbreak. I've been reborn. Meng Shihui quickly accepted this fact. Holding back her excitement, she got out of bed. The bed could be raised and lowered. After lifting it with the remote, the U-shaped living area below was revealed, with a small adjustable dining table in the center. She walked to the table and pressed lightly on the wall display. The screen slid aside, revealing a square opening behind it. This opening led directly to the driver's cabin. When designing the RV, Meng Shihui had added it on purpose, so she could move between the living area and the driver's seat without having to get out. The cabin was spacious. Meng Shihui started the engine skillfully. She had to go home first. She needed to bring along her cat, Treading Snow, whom she had raised for 2 years. In her previous life, a month after the outbreak, a rescue team had found her and taken her to a base. But just as she settled in, she was ambushed by a group of men. During the struggle, Treading Snow had rushed out of her hiding place to protect her, bravely scratching at the attackers. But how could a small cat fight against a group of men? In the end, Treading Snow lost her life right in front of her. Now that she had been given a second chance, Meng Shihui swore she would live well, and this time, Treading Snow would too. The thought of all the tragedy caused by that selfish pair at home made her anger rise again. This RV had been her painstaking design. Built on a light truck chassis, it was larger than ordinary RVs. Inside, it had every kind of household appliance, making it a true little home on wheels. But in her previous life, on this very day, when the outbreak began, her half-sister and her own fiancé had stolen the RV, abandoning her to fend for herself. After that, Meng Shihui struggled through 3 long years in the apocalypse, barely surviving. Meanwhile, they enjoyed her RV, living comfortably, safe from disaster. Meng Shihui parked the RV in the villa's garden, jumped out of the driver's seat, and headed straight inside. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw a family of 4 chatting happily together. The moment they noticed her, the cheerful atmosphere froze. 4 pairs of eyes turned toward her, each showing a mix of emotions. Big sister. Meng Qinghua stood up with a sweet smile. Gujin Cheng, and I just got our marriage certificate. Come have some wedding candy with us. Hearing this, Meng Shihui narrowed her eyes slightly, clenching her teeth in silence. Her mother had passed away from illness when she was 10. Half a year later, her father brought home another woman, along with a daughter just 1 year younger than her half-sister. That very same half-sister now stood before her. Everyone in their circle knew that Gu Jincheng was Meng Shihuan's fiancé, the person she had loved throughout her youth. But at some point, Meng Qinghua and Gu Jincheng had gotten together, and now she even had the nerve to smile and offer her candy. If that wasn't shameless, what was? Meng Shihui didn't bother to play along. She said calmly, "What tea is this today? It smells so strong." Her words left the 4 people in the room even more stunned. They had all assumed that after learning about the marriage, Meng Shihui would lose her temper, shout, and turn the house upside down. But instead, she only asked lightly about the tea. Not even a trace of anger showed on her face. This was nothing like the Meng Shihui they thought they knew. Trying to provoke her further, Meng Qinghua kept smiling. "It's Longjing. My husband brooded himself." In her previous life, when Meng Shihui had learned about their marriage, she had indeed thrown a fit, smashing everything she could. And when the disaster struck at midnight, the 4 of them had driven away in her RV, leaving her behind in the villa to fend for herself. This time, Meng Shihui only gave a cold smile. "Oh, Longjing? I thought it was just the smell of someone pretending to be sweet." She never once looked at Gu Jincheng. To her, a man like him wasn't even worth comparing to a toad in a muddy ditch. Everyone present understood perfectly well that her words were aimed at Meng Qinghua. Meng Qingyue's smile faltered as she said softly, in love, the one who isn't truly cared for is the extra. Jin Cheng and I love each other. Sister, you won't blame us, will you? Meng Hanyuan snorted coldly. Is that how you talk to your sister? Apologize to her. Gu Jincheng looked guilty. Sherwan, please listen to my explanation. Yuan stood to the side, watching with a smug smile. Meng Sherwan took a deep breath. This whole house was unbearable. She steadied herself and shouted upstairs, "Snow step."
Meow.
A chubby black and white cat came bouncing down the stairs and flopped at her feet, acting cute. Meng Sherwan bent down, picked up Snow Step, and turned to leave. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Meng Hanyuan grew angry.
Go, then.
You're never home, anyway. If you leave now, don't bother coming back. Meng Sherwan opened the camper van door, placed Snow Step inside, and shut it. Of course she was leaving. But before that, she turned to face the two who had followed her out, one looking guilty, trying to explain, the other with a sly expression, clearly trying to provoke her further. Meng Sherwan raised an eyebrow. Come here, both of you. I'll give you one chance to ask for my forgiveness. The two looked at her, leaning casually against the pink camper van, and were puzzled. Was this really the Meng Sherwan they knew? Since when was she so easy to talk to? Even after the man she loved secretly married her own sister, could she really forgive that? Still doubtful. They walked up to her. Gu Jincheng spoke sincerely. Sherwan, I never meant to hurt you. Save it. Meng Sherwan's fist landed squarely on his eye, knocking him flat to the ground. Ever since her mother passed away and Yuan entered the family, she hadn't had a single peaceful day. In college, she became passionate about fitness. Though slim, her body was full of explosive strength. On top of that, 3 years of survival training in a harsh world had honed her combat skills. One punch from her was more than most people could handle. Gu Jincheng lay on the ground, dizzy and unable to get up, his eye already turning purple. Meng Qingyue screamed, Meng Sherwan, how can you hit him? Meng Sherwan rolled up her sleeves. Don't worry, you're next. With that, she launched into both of them, fists and kicks flying. Thinking of everything from her past life, the anger in her chest only burned hotter. Even though it was her RV, and there was clearly enough space for another person, that family still abandoned her in the villa, ignoring whether she lived or died. Later, when they met again at the base, Meng Sherwai was already so thin and frail that she was hardly recognizable. Gu Jincheng looked down on her with arrogance. Meng Qingfeng mocked her with sharp words, and even her own father treated her as if she didn't exist. No one gave her even a bite of food. They left her to struggle alone in the apocalypse until she finally lost her life surrounded by zombies. Thinking of this, Meng Shiwei's hands grew harsher, and she beat the two of them until they were lying on the ground, crying out in pain. By the time Meng Hanyuan and Yuan rushed out with the servants, Meng Sherwai had already stopped, gotten into the car, and driven away, leaving only their angry shouts behind. Meng Qingyue, with her face bruised and swollen, could barely speak. She's gone mad. Meng Sherwai must be crazy. If my face is ruined, I'll never forgive her. Meng Hanyuan quickly tried to comfort her. I'll call the family doctor right away. From now on, she is no longer my daughter. She will never step into this house again. Although Meng Qingyue looked pitiful on the outside, inside, she was secretly pleased. From now on, everything in the Meng family would belong to her. The wealth, the status, and even the man she wanted. At last, that troublesome Meng Sherwai had been driven out. When Meng Sherwai drove to the largest nearby shopping mall, it was already 9:28 in the morning. There were only 2 hours and 32 minutes left before the zombie outbreak. Snowy, the little round-headed pet, poked its head out from a hole and looked curiously around the passenger seat. Meng Sherwai unbuckled her seatbelt. Snowy, I'm going to buy supplies. Be good and wait for me here. Snowy pulled its head back and obediently lay down on the seat, showing it understood. Meng Sherwai parked the RV by the roadside, got out, and headed straight for the supermarket. Time was short, and the RV had limited space, so her goal was to buy only the most important things. Since it was a workday, the mall wasn't crowded. She pushed a small cart and rushed through the aisles, drawing curious looks from the staff. She went straight to the fresh food section and told the workers at each meat counter, 10 pounds of lamb, 10 pounds of beef brisket, 10 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of chicken, and 10 pounds of shrimp. Please cut them into small pieces, pack them separately in bags, and send them to the checkout counter. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy more, but the RV's refrigerator had a capacity of only 76 liters. It could only hold about 50 pounds of meat. Facing her request, the butcher's employee smiled and said cheerfully, "Of course, it's not busy this morning. I'll make sure everything is handled properly for you." She pushed her small cart over to the grain section. A salesman came over to introduce his brand, but Meng Shuai cut him off directly. "I need 10 bags of rice, each 50 pounds, 10 bags of flour, also 50 pounds each, 10 barrels of 10-liter cooking oil, and 50 bags of salt. I want the best and most expensive ones. Please send them to the checkout counter." The salesman was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Meng Shuai wasn't short of money. Once the outbreak began, money would become useless. But the rice and flour she bought would last her for years, giving her a strong sense of security. She then went to the seasoning section. Soy sauce, vinegar, hot pot base, various spices, and baking powder were all must-haves. She also picked up some other condiments. Still, she didn't dare take too much, worried that her RV wouldn't fit everything. Even so, she filled an entire cart. She pushed the cart to the checkout counter and saw only a few customers waiting. "Please scan these first. I'll go get more and come back to pay." After saying that, she grabbed an empty cart and rushed back into the supermarket. The staff were stunned. It was the first time they had seen someone stocking up like this in a supermarket. This time, she bought all kinds of vegetables and fruits, choosing the ones that could last longer: apples, oranges, cabbage, radishes, and so on. Her refrigerator had a capacity of 112 liters, not enough for much, so she only filled one cart before moving on to other sections. She picked up towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, toilet paper, as well as shower gel, shampoo, and laundry detergent, just 2 or 3 sets of each. She stocked up more heavily on sanitary products, filling half a cart. Before leaving, she noticed the drinks section and remembered she still needed water. Her RV had 4 water tanks, a 100-liter tank for drinking water, a 600-liter tank for daily use like washing and cleaning, a 100-liter gray water tank for used water that needed to be emptied, and a 100-liter black water tank for waste that also had to be cleaned out regularly. To make drinking easier, she planned to fill both the drinking water tank and the clean water tank with bottled mineral water. In the apocalypse, there weren't just zombies. Natural disasters would follow too. The first would be extreme heat, and water would become incredibly precious. "Please give me 35 buckets of 20 liters of water." The waiter replied, "I'll go to the warehouse and bring them out for you." "Where should I deliver them?" Meng Shuai answered, "There's a pink camper parked by the roadside near the mall. Please send them there." She pushed a shopping cart full of daily supplies to the checkout area and saw that the items she had requested earlier had already been delivered and scanned. A neatly dressed staff member smiled at her. "Where should we deliver these?" "I'll have someone help you," Meng Shuai said, to the pink camper by the roadside. "By the way, do you have a ladder I could borrow?" "Yes, I'll have someone bring it over." Several staff members quickly got busy, pushing the items outside. When all the supplies were scanned, she checked the time at the register, 10:35. There was still 1 hour and 25 minutes before the outbreak. When she came out with the cart, the staff helping her had already gathered by the camper. Seeing her approach, a young woman smiled and asked, "Sister, why are you loading so many things into your camper? Are you planning to head into the wilderness?" Meng Shuai wasn't in the mood to chat. She pulled out her wallet and handed each of them a few bills. "Please help me load everything into the camper." The group brightened at the sight of the money. "Sure, just tell us how you want it done." Meng Shuai first opened 2 water tank inlets on the side of the camper, then took a small water pump from a storage compartment near the chassis. "Please pump all the bottled water into the tanks."
Got it.
A young man immediately took over the task. Meng Shuai then pulled out a small remote control from the driver's seat. With a press of a button, the roof of the camper slowly began to rise. The young woman gasped in amazement. Wow, the roof can lift up. This camper is amazing. Another staff member added, it's like a steel beast. A camper converted from a light truck really is something else. The young workers all looked on with envy. Who wouldn't dream of freedom and travel? But for now, they could only work hard at their jobs. The camper had 2 levels, with a small staircase leading to the upper floor. When the roof was down, the second floor was just a 1-meter-high enclosed space. But when the roof rose on its 4 telescopic supports, the second floor became an open-air terrace. Meng Shuai discovered that the second floor space was perfect for storing supplies. Put the rice, flour, oil, and salt upstairs. Don't stack them higher than the 1-meter wall, or the roof won't close.
Got it, sis.
Everyone got busy right away. They set up a ladder. Some passed things up, others arranged them neatly. For the strong young men, carrying 50-pound bags of rice was no problem. Shuai then called to a younger girl, help me move the things from the shopping cart into the RV. I'll organize them. The girl pushed the cart to the side door and handed items out one by one. Shuai placed the meat in the freezer, then put fruits and vegetables in the fridge. A few cabbages didn't fit, so she left them on the counter for now. Seasonings went into the lower cabinets. Toiletries were placed on the bathroom shelf. Paper products and other daily items were stored in the drawers under the stairs. Everything was packed away perfectly. After about 20 minutes, the group had loaded everything into the RV. Shuai lowered the roof, closed the door, and the young people waved goodbye.
See you next time, sis.
If you need help again, call us. They were full of energy, their smiles bright and contagious, like students who had just graduated. But Shuai's eyes dimmed. Soon, those smiles would be hard to see again. Shuai checked her phone. 1 hour left. She hurried toward a nearby pharmacy, but when she passed the food street, her steps froze. She couldn't move forward. After 3 years without proper food, the smell was too tempting. Her mind was filled with one thought. I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. She turned and ordered a plate of spicy crayfish, a passion fruit drink, a strawberry ice shake, some skewers, fried chicken, and a small beer. With the receipt in hand, she rushed to the pharmacy, planning to pick up her food afterward. Inside the pharmacy, she grabbed everything she could, medicine for fever, colds, pain, inflammation, and wound care. She nearly emptied the shelves. The clerk, watching nervously, finally spoke up. There's a rule. You can't buy this much medicine all at once. Meng Shuai didn't even look up, still busy grabbing supplies. I'll pay you 10 times the price. I want to take them now. Will you sell or not? If not, I'll ask somewhere else. The shop assistant was stunned. She placed several baskets of medicine on the counter, but the assistant had to scan them one by one. Shuai was too impatient to wait. I'll transfer $500,000. Just pack them quickly. The assistant glanced at the baskets. They weren't even worth 100,000, but she immediately started packing. When the transfer notification for 500,000 came through, the assistant smiled brightly and handed over the bags.
Thank you, miss. Please come again.
Shuai carried the bags outside, found a shared bike, and hung the bags on it. She first stored the medicine in her camper van, then rode back to continue shopping. She bought 5 sets of sportswear, then picked up more than 10 sets of undergarments. After that, she went to a pet shop and bought 50 pounds of cat food, along with some canned food and deworming medicine. There were still 10 minutes left before midnight. Riding the shared bike, she picked up her food order and rushed back to the camper van. At 11:58, she placed everything inside, jumped in, and shut the door firmly. She was ready for the end of the world. Her cat, treading snow, rubbed against her legs affectionately. Shuai picked it up, stroking its fluffy head. Treading snow, the world is about to change. Zombies would come with disasters, as if determined to wipe out humanity. But with this crisis, humans would also begin to evolve. Alongside the zombies, people with special powers would appear. In her previous life, Shuai never awakened any ability, not even after 3 years. She doubted this life would be much different. Treading snow didn't understand her words, only rubbed its soft head against her face again. She placed the cat on the sofa and began sorting the supplies piled in the hallway. The food she had just bought went into the cupboards, then she organized the clothes. Inside the camper, next to the U-shaped living area, was a wardrobe about a meter wide. She stuffed the clothes and undergarments inside until it was completely full. To the left of the wardrobe was a small staircase leading to the second floor. Under the stairs was storage space for tissues and other necessities. Beside the stairs stood a two-door refrigerator, and above it was a small empty cabinet. On the left side of the fridge is the bathroom, with a sink, toilet, and shower. Opposite that, near the side door, is a 2-meter-long cabinet that stretches all the way to the back. At the rear corner is a narrow spice cabinet, with a washing machine below it. A little to the left is a steam and bake oven. Above the oven is a drawer for bowls and plates. Further left, another cabinet is packed full of seasonings. The whole RV is decorated in pastel colors, giving it a calm and soothing look. Just as Meng Shiwei closed the door, screams erupted outside. She looked up and saw someone in the square suddenly change and attack the people nearby. The man who had turned into a zombie bit the woman next to him and knocked her down. Soon, she too lost control and lunged at others. The scene was terrifying, and people screamed in panic. The shopping mall quickly fell into chaos. Many rushed out, chased closely by zombies with gray, lifeless eyes. Those who ran too slowly were caught. The dead soon rose again, joining the zombies in chasing the living. Through the window, Meng Shiwei watched coldly. In her past life, she had seen this countless times. Many times, she too had been chased, terrified and desperate. She quickly lowered her head to look at her hands, feeling a little disappointed. Her body showed no change. She had not awakened any special ability. Just then, a young man ran out of the supermarket, heading straight for her RV. She recognized him. It was the same young man who had helped her fill the water tank earlier. He rushed to the RV, pounding on the door desperately, his eyes filled with hope. He thought that if she opened the door, he would be saved. But he was wrong. Inside, Meng Shiwei stood still, watching him through the small window on the door, her face expressionless. She saw his fear, saw the zombies closing in, saw him fall as they attacked. In his final moments, his face was full of disbelief. He could not understand why this woman would just watch and refuse to help. Meng Shiwei let out a cold laugh. In the end of the world, kindness and morality only lead to a quicker death. She only wanted to stay alive. When she saw the little pet, treading snow, calling softly, her heart softened a little. What she cared about was already by her side. The life or death of others had nothing to do with her. The young man's eyes soon turned dull as he became a zombie, instinctively pounding on the car door. Zombies did not feel pain, and their strength was great. The banging on the door was loud and heavy. Meng Shiwei grew irritated. She picked up a multi-purpose outdoor shovel leaning against the stair rail and opened the car window. She stretched the shovel out and, with 2 swift strikes, cut down 2 zombies. Their heads rolled far away. Meng Shiwei was about to pull the shovel back and wash off the blood in the bathroom when a mechanical voice, neither male nor female, suddenly sounded in her mind.
Ding.
RV system bound. Killed 1 zombie. Beginner reward. The RV is now permanently immune to all damage. Task. Submit 1 crystal core to expand 1 cubic meter of space. Meng Shiwei's eyes widened. She was so shocked that she forgot to pull her hand back inside. The RV was permanently immune to all damage? Submitting a crystal core could expand the space? Was it really that powerful? No wonder in her previous life, Meng Qingyue's family of 4 lived so comfortably in her RV. So that was the reason. She had once wondered why the RV she designed was so durable. Even after 3 years, it still looked brand new. Now she understood. A virtual image of the RV's interior appeared before her eyes. It showed multiple areas that could be expanded: closet, cupboard, refrigerator, purified water tank, clean water tank, wastewater tank, black water tank, diesel tank, gasoline tank. The RV ran on diesel, but since it had many appliances inside, she had worried about power shortages. So she had installed a generator at the bottom. The generator used gasoline, so she had added an extra gasoline tank for it. My goodness. Meng Shuwei was stunned. Almost every storage space inside the RV could be expanded. Didn't that mean she could collect endless supplies in the future? It was practically a moving energy fortress. But when she thought about the expansion requirement, her excitement faded. 1 crystal core was needed for just 1 cubic meter of space. And crystal cores were extremely rare. In the early days of the apocalypse, even after killing 100 zombies, one might not find a single crystal core. A year later, crystal cores finally started to appear a little more often. Roughly after killing 50 or 60 zombies, she could get 1 core. But compared to the energy reserve she had imagined, how many cores would she need? How many zombies would she have to defeat? Still, the expandable space inside the RV was truly amazing. Every extra cubic meter meant more supplies, which gave her more security. Wow, did I really design such an incredible RV? Meng Shuwei's eyes sparkled with excitement and wonder. As people ran out of the mall, more and more zombies gathered in the square. Some zombies, drawn by the smell of blood, wandered over and began hitting the RV, trying to drag Meng Shuwei out. But this time, she didn't hear the usual banging sounds. Once the windows were closed, the inside of the RV was completely quiet. She grew even more excited. So it's not only immune to all damage, but it also blocks out noise? The zombies' attacks didn't make the RV shake even a little. That meant her RV was indestructible, soundproof, and the perfect fortress. Thinking of this, her mood lifted. She hummed a little tune as she went to the bathroom to wash the blood off her hands and the shovel. Treading snow, her pet didn't understand what was going on with its owner, sometimes shocked, sometimes happy. It sat on the coffee table, tilting its head, staring at her with wide, curious eyes. When Meng Shuwei came out of the bathroom, she put the shovel back in place and wiped her damp hands on Treading Snow's head. Time to work. After we tidy up and eat, we'll go out and deal with more zombies. She had never thought that fighting zombies could be such a joyful thing. Treading Snow shook its head in protest, clearly annoyed, making soft, cute sounds. Meng Shuwei turned on the TV, letting a light-hearted fantasy romance drama play in the background, then sat in the hallway to sort through the medicine. She poured all the medicine out of the bags, removed the bulky packaging, and kept only the smallest units. Then she organized them neatly into the storage cabinet above the fridge, filling it completely. The 10 bags of cat food, snacks, and deworming medicine were stuffed under the sofa. She gathered the trash into a bag and left it by the bathroom door, planning to throw it out after dinner. She took a small pot from the cupboard, then pulled 5 prawns from the freezer and set them to boil on the induction stove. Snowy, the cat, spotted the food and leapt onto the shoe cabinet, staring with wide, eager eyes. Meng Shuwei smiled. Wait a bit, I'll give you some once it's cooked. She opened the food she had brought back and placed it on the coffee table. The rich aroma quickly filled the room. Her mouth watered uncontrollably. Delicious food. How long had it been since she last had a proper meal? She grabbed a fried chicken drumstick and bit off half in one go. The crispy, savory taste was so good it felt like her spirit was floating. She took a sip of beer and thought she might faint from happiness. Meow Snowy cried, as if saying, "The shrimp, my shrimp." Not having tasted anything yet, the cat protested. Meng Shuwei stuffed the rest of the drumstick into her mouth, walked to the stove, turned it off, and poured out the hot water. Once the prawns cooled a little, she peeled off the SS, tore the meat into small pieces, and placed them in front of Snowy. The cat ate eagerly, purring with contentment. Meng Shuwei sat on the sofa and devoured the food in front of her. Half a skewer of grilled lamb disappeared in one bite, followed by a sip of beer, then a bite of fried chicken cutlet, and a gulp of passion fruit drink. Crispy, spicy, sweet, fizzy. So many flavors burst across her tongue that she felt her very soul was glowing. It had been far too long since she'd tasted food like this. She ate quickly, but neatly. If she ever did a food live stream, she would surely gain countless fans. Outside the vehicle, a group of men and women were running frantically, fleeing from the zombies chasing them. They wore the same uniforms, likely co-workers from the same place. One of them glanced through the RV window and nearly popped his eyes out. This was the apocalypse, with zombies everywhere, yet someone was calmly sitting inside an RV, watching TV, drinking beer, and feasting on barbecue? Did this person not realize that zombies were out there attacking people? Suddenly, the man had an idea and shouted, "Cars! Who has a car parked nearby? Let's hide inside." The group rushed toward the parking lot. But before they could reach it, they saw a zombie in a suit smash a car window with one punch, grab the driver by the hair, and bite down on his head. They could even clearly hear the sound of teeth grinding against skulls. Everyone trembled in fear, their voices breaking. "Help! Even the car isn't safe. What should we do? Hiding in the car won't work. We need to hide inside a building. Zombies can't get in there." They ran toward the mall again. Passing by the RV, they saw the girl inside calmly eating crayfish. They were stunned. Were they really living in the same world as her? After eating and drinking her fill, Meng Shuai noticed that there didn't seem to be any zombies surrounding the RV. Zombies could smell human scent and sense movement, which helped them find their targets. Could it be that the RV blocks the smell? She pulled open the window beside the sofa. Instantly, the nearby zombies snapped their heads toward her, moving stiffly as they rushed in her direction. She quickly shut the window again. The zombies seemed to lose their target, stood confused for a moment, then wandered off to look for other prey. Meng Shuai understood now. As long as the doors and windows were closed, her scent was blocked. But once opened, the zombies would still detect her. Still, the RV itself was strong enough that zombies couldn't damage it, so she wasn't in real danger. The only problem was that if too many gathered, they could block the road and stop the RV from moving. Meng Shuai switched on the monitor, went to the driver's seat, started the engine, and moved the vehicle closer to a trash bin. Back inside, she threw the bagged trash out the window into the bin. After tidying up, she stood on the stairs and looked up. To her surprise, there was more space on the second floor. At the back of the RV, 10 50-pound bags of rice and 10 50-pound bags of flour were neatly stacked. In front of them, 10 large barrels of oil were arranged in 2 rows, and 50 boxes of salt were piled together. And all of this only took up 2/3 of the space. Meng Shuai was thrilled. She could still store more. She could keep stocking up. Right now, nothing gave her more security than hoarding supplies. She tore open the boxes around the salt and tossed the empty packaging into the trash bin. Anything that took up space, but wasn't useful, had no place in her RV. Then she pulled out all the seasonings from the cupboard, filling every spice jar to the brim. Even the tiny gaps in the cabinet were stuffed with small packets of hot pot base or spices, packed tightly until there was no space left. She unpacked the remaining seasonings into their smallest packages and neatly arranged them in the cabinet. Large bottles like soy sauce and vinegar were moved upstairs to be stored with the oil and salt. Half of the cupboard was now freed up, leaving space for more supplies. Meng Shuai looked at the result of her work with satisfaction. Having extra food and supplies could truly save lives at critical moments. She glanced outside. The square had grown quiet, with zombies wandering aimlessly. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Those who could hide had hidden, and those who couldn't had already turned into zombies. By her rough estimate, there were several hundred zombies in the square, with even more roaming inside the mall. If all of them were eliminated, she might be able to collect a few crystal cores, if luck was on her side. But going down to fight them one by one was impossible. The moment the zombies heard her, they would surround her, and that would be dangerous. However, she now had her RV, an RV that was completely immune to all damage. That meant collisions should also be harmless to her vehicle, right? The thought made her heart race with excitement. She went to the driver's seat, started the engine, and looked at the stone barriers blocking the way ahead. A spark of determination flashed in her eyes. The next second, she stepped the accelerator and drove straight into the stone blocks. 3 heavy round barriers were shoved aside by the RV, clearing the way into the square. Meng Shuai leaned out to check the front of the vehicle. There wasn't even a scratch. Her eyes lit up. Just as I thought. This RV isn't just a fortress. It's practically a tank. Anything in the way can be pushed aside. She looked at the zombies rushing toward her, her excitement growing. If they couldn't all be killed by hand, then she would simply run them over. This was a light truck after all, crushing zombies would be no problem. Still, she wasn't foolish enough to charge straight into the densest groups. Instead, she circled the edges, targeting the stragglers. As long as their heads were destroyed, the zombies would be completely finished. The horde chased after the RV, while she drove in wide circles, skimming the edges and knocking down several at a time. The wheels rolled over them, leaving the ground in a terrible mess. The vast square instantly turned into a deadly game of chase. Some people hiding inside nearby buildings peeked out through the windows. Seeing the scene below, their scalps tingled with shock. Who is this person? She's treating the zombies like toys. This car is amazing. It knocked over several stone pillars without even leaving a dent. How terrifying zombies are, yet someone is cutting them down as if they were just grass. The noise drew the zombies inside the mall, and they rushed out one after another. Meng Shuai didn't hold back. One zombie came, she crushed one. Two came, she crushed both. After 20 minutes, the square was covered with red tire marks and scattered remains, looking like a battlefield. It was only because of Meng Shuai's luck that she could do this. Today was a workday, and since the outbreak happened at noon, there weren't many people shopping. The mall was newly built, the surrounding business district hadn't developed yet, and there were few cars on the road. Because of this, the zombies nearby weren't very dense. After she cleared this wave, only a few more zombies came, scattered and easy to handle. If this had been a busy shopping area, doing this would have drawn all the zombies around, surrounding her RV. Not only would she be unable to crush them all, but her RV might also get stuck in the horde. Seeing that most of the zombies had been dealt with, Meng Shuai returned to the RV, picked up her multi-purpose outdoor shovel, and prepared to get out to search for crystal cores. But when she opened the door and saw the ground covered in blood and remains, she hesitated. After a moment of mental preparation, she closed the door again, pulled out some trash bags, and wrapped them around her feet. Then she put on a disposable raincoat, covering herself completely before stepping out. These were all things she had prepared yesterday. The RV had just been picked up from the factory yesterday. She only had time to buy sofa cushions, bedding, kitchenware, and some basic supplies like trash bags. She spent the night in the RV, and this morning she had already crossed back into this world. It wasn't that she couldn't stand the mess. After 3 years in the apocalypse, she was used to it. She just didn't want to dirty her clean and cozy RV. Walking across the blood-stained ground, she raised her shovel and, like slicing a watermelon, split open the heads of the zombies that were still intact. Some zombies had their bodies crushed, but their heads were still twitching on the ground. Meng Shuai chopped them open, and if there was no crystal core inside, she moved on to the next. The people hiding upstairs were already terrified by the brutal scene. Now, watching Meng Shuai's calm, almost casual movements, their scalps tingled even more. I can't believe she's a girl. Her moves are so fierce. This young lady is amazing. The way she takes down zombies is just too cool. How does she stay so calm, cutting down zombies while everyone else is panicking? On the square, Meng Shuai carefully searched for crystal cores. When a zombie rushed at her, she swung her shovel hard, smashing its head with precision. The motions of killing zombies were already deeply ingrained in her mind. A few zombies alone weren't that scary. They were slow, clumsy, and not very fast. What made them terrifying was that they felt no pain, had strong endurance, and even a small scratch from them could infect a human. As long as someone had good physical strength, knew some combat skills, reacted quickly, and mastered the techniques of killing zombies, fighting 3 to 5 of them at once wasn't a big problem. The real danger wasn't a single zombie, but a swarm. When a tide of zombies surged forward, even those with special powers could be drained of energy and eventually overwhelmed. Unfortunately, modern people didn't like exercise. Some never did any physical work and often felt faint. Without combat skills, they could only end up as prey for zombies. Meng Shiwei carefully searched the area and found 7 crystal cores, a pretty good harvest. The cores were thumb-sized, diamond-shaped, and clear like gemstones, shining beautifully in her hand. She tore off her disposable raincoat, removed the dirty plastic bags from her shoes, and returned to the RV. She couldn't wait to see what the expanded storage space would look like. With a thought, a blueprint of the RV appeared before her eyes, showing every storage compartment clearly. The main question now was how to use the 7 crystal cores. The weather would soon turn extremely hot. Food and water were the most important, but medicine was also essential. She needed to stock up on all of these. In the scorching heat, the RV's air conditioner would have to run constantly, so fuel for the generator was also critical. The diesel for the RV itself was another necessity. The more, the better. Thinking about it, she realized she lacked everything. After careful thought, she decided to expand the cabinet above the refrigerator, which she used to store medicine, by 1 cubic meter. Once filled, the medicine would last her for many years. She clicked on the storage space above the refrigerator in the RV's blueprint, where the word expand was marked. A page popped up, asking her to choose the amount. 1 crystal core could expand 1 cubic meter. Meng Shiwei quickly chose 1. After she confirmed, a small number 1 appeared above the refrigerator, showing that the space had been expanded by 1 cubic meter. At that moment, the mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations, you have expanded 1 cubic meter. All spaces now have permanent freshness. Keep it up. Meng Shiwei's eyes widened, shining like 2 bright lamps.
Permanent freshness.
Did this mean that no matter what she stored, it would never spoil? This was incredible. Only someone who had struggled through the end of the world would understand how powerful this ability was. She turned to look at the medicine cabinet above the refrigerator, but didn't notice any changes. Walking over, she opened the cabinet door. It was still packed full of medicine, looking no different than before. Where's the space? Where's the permanent freshness? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the back of the cabinet, where the wall should have been, suddenly revealed a patch of pure white space. It looked like a piece of blank mosaic suddenly appearing in the real world, strange and out of place. This was nothing like the cool, high-tech space she had imagined. In fact, it looked a little plain. She reached out and pushed all the medicine inside the cabinet into the new space. To her surprise, once inside, she could move and arrange the items freely with just her thoughts. When she imagined taking out a bandage, it reappeared inside the cabinet, not directly in her hand. It felt like a kind of not-so-high-tech technology. Items could only be placed into or taken out of the space through the cabinet. She couldn't just make them appear in her hand, nor could she control them from a distance. This meant she had to physically come to the cabinet, open the door, and operate it. Still, this is so much better than what I had in my last life. A personal storage space isn't something everyone can have. Meng Shiwei was thrilled. Anything that allowed her to store more supplies made her excited. And this one even kept everything fresh forever. She decided to use the 6 remaining crystal cores, 2 to expand the clean water tank, and 4 to expand the refrigerator space. 1 cubic meter can store a ton of water, and 2 cubic meters can hold 2 tons, enough for her to drink for a long time. With 4 cubic meters of fridge space, she could stock up on plenty of food. Humming a little tune, Meng Shiwei walked to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and headed toward a pharmacy. The last pharmacy had already been almost emptied by her, so this time she chose a different one. The door of this pharmacy was still open, but inside there were hardly any people left. When the outbreak first happened, many people's first reaction was to run outside. Later, when they realized the outside was even more dangerous, the quick-thinking ones rushed back into shops and locked the doors, hoping for a chance to survive. Meng Shiwei parked the vehicle right at the pharmacy entrance, pressing tightly against the door to block it completely. She didn't rush to get out. Instead, she took her outdoor shovel, walked to the side door, and knocked on the car's outer wall through the window, making loud noises. This was her way of checking if there were any zombies inside. After knocking several times, there was no movement from the pharmacy, but the noise attracted zombies from nearby shops. They came scratching at the vehicle, but since the car was pressed tightly against the pharmacy door, forming a sealed space, they couldn't get in. Frustrated, they let out strange growls. Holding the shovel, Meng Shiwei opened the side door of the vehicle. She stayed alert and walked slowly into the pharmacy. After carefully checking every corner and confirming there were no zombies, she finally relaxed. She first gathered medicines for heatstroke and frostbite, then for injuries, colds, and fevers. These would all be useful in the future. She piled the medicines on the floor, sat down, and began removing the packaging. Nowadays, everything was overpackaged, taking up too much space. Treading snow, her cat poked its head out of the vehicle. Seeing her busy, it jumped to her side and started playing with the discarded boxes, biting and tearing them apart. Meng Shiwei couldn't help but its wagging tail and laughed. "Baby, how can you be so cute?" Treading snow was a fluffy black and white cat, chubby and round, with big bright eyes that made it look extra adorable. It blinked, rubbed against her arm, and then went back to playing with the boxes. After finishing with the packaging, Meng Shiwei carried 2 baskets full of medicine back to the vehicle. "Treading snow, come back. The outside world is very dangerous. You must stay close to me, okay?" The cat tilted its head as if it understood, then happily chased after her and leapt into the vehicle. Meng Shiwei placed the medicine into her storage space. Together with what she had stored before, it only filled about half the area. A cubic meter was not small, and when packed tightly, it could hold quite a lot. She went back and forth several times until both the cubic space and the cabinet were completely filled. The cabinet held bandages, long-lasting disinfectant, medicinal wine, and ointments. The medicines meant for consumption were kept in the fresh-keeping space. When she checked the time, she realized she had been busy for 2 hours. She didn't feel bored at all. On the contrary, she felt especially motivated. Next to the pharmacy was a high-end outdoor gear store, specializing in equipment for hiking and adventure. Meng Shiwei drove her vehicle forward, crushing the zombies that had gathered around. She parked in front of the outdoor store and noticed the shutter door was locked from the inside. That meant there might be someone alive inside. Not wanting to miss the chance to collect useful supplies, she got out and knocked the shutter. There was no sound from within, which actually confirmed someone was there. She spoke calmly, "Open the door. I'll take some supplies, and in return, I'll give you a few pieces of advice on how to survive." Inside, Wei Yi was panicking, nearly scared out of his wits by the loud knocking. He had once climbed snowy mountains, trekked through rainforests, and faced many life-threatening challenges, but he had never felt fear like this. Zombies were simply too terrifying. Even a light scratch or the smallest contact with their blood could mean infection. With his physical strength, he could handle a few zombies, but he still didn't dare get close. What's more, the outbreak was likely widespread. Even if he escaped, where could he possibly go? Where would be safe? While he was lost in fear and confusion, the woman outside claimed she could tell him how to survive. For Wei Yi, who had no idea what to do, that was very important. He didn't open the door right away. Instead, he asked through the shutter, "What advice?" Meng Shiwei's voice was firm. "Open the door." After a moment of hesitation, Wei Yi decided to unlock it. If she could stand outside and speak so calmly, it meant the area was safe for now. He lifted the shutter, and before him stood a young woman in sportswear. She was very beautiful, but her expression carried a coldness that warned strangers to keep their distance. Behind her was a large pink RV, parked right at the entrance, blocking the door and keeping the zombies outside. It created a sealed safe zone. Wei Yi quietly let out a breath of relief.
No zombies. Safe for now.
Meng Shiwei strode into the store, picking out what she needed. The first piece of advice: never open the door for strangers. Anyone you let in could be the reason you don't survive. She was the one who had told him to open the door. And now she was the one warning him not to let people in. He stood frozen at the entrance, his face showing confusion and hesitation. Meng Shiwei glanced at him. He looked strong and full of energy, tall, probably in his 30s. His body showed signs of regular training. He must work out often. She stayed cautious and asked, "Do you have any winter clothes?" Wei Yi walked into the store, pulled out a heavy winter suit from the shelf, and handed it to her. Meng Shuan's voice was cold. "Put it on the ground. Step back." She needed to keep a safe distance from this man, in case he had bad intentions. She had to leave herself room to react. Wei Yi looked puzzled. Was he really that scary? Why did this young woman look at him as if he were some kind of villain? He placed the winter suit on the ground, muttering as he stepped back, "This thing is expensive, you know." Meng Shuan picked it up and checked it. She recognized the brand and model. It was good enough for climbing Everest, strong enough to resist extreme cold. "Bring me another one. I'll transfer the money to you later." She sighed inwardly. Many people still didn't realize how serious things had become. They believed someone would soon wipe out the zombies and restore order, still holding on to hope. At least for now, humanity hadn't been pushed into complete despair. People still had kindness in their hearts. Otherwise, this man's first thought would have been how to steal her RV, not how much a winter suit was worth. Wei Yi found another set and placed it on the ground. Under her wary gaze, he stepped aside, sat on a chair, and quietly watched her work. "What's the second piece of advice?" he asked. Meng Shuan carried the 2 winter suits into the RV, placing them in front of the passenger seat. After closing the door, she returned to gather more supplies. "The second piece of advice: find a place with enough food, stay there, and wait for rescue. This disaster will last a long time, won't it?" He had seen news online. Zombies were breaking out all over the country. Based on the patterns in apocalypse novels and comparing them with reality, this disaster might never truly end. Meng Shuai didn't answer. She took more than 10 full-body rain suits and put them into the small storage box by the chassis. Then she added over 10 pairs of comfortable hiking shoes into the shoe cabinet. She also packed jackets, sportswear, backpacks, windproof pants, gloves, socks, hats, scarves, and other daily necessities into the storage space under the U-shaped sofa. Only when the space was completely filled did she stop. When she stepped down from the RV, she saw the man still sitting quietly on the chair, watching her with a thoughtful expression. She found it a little funny and actually laughed. It had been a long time since she had seen someone so simple, eyes without schemes or hidden motives, only confusion and unease. Meng Shuai took out her phone and transferred him 100,000 yuan. Third piece of advice: don't trust anyone. Don't show kindness to strangers. When necessary, let go of morals if you want to survive. Wei Yi thought for a moment, his gaze falling on the RV at the door. Meng Shuai stepped inside, closed the door, and drove away. As night fell, she still needed to stock up at the supermarket. Many foods wouldn't stay fresh by tomorrow. She parked the RV at the loading entrance of the supermarket. Back inside, she picked up a camping shovel and pushed open the side door. Her cat, treading snow, raised its tail and followed her down step by step. Meng Shuai picked it up, placed it back inside the RV, and gently patted its fluffy head. "It's dangerous outside. Stay here and be good." The cat blinked its big eyes, sat on the floor, and tilted its head as it watched her close the door. The passage was open, with a truck parked nearby, loaded with instant noodles and snacks. On both sides of the passage, boxes of fruit were stacked, probably not yet moved into storage. Meng Shuai gripped the shovel tightly, walking forward while staying alert, ready in case a zombie jumped out from the shadows. Her goal was clear this time: meat, grains, seasonings, and clean water. With limited space, she needed to stock up on food that was filling and long-lasting. She also wanted snacks and fruit, but those were far less important than meat and staple food. Just as she was about to enter the supermarket, a roar came from the corner ahead. A male zombie in a supermarket uniform, with a chunk missing from his neck, lunged at her. Meng Shuai reacted quickly, dodging to the side and swinging her shovel hard. The sharp edge struck the zombie's head, leaving a deep. The zombie crashed to the ground and stopped moving. She glanced at it, no crystal core. The noise drew the attention of other zombies inside the supermarket. Dozens of them began moving toward her. Meng Shuai gripped her shovel, her eyes shining. There was no fear in them, only hunger for crystal cores. If she was lucky enough to find 2 more, that would be perfect. She scanned the area, then walked to a shelf and tried to drag it toward the aisle entrance. She planned to block both sides of the passage, leaving only a narrow gap for one zombie at a time. That way, she could take them down one by one, much safer than fighting dozens at once. But when she pulled, the shelf didn't budge. It was stacked with bottles of alcohol, far too heavy. "Sis, let me help you." A young woman suddenly appeared and stepped up to help remove the shelf. Meng Shuai glanced at her. It was the same waitress who had helped her load supplies into the RV that morning. "I won't take you with me," she said flatly. She shook the shelf hard, sending bottles clattering to the floor. Then she gripped it with both hands and dragged it toward the aisle. After 3 years in the apocalypse, she had seen all kinds of people. She could tell exactly what this girl was thinking. Lin Qian hesitated, her smile fading as tears welled in her eyes, but she still helped Meng Shuai move the shelf. She knew Meng Shuai had an RV. Risking her life to help was her way of leaving a good impression, hoping to be taken along. But before she could even say anything, Meng Shuai had already seen through her and rejected her without hesitation. As the zombies inside the supermarket drew closer, clawing and rushing toward them, fear and helplessness filled Lin Qian. All she could do was keep working, hoping Meng Shuai might change her mind. Together, they dragged 2 or 3 shelves, leaving only a 1-meter-wide gap in the passage. Dozens of zombies lunged forward with stiff necks, almost knocking over the shelves. The sight of 2 living humans was too tempting, and they pushed and shoved to get closer. Lin Qian stepped back in fear, pressing tightly against the wall, trembling. Her eyes kept darting toward the pink RV outside the passage, her mind racing with thoughts. Meng Shuai held the gap, forcing one zombie out at a time. With her shovel, she struck them down and quickly checked for crystal cores. She didn't even look back at the other girl. Her voice was calm as she said, "You can't drive my RV. The streets are full of zombies and nowhere is safe. If you want to survive, find a room, stock up on food and water, block the door and stay inside. No matter who calls, don't open it. Wait for the rescue team." Watching Meng Shuai cut down zombies as if she were slicing melons, Lin Qian finally gave up the idea of stealing the RV. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she didn't know how to drive a truck. Even if she sat in the driver's seat, she wouldn't be able to move it. You're not afraid?"
she asked.
Everyone else was screaming, panicking, or dying. Yet this girl, who wasn't much older than her, faced the zombies with terrifying calm. Her strikes were fast, precise, and merciless, her expression as steady as if she were chopping wood. Several zombie bodies were already piled at Meng Shuai's feet. She used her shovel to pry out a clear crystal core from one of their heads, looking rather pleased. She smiled and said, "Fear won't help you. Staying calm and finding their weakness will keep you alive longer." Lin Qian glanced at the broken bodies on the ground, the mess of blood and pale matter splattered everywhere. The gruesome scene made her stomach turn. Just that morning, these had been living people, chatting and greeting each other. Now they were nothing but ruined corpses. Then she looked at Meng Shuai, standing there covered in blood, yet smiling, and the sight chilled her to the bone. Only one thought filled her mind: don't provoke this woman, or the outcome will be terrible. Following Meng Shuai's advice, she found a small office inside the supermarket. While the zombies were distracted, she began moving supplies inside. Water, food, the more, the better. She was clever enough not to hide in the warehouse, but instead chose the small office. Everyone knew the warehouse had supplies, so sooner or later many people would try to take it. Hiding there wasn't safe. Meng Shuai cleared out the zombies around her, but only found one crystal core. The gap she had left was blocked by corpses, so she pushed aside a shelf at the edge and entered the supermarket. She slowed her steps, scanning the area. Whenever she saw a lone zombie, she cut it down quickly. Then she locked the other exits of the supermarket to stop more zombies from coming in. After finishing that, she went to the seafood section, turned on a water pipe to wash the blood off her body, and began collecting supplies. She pulled 2 shopping carts and first went to the cooked food section. Roast chicken, roast duck, fried chicken, braised meat, chicken feet, crayfish, all kinds of seasoned dishes. These were her favorites. Since the boxes took up too much space, she repacked everything into storage bags and placed them neatly in the carts. When both carts were full, Meng Shuai dragged them back toward her RV. As soon as she entered the passage, she saw several men in supermarket uniforms trying to pry open the side door of her RV. Snowstep, her pet, stood on the shoe cabinet inside, baring its teeth through the glass and growling at them. One man had already bent his wrench, but the RV door didn't move at all. Frustrated, he slammed the handle a few times, not even scratching the paint. What is this RV made of? How can it be this solid? Another man looked shaken. Even steel should show some dents. I've hit the glass several times, but there's not a single mark. Don't tell me it's bulletproof. That just proves this RV is safe. If we can get it with all the furniture inside, we won't have to worry about zombies jumping out at us anymore. The men struggled for a long time but still couldn't open the door, growing more and more annoyed. I'll go find a metal cutter. I don't believe this thing can't be broken. Just as he turned, he saw a young woman standing not far away, dragging 2 shopping carts, staring at them coldly. Startled, the man stepped back and looked her over. You're the owner? A girl like you being out here alone is too dangerous. Why don't you take us with you? With more people, we'll be stronger. We can protect you. Just get us to a safe place and we'll pay you. The other men turned around and, seeing that it was just a young girl, Meng Shuai, they let out a small sigh of relief. Their eyes showed confidence, as if the camper van was already theirs. Meng Shuai sneered. Leave my camper immediately, or face the consequences. One man in a security uniform glanced at the shopping cart behind her. Did you pay for those things? You stole from the supermarket. I suspect you have more stolen goods in your camper. You better open the door now, and let us check. He smiled smugly, certain he had found her weakness. As long as they tricked her into opening the door, the camper and supplies would be theirs. Mockery flashed in Meng Shuai's eyes. How foolish and greedy. I'll count to 3. Step back 10 paces from the camper.
1.
The man laughed, not taking her seriously. Stop wasting time. Open the door and let us check. Who are you trying to scare? You're just a little girl. Before he could finish, Meng Shuai moved suddenly. In the next instant, she was right in front of him. The sharp edge of her tool struck, and the man collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief, never closing again. The others froze in shock, stumbling backward. She killed him. How could she actually do that? Their eyes filled with fear, as if they were staring at a monster. How could someone act so calmly, without hesitation? This woman was terrifying. Meng Shuai gave a cold laugh. It's the end of the world.
Who still talks about reason?
If you don't have the strength, don't try to rob others. You're just making fools of yourselves. These men were actually very lucky. She had already cleared the zombies outside, and the ones inside the supermarket were gone as well. The other entrances were sealed. For now, the supermarket was completely safe. With plenty of food inside, all they had to do was stay put and wait for the rescue team to arrive and take them to the base. They could have survived without risking their lives against zombies. It was such a good chance to live, yet they insisted on throwing it away and coming to her, seeking death. Meng Shuai's gaze fell on the remaining men. The group shivered in fear and quickly ran into the supermarket. They wanted the RV, but they valued their lives more. There was also a big truck nearby. Though not as good, at least they wouldn't have to fight this ruthless girl for it. She looked so delicate, yet her actions were terrifying. She was like a living reaper. Once they were gone, Meng Shuai opened the RV door, carried 2 shopping carts inside, and closed it again. Snowy, feeling wronged, jumped into her arms and rubbed its head against her. Meng Shuai held it, opened a bag, tore off a big chicken leg, and placed it in Snowy's small bowl.
Eat.
As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Smelling the food, Snowy hopped onto the counter and began nibbling happily. Meng Shuai opened the fridge, moved the fruits and vegetables into her storage space, then placed the rest of the cart's items into the fridge before sending them into the space as well. With both methods combined, she worked quickly. After emptying 2 carts, she realized they only filled a small corner of 1 cubic meter. It could hold far more than she had imagined. A supermarket cart usually held less than 150 liters. It would take 5 or 6 full carts to fill just 1 cubic meter. Thinking that running back and forth was too slow, she opened the RV door, pushed the carts outside, and glanced at a manual pallet jack in the passageway. With a wooden board on it, she could load much more at once. As she stepped down, she felt her clothes being tugged. Turning around, she saw Snowy on the counter, biting her sleeve to stop her. Meng Shuai smiled. "I need to gather supplies. Only then can we live better in the future." Snowy still refused to let go. "You want to come with me?" Snowy blinked, released her sleeve, and leapt onto her shoulder, sitting firmly. Meng Shuai laughed. "You clever little one." With Snowy on her shoulder, she found some plastic crates, stacked them on the pallet jack, and returned to the supermarket. The people hiding inside shrank back the moment they saw her. Clearly, word of what she had done earlier had already spread among the survivors. Meng Shuai ignored them and continued stocking up on supplies. She went straight to the deli section again, packing up all kinds of meats and marinated dishes, along with cold salads and pickled vegetables. After years in the apocalypse without proper food, she now craved strong flavors. From the next stall, she also packed fried dough sticks, pancakes, stuffed pies, sushi, rice dumplings, and more. She removed the sushi boxes and poured everything into storage bags. The appearance didn't matter. Saving space and fitting in more food was what counted. Snow, the little companion, squatted quietly in the basket on the forklift, behaving very well. After finishing, she headed to the seasoning section. But when passing the dessert area, Meng Shuai stopped, struggling inside. Reason told her to stock up on rice, flour, oil, and meat. But 3 years of hardship told her, if she had the chance, she should enjoy something good. Soon, these cakes would spoil, and she wouldn't get to taste anything this fresh again. She gave in to temptation and decisively turned to pack desserts. The delicate cakes and breads looked so inviting that she loaded them all onto the forklift. After cakes came cookies and candies. Once she cleared out the dessert section, she pulled the forklift back to her RV. Near the body of the security guard, 2 zombies had appeared, drawn by the smell of blood. Hearing movement, they raised their heads and lunged at her. Meng Shuai grabbed the work shovel from the basket and swiftly struck them down, ending the threat without hesitation. A few zombies like this posed no danger to her. Fighting them had already become second nature. She moved the baskets from the forklift into the RV hallway, shut the door, and continued stuffing food into the fridge. "If only I had spatial powers," she muttered. "Then I could store everything directly instead of hauling it into the RV and opening the fridge first." It was just a passing thought. Compared to her past life, she was already much luckier now. Once she filled her storage space, she would have enough food for years, no longer living in fear of hunger. The cooked food filled up 1 cubic meter. Next came the desserts. Since cake boxes took up too much room, she removed them and placed only the cakes inside the fridge. With her mind, she neatly arranged them in the storage space, keeping the cakes intact. If there are gaps between the cakes, she fills them with small cookies and candies, making sure every bit of space is used. After filling 1 cubic space, there are still some cookies and candies left. Meng Shuai places them by the stairs to eat later. She opens the RV's blueprint and uses a crystal core she found in the supermarket to expand the second floor. Now she has gained another cubic space. Next comes the repeated trips between the supermarket and the RV. Snowy follows her around, not able to help much, but staying by her side. The survivors in the supermarket notice how easily she moves around without danger. Since no zombies are seen anymore, they also come out to look for food. They eat while wandering near her, but none dare to get too close. They are afraid she might strike them down with her shovel. How has she been moving things for hours and still not finished? Can the RV even hold that much? She's cleared out the cooked food section, the dessert section, the grain section, the seasoning section, the fresh produce section, and even the seafood section. I bet her RV is packed so full there's hardly room to stand. Why is she hoarding so much food? What if it spoils? Is she planning to take it all away? I just checked online. The zombie outbreak is nationwide. Nowhere is safe. This tough woman cleared the supermarket of zombies for us. If we guard the doors and stay here, it's safer than going outside. The last person who tried to mess with Meng Shuai is still lying outside as a warning. And since they know how dangerous the outside world is, even with a car, there's nowhere safe to go. While Meng Shuai keeps moving supplies, no one dares to bother her. After all, her RV has limited space and can't possibly empty the whole supermarket. By the time she finishes, it's already past midnight. Looking at the fully stocked RV, she finally feels a rare sense of peace and satisfaction. In the newly expanded cubic space on the second floor, there are sacks of rice, about 1,600 pounds in total. Even if she eats 1 pound a day, it would last 1,600 days, more than 4 years. That alone gives her a strong sense of security. In the second floor storage, there are also 500 pounds of flour, 50 10-liter barrels of cooking oil, and 500 bags of salt, taking up half the space. The other half, including the cupboards, is filled with all kinds of seasonings. Meng Shuai was very skilled at organizing things. There was no extra packaging, no large gaps. Everything was packed tightly and securely. Even if there was a gap the size of a thumb, she would fill it with a red date. She had plenty of time now, so she could take her time arranging everything. In the post-apocalyptic world, even a single red date was considered precious. The refrigerator's 4 cubic meter expanded space was divided neatly, 1 cubic meter for cooked food, 1 for desserts, 1 for various meats, and 1 for fish and seafood. 1 cubic meter of meat or seafood weighed about 1,900 pounds. Excluding the cooked food and desserts, the remaining 2 cubic meters of meat and seafood added up to nearly 4,000 pounds. That amount could feed her and treading snow for years. The 2 cubic meter water tank was filled with bottled mineral water. The 1 cubic meter medicine cabinet was also packed full. Under the U-shaped sofa, she stored cat food and clothes taken from an outdoor supplies store. The space under the coffee table in the middle of the sofa was stuffed with all kinds of packaged snacks and small drinks. In the passenger seat, beneath 2 sets of winter clothes, she stacked several storage boxes filled with shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, and other daily necessities. Each bottle could last a long time, so there was no need to stockpile too many. At the back of the corridor near the car's tail, she stacked several boxes of drinks, all of them her favorite sodas. It was already 1 in the morning, but instead of feeling sleepy, she became more and more excited as she stored things, almost addicted to it. She pulled up a high stool and sat in front of the kitchen counter. The range hood above was running, and on the induction cooker below, a small pot of hot soup base was bubbling. Meat slices and meatballs floated up and down in the spicy broth, looking very tempting. Around the pot were vegetables and more meat slices for hot pot, along with a roasted chicken, missing 1 leg. There was also a 6-inch fruitcake and a glass of sparkling soda with droplets of water on the outside. She had just brought all of these from the supermarket. As long as there was fresh food around, she would never touch her stored supplies. Treading snow, eat and then sleep. Tomorrow we'll keep hunting zombies and collecting crystal cores. There were still many things she wanted to stockpile: fruits, vegetables, ice cream, milk tea. On a scorching day, having an ice cream or a cold milk tea would feel wonderful. And for the water tank and fuel tank, the bigger, the better. The little cat's bowl sat nearby, filled with fish and shrimp. Without needing any reminder from Meng Shuai, the cat was already on the counter, happily eating. Meng Shuai looked at the obedient cat and the rich late-night meal in front of her. The spicy aroma filled the air, stirring up feelings she couldn't quite describe. Since her rebirth, she had been busy all day. Now that she finally had a quiet moment, everything felt a little unreal, almost dreamlike. The memories of hunger, cruelty, and loss of dignity in the apocalypse were still vivid in her mind. But now, with enough food to last for years, Her life was completely different from before. She took a bite of hot pot lamb, followed by a sip of a chilled drink, and let out a satisfied sigh. So good, so delicious. This time, I'm going to live a happy life like this forever. She finished her drink, pulled out a bottle of plum wine from under the table, and poured it over clear ice cubes. The ice clinked against the glass with a crisp, pleasant sound. A bite of lamb, a sip of plum wine, then a soft piece of cake. Meng Shuai had never realized happiness could be so simple and pure. In the past, she had stuck to clean, healthy meals for fitness. Later, during 3 years of the apocalypse, she hadn't eaten anything decent at all. After everything she had gone through, nothing felt more real than the food in front of her now. She didn't touch her phone. In the quiet of the night, inside the softly lit camper, she slowly savored every bite. The world outside was dangerous, but here, she was safe. When every last bit of food was gone, not even a leaf left, Meng Shuai patted her full stomach with satisfaction, washed the dishes, and took out the trash. Then she enjoyed a hot shower, changed into fluffy pajamas, and lowered the bed from above the sofa to the height of the table. She climbed into the soft blankets, lifted a corner, and called, treading snow, "Come to bed." The cat jumped up beside her, slipped under the covers, rested its head on her arm, and quickly settled into a cozy sleep. Meng Shuai hugged the cat and tucked in the blanket. "Xiaoji, turn off all the lights and start the air circulation." The camper's smart assistant replied, "Yes, all lights are off. Air circulation is on." The room fell into darkness, and the girl and her cat drifted into a peaceful sleep together. She slept until noon, waking up because of the noise of snow being stepped on. The large figure of the snowshoe cat was lying on her chest, pressing so hard she couldn't breathe. Meng Shuai dreamed she was being overwhelmed by zombies and almost knocked over the snowshoe cat. Feeling the soft touch beneath her, she snapped out of her dream, pushed the cat off her, and groggily asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to sleep a little longer." When she heard she still wanted to sleep, the cat got anxious. It really needed to go to the bathroom, but its owner hadn't provided a litter box, which made the cat very upset. Seeing Meng Shuai turn over and almost fall asleep again, the cat quickly had an idea. It aimed its at her face and farted loudly. "Ah!" A scream echoed inside the camper, startling the survivor hiding in the supermarket. They thought Meng Shuai, the tough one, had been eaten by zombies. "Snowshoe, what did you eat? Why does your smell so bad?" Following that, a roar of frustration sounded, and the survivor in the supermarket felt a bit disappointed. The tough one was neither dead nor eaten by zombies. She was just overwhelmed by the smell of the cats. Meng Shuai got out of bed, picked up the snowshoe cat, and rushed to the bathroom, placing it on the toilet. No more litter box. Learn to use the toilet. It's more convenient. The guilty cat didn't dare resist. It clumsily placed its paws on the edge of the toilet and, under Meng Shuai's watch, finished its business and symbolically buried it twice. This is the flush button. After doing your business, press the button. Meng Shuai guided its paw to operate it once. The cat tilted its head cutely, not sure if it understood. Meng Shuai took the snowshoe cat off the toilet, unpacked her new toiletries, washed her face, and brushed her teeth. She threw the dirty clothes from yesterday into the washing machine and changed into a new sports outfit. Finally, she raised the bed to the highest position and tidied everything up. "We're going out to find breakfast." The cat obediently jumped onto Meng Shuai's shoulder and followed her out. Meng Shuai seriously suspected that the cat was selectively ignoring instructions. When it wanted to listen, it understood perfectly, like now when going out. When it didn't want to listen, it pretended not to hear, like earlier when she asked it to learn how to use the toilet. A cat can have 800 clever tricks. The snacks and fruits inside the passage are gone, probably moved away by someone. Anyone with a brain knows that this disaster won't end easily. The whole country has stopped production, and food will become the most valuable resource. Inside the passage, Meng Shuai finds that the entrance to the supermarket is blocked by shelves and wooden boards. She clears out the zombies inside and outside the supermarket. Now that there are no more zombies threatening her, They have instead trapped her outside. These people are really planning well. If she hadn't cleared the zombies, they would be wandering around inside the supermarket, hiding in some corner and too scared to move. They might be caught and bitten at any moment. Now that the zombies are gone, everything is safe, but they are still blocking the door. Are they blocking the zombies or are they blocking her? If they were blocking zombies, a few rows of metal racks would be enough, and they would leave a small exit. But now, with layers of barriers, it's clear they are blocking her. She turns back to the RV, puts Hwashua back, and says, "Watch how I deal with them. Stay at home and wait patiently. Don't hurt yourself." Hwashua jumps onto the shoe cabinet, eyes spinning around, ready to peek through the window and watch the show. Meng Sherwan finds a metal bucket and a water pipe at a shop across the street. She goes to the truck, opens the fuel tank, and uses the pipe to siphon a full bucket of gasoline. She carries it over and pours it onto the wooden boards blocking the passage. She steps back far away, throws a windproof lighter, and the fire instantly ignites inside the passage. Meng Sherwan quickly retreats, watching the flames spread wildly inside, a cold smile on her lips. The end of the world, and they still play such boring tricks on her. The supermarket is their survival place, but not hers. At this moment, the survivors inside the supermarket are stunned as they see the flames burning. "Why are you just standing there? Help put out the fire." The shelves on the other side are full of alcohol. Once it catches fire, none of us will survive. Someone reacts and shouts. Other entrances to the supermarket are also tightly blocked, making escape difficult. Dozens of survivors inside panic, rushing to find firefighting equipment. They bring out hoses, fire extinguishers, and start using them. On the ground at the passage entrance, there were broken wine bottles from earlier, and the fire was spreading rapidly, filling the air with thick black smoke. Lin Qian stood in a corner near the supermarket, watching the group of people frantically trying to put out the fire. She secretly cursed, "Stupid fools." They know that woman is dangerous, but they still pick fights with her. She only has a camper van. How much can she carry away? They're just looking for trouble. She was glad she hadn't had any bad thoughts about Meng Sherwang before. Otherwise, she might not have survived. That woman was really ruthless. Such a big supermarket, so many supplies. She just set it on fire. Fortunately, the fire safety measures inside the supermarket were good, and many of the survivors were employees who knew how to use the fire extinguishers. They managed to put out the fire quickly, before it spread to the entire beverage section. A group of people sat on the ground, looking exhausted and covered in soot, with black stains on the floor from fighting the fire. Someone complained, "I told you last night not to provoke that woman. She's a ruthless killer. This is such a big supermarket, and she's just taking some stuff. It doesn't really affect us. She even helped us clear out the zombies nearby. Without her, would we be this safe? Yet you all want to block her outside. Do you think she'll just give up?" Yesterday, everyone participated in blocking the passage. Now that it didn't work, they were angry and started blaming each other. A middle-aged man shouted, "Shut up. You all know she's a killer. If she killed Old, she might kill us too. If she suddenly loses her temper and harms us all, you'll regret it." "I agree. This woman is hard to get along with, cruel and ruthless. It's better to drive her away so we can be safer." They didn't expect that in this zombie apocalypse, their greatest fear wasn't the zombies. It was a young woman. They seemed to forget that the reason zombies hadn't threatened their lives was because of her. The fire was extinguished and the smoke cleared. The debris at the passage was mostly burned, and through the gaps between the charred wooden boards and metal racks, they saw a person standing on the other side. The person was dressed in a black full-body raincoat, tightly wrapped up, with a hood covering their head. Their face was hidden under the hood, making it hard to see their features clearly. A large, fat cat was sitting on her shoulders, holding a small outdoor shovel in her hand. They were very familiar with this shovel, having used it to cut through zombie heads and also to cut off Old Us' throat. "It's over. We've really angered this fierce person. Don't be scared. With so many of us, can we really lose to just one girl?" Even as they spoke, everyone kept a close watch on Meng Sherwang's figure. She slowly raised her head, her eyes cold and frightening, like a wild beast without emotion, ready to hunt her prey. A cleaning lady, trembling with fear, said, "What's on TV isn't as scary as this. This is real horror, it's terrifying. Is this really how a person's eyes look when they're full of emotion? Even a fierce beast wouldn't have such cold eyes." Amid their fear, Meng Shirwang raised her shovel and fiercely struck the burned debris. The wooden boards and shelves, scorched by high heat, became fragile, and she easily broke a big hole in them. Zhang Chong was overwhelmed by Meng Shirwang's presence and shouted, "Let's all go together and catch this woman." "Catch her?" Dozens of survivors rushed forward. Shui stepped into the crowd with a fierce expression, claws bared and teeth showing, fighting fiercely. Suddenly, bloodied scratches appeared on the heads and faces of some of them. Meng Shirwang moved quickly, swinging her shovel. The survivors didn't even see her attack. The sharp shovel was already in front of them, smashing into their heads and bodies. Suddenly, screams filled the air. Within moments, Meng Shirwang knocked down dozens of people who were wailing everywhere. Not a single one could stand up and fight back. Meng Shirwang crouched beside Zhang Chong, her shovel planted on the ground, smiling coldly. "You just said you wanted to catch me? Why catch me? Lock me up? Or kill me?" Her eyes looked down on them with contempt, as if she was looking at a fool. Years of fitness training had given her a slim appearance, but with muscles that were incredibly powerful. Plus, during the 3 years of the apocalypse, she had used her desperate search for crystal cores and learned fighting techniques from a retired soldier. Through life and death struggles, she had honed her skills with her very life. What could these people do to fight her? These people could have stayed safe in the supermarket, but they chose to provoke her instead. They are both foolish and mean. In the end of the world, having a large group doesn't help. If you offend the wrong person, no matter how many of you there are, you will all die. Only by hiding can you survive longer. Zhang Chong's face was cut by Tieshue, leaving long bloody streaks from his temple to his mouth. The skin was torn and blood seeped out. The other side of his face was smashed by Meng Shirwang's shovel, swelling into a pig-like head. He fell to the ground, dizzy and nauseous, unable to get up. Zhang Chong seriously suspected he had a concussion. Facing Meng Shirwang's cold eyes and questioning, he felt a strong fear. This woman really might kill him. He shrank back and said, "No, I didn't. I was wrong. I shouldn't have blocked you outside. I just wanted you to go somewhere else. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please let me go. I really know I was wrong." Meng Shirwang didn't believe a word he said. Even when supplies were plentiful and safe, they would gang up to trouble her. When food and clothes run low, he definitely won't be a good person. She stood up, found a rope, and tied Zhang Chong's hands and feet. She dragged him by the collar of his clothes toward the other side of the supermarket. Zhang Chong was pulled along the ground, screaming in fear. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me? You can't kill me. Killing is punishable." Tieshue followed, annoyed by his shouting, and jumped onto Zhang Chong's chest. He shouted once, and Tieshue clawed at his mouth. A sharp claw tore his lip, making Zhang Chong too scared to shout again. Lying in a corner, Lin Xian watched this scene with fear. She was even more glad she hadn't provoked Meng Shirwang. Her fighting ability was too strong and terrifying. She glanced at the others lying on the ground, pretending to be dead after being beaten by Meng Shirwang, then quietly retreated. Following Meng Shirwang's earlier advice, she went back to her small hiding office to stock up on supplies. Meng Shirwang dragged Zhang Chong to the other side of the supermarket. There was an escalator leading to the second floor. When she first came here, she had blocked the entrance with some cabinets. Now, a few more shelves had been added outside the cabinets, probably reinforced by these people. She tied Zhang Chong to a shelf, facing the staircase. Zhang Chong felt a strong bad feeling in his heart. He was scared and asked, "What are you doing?"
Why?
"Let me go." Meng Shirwang didn't answer. She turned around to find tools. Shui, the cat, wagged its tail and jumped onto Meng Shirwang's shoulder, following her. Dozens of people pretending to be dead at the entrance of the passage suddenly started cursing and crawling up, holding their injured parts. This woman is really good at fighting. We are so many, but we can't beat her. Zhang Chong was taken away by her. Will she hurt him? What should we do now? Should we go save old Zhang? The supermarket's lights flickered suddenly. When they came back on, the deadly shadow was standing nearby, watching them. Everyone was so scared they shivered and backed away, afraid to get too close. This time, it wasn't just a beating but life-threatening. They felt cold behind their backs under Meng Shuan's gaze. Someone bravely said, "The fire affected the wiring. I'll go check what's wrong." Another said, "I'll look for medicine. If the wound gets infected, it will be trouble." They tried to find excuses to stay away from Meng Shuan's deadly stare. Then her cold voice sounded, "If you don't want to die, don't appear in front of me again." Everyone immediately scattered like frightened animals, running away as fast as they could. Compared to their lives, what is Zhang Chong's life worth? Meng Shuan pushed a shopping cart, found the tool room, and wandered around the supermarket again. When she appeared at the staircase, her cart was full of things. Zhang Chong, who was tightly, looked like he was about to cry, saying, "What do you want? Just tell me directly, okay? You're scaring me." Knowing whether he would die or survive felt more reassuring. But not knowing if he would live or die was the scariest. Meng Shuan still ignored him. She looked around and saw a milk tea shop about 10 meters from the staircase. She pushed her cart over, took out an electric stove, placed it on the counter, and then took out a hot pot. Inside the mineral water, hot pot ingredients, pork ribs, half a small chicken, and meatballs are all prepared. First, they are boiled, then vegetables, sliced meat, fruits, small beers, and hot pot noodles are taken out and placed on the counter. Zhang Chong twists his head vigorously and sees Meng Shuan busy boiling the hot pot. His heart trembles with fear. "Sister, can I call you sister? Why are you tying me up here? Are you planning to invite me to eat hot pot and drink milk tea?" He quickly realizes what Meng Shuan is about to do. Meng Shuan finishes boiling the hot pot, pushes a shopping cart over to Zhang Chong, and places a huge helmet on his head. She then picks up a small curved saw from the cart. Zhang Chong recognizes this electric saw, which is used for cutting metal. There are also 2 chainsaws in the cart, perfect for cutting wood and boards. He starts trembling uncontrollably and asks Meng Shuan, who is pulling out an extension cord, "Sister, you're not going to dismember me, are you? That's too much. I just blocked you outside. I don't deserve to die for that. Besides, there are so many people blocking you outside. Why am I the only one being sawed?" Meng Shuan silently rolls her eyes. Now he's afraid. Why didn't he act sooner? She carries the saw to the side of the shelf at the escalator entrance and begins working. The sound of the saw biting into metal is sharp and grating, making anyone listening go crazy. Zhang Chong seems to guess what Meng Shuan is about to do and completely freaks out. "Sister just saw me. Really, just kill me directly. Don't torture me anymore." With all this noise, the zombies upstairs will definitely hear. When they break through the shelves, I'll be bitten to death. It's better to just kill me now. Shuetiao jumps onto the shelf, punches Zhang Chong's helmet twice to make him quiet. "Do you want me to teach you how to do things, my little helper?" Meng Shuan makes a hole in the shelves and cabinets, just big enough for one person to pass through. After breaking through the last cabinet, the escalator is already crowded with zombies, all attracted by the noise. Meng Shuan quickly pulls back, takes a larger chainsaw, and sets it up at a height of about 1.5 meters, tying it securely to the shelf with a rope. Some zombies rush through the hole, and as they pass the saw, their heads are completely cut off. Blood spurted out, splashing onto Zhang Chong's helmet, turning his view red with blood. He knew it would be like this. This cruel person wanted to use him as dangling a carrot in front of him. Zombies, smelling the fresh blood, would keep coming this way. The zombies in front were cut down by chainsaws and fell, while the ones behind kept rushing forward, also being cut down by chainsaws and falling. One after another, they came to die. Zombies have no intelligence. They only smell the tempting fresh flesh ahead and keep rushing forward. When they can't move forward, they push stubbornly. Meng Shuan tied another chainsaw at the entrance, about a meter away, to prevent small zombie children from sneaking in. She also found some cabinets nearby and pushed them over to reinforce the barrier. A small trap to kill zombies was set up. Simple traps like these make it easier to keep them coming and make killing zombies much easier. These are experiences she learned in her past life. Next, she just needed to clear out the dead zombies blocking the entrance after a while. Meng Shirwan cheerfully called out to Tieshue, "Let's go, we're going to have hot pot." Tieshue jumped down and followed Meng Shirwan as they left. Zhang Chong was so scared his soul almost left his body. He screamed, "Kill me. Please, just kill me. I don't want to be eaten by zombies." He had watched his colleagues die in front of him, helpless. Living people were torn open by zombies, their guts pulled out and chewed. He could see his own intestines being eaten by the zombies, wide awake.
It was too terrifying.
That kind of death was truly horrible. He didn't want to die like that. If a smart zombie managed to avoid the chainsaw and crawled over, it would be the first to eat him. Thinking of this, Zhang Chong screamed even more desperately. His terrified screams echoed through the supermarket, causing other survivors to run over and hide behind shelves to watch secretly. The crowd, already pale from being beaten by Meng Shirwan, looked even whiter now. Brutal, really too brutal. I thought it was cruel enough when she killed Old, but seeing the scene, I suddenly feel Old as death was quite peaceful in her hands. Zhang Chong is trembling like a pig being slaughtered. I think he's alive in body, but his soul is already dead. I now understand clearly. I would rather go out and fight zombies than provoke this fierce person. Two chainsaws buzz loudly, and the zombies upstairs hear the noise and gather here. The escalator is still running, and the hole that Meng Shirwan opened faces the upward-moving escalator. Zombies wanting to come down must first run faster than the escalator's movement to reach the first floor, then pass through the hole and be hit by the chainsaw. If a zombie stops on the escalator or moves too slowly, the upward escalator will send it back to the second floor, preventing it from crowding at the bottom and smashing the shelves or cabinets blocking the escalator entrance. Zhang Chong's carrot and the noise of the chainsaw keep attracting zombies to rush down again and again. People with a bit more sense, after understanding how this trap works, can't help but call her a genius. This person is not only ruthless, but also smart. While we were terrified of the zombies, she calmly discovered their weakness and created such a clever trap. Truly a genius. Being skilled is one thing, but having such strong mental strength and a sharp mind, do we still need anyone else alive? Everyone was amazed and truly shocked by Meng Shirwan's clever plan. They all looked in her direction and saw her happily showing off at the hot pot restaurant. When she was excited, she even stood up and made herself a cup of kumquat lemon tea right there. Everyone. Her style is a bit hard to figure out. Meng Shirwan is good at making milk tea. When she was in college, she sometimes went out to experience life, and her favorite place was always the milk tea shop. She thought milk tea shops were full of sweet, youthful energy. Even though she rarely ate high-calorie foods, it didn't affect her love for sweet, youthful things. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, whenever she was starving, with her stomach twisting and her body weak and in pain, every sweet and beautiful drink she made was her biggest source of comfort. Now, she's on a diet eating healthy, low-carb, high-protein food. None of that. She wants to eat the spiciest, most numbing hot pot and drink full-sugar milk tea. After extreme deprivation, everything she craves becomes a binge. She's feeling very hungry now, almost like she's turning into a glutton. Of course, she hasn't forgotten her beloved little cat. I opened a can of cat food from the supermarket, and now it's being eaten very happily. It seems like it was pretty tired from scratching earlier. Meng Shirwan picked up a beef roll and put it into the boiling soup. After a moment, she took it out, puffed her cheeks to on it twice, and then stuffed the whole thing into her mouth. The aroma was spicy and flavorful, with a rich, meaty smell. She really wanted to clap her hands in praise. After swallowing, she took another sip of very cold kumquat lemon tea. She felt this moment was the highlight of her life. Even the distant screams and the zombies' angry shouts sounded like perfect background music. The only imperfection was that she hadn't finished her hot pot yet, and now she had to go clean up the zombies. The zombies were piled up at the entrance. If they weren't cleared quickly, the others wouldn't be able to come down. Meng Shirwan put on her raincoat again. wrapping herself tightly. She patted the head of her snow-trampling cat and said, "Stay here. I'll be back soon." The cat meowed softly and continued eating its can, glancing at the beef roll and the chicken legs she hadn't finished eating in the bowl. Meng Sherwan walked to the entrance and heard Zhang Chong still calling out in a hoarse voice. She rubbed her ears impatiently and said, "Stop shouting." Zhang Chong's terrified screams suddenly stopped. Through his blood-covered helmet, Meng Sherwan's view was all red, making it even more frightening. He wailed, "Sister, please let me go. Don't torture me anymore. I can't take it." Meng Sherwan dragged a zombie that had turned into 3 parts into a corner. "Hold on a little longer. Once the zombies upstairs are mostly cleared, I'll let you go." Zhang Chong thought she looked like a villain burying a body, and he became even more terrified. There are several floors above. So many people, and probably a lot of zombies too. If you don't finish clearing them, I'll die of fright first. You might as well kill me now. Meng Sherwan held a round zombie head and squatted on the ground, smashing a hole with her shovel. Seeing she didn't find what she wanted, she threw it aside like a rotten watermelon, then continued smashing the next one. She heard Zhang Chong's words and replied indifferently, "Should I let a zombie and now to bite you to death? Then I can find a fresh person to replace you?" Zhang Chong immediately shut up. He thought this villain really might do that. Meng Sherwan paused for a moment, seeming to think, then stood up helplessly and said, "All right, it's a simple task. I'll go along with your idea. I'll find someone else to help, so it won't delay things. After all, I'm a good person." Zhang Chong's eyes widened like bells. A good person? She probably misunderstood what being a good person means. Although he had just been shouting loudly, when Meng Sherwan actually said she wanted to hurt him, he became scared and backed down. He couldn't explain himself after a long time, and the people secretly watching couldn't hold back anymore. Meng Sherwan told them not to appear in front of her again, so they had to hide behind the shelves and shout. "Zhang Chong, hold on. As long as you keep going until the end, you'll survive. Zhang Chong, don't give up easily. If you keep fighting, I'll cook big meals for you every day. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you stay alive, I can even feed you by hand in the future. Zhang Chong is dead, and they are all likely to be the next unlucky ones. Nothing can be allowed to happen to Zhang Chong." Meng Sherwan was just scaring him, then she got up to drag the half-dead zombie. Zhang Chong was now obedient and didn't dare to ask Meng Sherwan to kill him anymore. He simply closed his eyes and refused to look at the bloody scene in front of him. Life and death are just matters of perspective. Maybe he could still survive. Meng Sherwan dragged out more than 10 zombies, but didn't find a single crystal core. She had to go back to the milk tea shop, rinse off the blood on her body with a hose, and continue eating hot pot. She looked at the empty box of beef rolls and the empty bowl, feeling uncertain. "I didn't eat many beef rolls. Why are they gone?" Takshu was lying on the table, hugging her round belly after eating, turning over and pretending to sleep. But her wagging tail betrayed her. Meng Sherwan chuckled and said seriously, "When a cat is sleeping, its tail is always upright. Is Takshu asleep now?" Takshu's wagging tail suddenly stopped, then silently lifted into the air, crossing between her legs. Snicker. Meng Sherwan tried to hold back her laughter. "Looks like Takshu is really asleep." She knew Takshu could understand human speech. Only when she didn't want to listen would she tilt her head and act innocent. She was truly a clever little thing. Treading in the snow, she felt tired from keeping her tail upright. Soon, she couldn't hold it anymore and pretended to wake up. Seeing Meng Sherwan return, she happily went over to nuzzle her arm. Meng Sherwan sighed. "You're such a drama queen. Do you want to eat? I'll get you some chicken, but it needs to be boiled first." "It's too spicy." Taksha wagged her tail and ate happily. At this moment, the survivors on the second floor felt a bit confused. They heard screams from downstairs and the buzzing sound of a chainsaw. Zombies wandering on the second floor were attracted by the noise and moved toward the first floor. For men and women hiding in a claw machine shop could see clearly through the slats of the blinds. Outside, zombies on the corridor were heading toward the escalator. A girl with a bun whispered, "What are they doing downstairs?" The noise isn't even as loud as a pig being slaughtered. Are they asking for death? People who have survived this long know a little about zombies. They know not to get too close or make noise, or they will be targeted. But the noise downstairs was so loud it seemed to attract all the zombies in the building. That's basically asking for death. A boy with glasses beside her frowned thoughtfully. We need to go to the first floor too. The supermarket downstairs has lots of supplies. While the zombies are distracted, we can go down from another side, check the first floor first, and if it's safe, we can loot the supermarket and protect Yuning while she gathers supplies. Another girl nearby cheered. With Yuning, the chosen one, we can survive even in the end times. The girl with the bun, called Su Yuning, smiled proudly. She was known as the chosen one of this world. Today, she didn't go to work. She met her best friends and their boyfriends for a shopping trip. Unexpectedly, a zombie outbreak happened. Luckily, the claw machine shop was empty. When they realized something was wrong, they quickly closed the door and hid, escaping danger. At the same time, Su Yuning felt her body change somehow. She could now enter a white, foggy space that no one else could see. She realized, belatedly, that this was a rare space-type supernatural power from the end-of-the-world story she read. When the zombie outbreak happened, she awakened her space power. She was in a resource-rich mall, with her boyfriend and friends by her side. Isn't she just the perfect chosen girl, the typical heroine in a novel? She is ambitious and confident that she will achieve great things in the end of the world. The four of them see no sign of zombies outside. They quietly open the door and walk in the opposite direction, going downstairs from another side. Other survivors see them sneaking away and also open the door, following closely behind. They need to go to the first floor. The second floor has digital products and clothing, but no food. They have been hungry for a day and night. To survive longer, their first thought is the supermarket downstairs, which is full of supplies. The zombies are attracted by the loud noise downstairs. Leaving now is the safest choice. Even if the supermarket is crowded with zombies, it's okay. There's a snack street nearby, and they can hide in any shop there so they won't go hungry. They keep feeling that the chainsaw noise downstairs is still buzzing, and something feels wrong. It doesn't seem like an accident, but more like someone intentionally made the noise. They try to walk quietly, taking another exit to go downstairs and find the entrance to the supermarket. But all entrances are blocked. Looking around the street, they see a few zombies lying on the ground with their heads blown off, clearly cleaned up by someone. They thought it was dangerous outside, but after wandering around, they didn't see a single living zombie. I know where the supermarket's entrance is. Let's try our luck there, one person says. Hearing this, everyone seems hopeful and follows that person. A large group reaches the passageway and sees a big pink RV. Someone exclaims, "I remember this vehicle. It crushed nearly 1,000 zombies in the square yesterday morning." It was like, and the driver is really impressive. The vehicle is parked here. The owner should be inside the supermarket. Let's be careful, check the situation first. If the supermarket is overrun and too many zombies, we'll run. They carefully avoid the bodies on the ground and walk inside. Su Yuning's boyfriend, Lin Hao, stops when passing by a body. Following the crowd into the passage, Su Yuning looks confused and asks, "What's wrong?" Lin Hao squats down and examines one of the bodies. This man isn't a zombie. He was killed by a sharp weapon, probably a cutthroat. Another boy named Zhao Yu, who was with them, widened his eyes slightly. If he didn't have the zombie virus before he died, he wouldn't turn into a zombie after death. This means the man was killed. Someone in the supermarket murdered him. This was only the second day after the apocalypse, and killing people still made them feel shocked and scared. No matter how big the conflict, killing is never okay. Lin Hao looked at the camper nearby. It was a camper that could squeeze past stone blocks and crush nearly 1,000 zombies, yet it was still in perfect condition. Next to it, there was a man who had been killed. Lin Hao carefully said, "We must keep the fact that someone among us has awakened a space ability a secret." Right now, Su Yuning's space ability could only store things, not attack. Having a powerful ability is dangerous. If others find out, even if they can't take her space power, they might steal her and imprison her. Controlling Su Yuning means controlling her space ability. This is very risky, so it must be kept secret. The dead body in front of them already showed how cruel the end of the world can be. The other three nodded seriously, understanding how serious the situation was. They followed the crowd inside and saw two groups facing each other. One group looked battered and bruised, looking very miserable. The other group was the people who had come down from the second floor with them. Both sides were on alert, and the atmosphere was tense. Zhao Yu, who was impatient, shouted to the survivors on the first floor, "It's not easy for any of us to survive. You won't kick us out of the supermarket, right?" When he spoke, others couldn't hold back either.
Exactly.
This supermarket is so big, and there's enough supplies for us to eat for a long time. You can't be so selfish. We're just here to find food to fill our stomachs. You wouldn't refuse us, right? Besides, with more people, we have more strength. If zombies attack, we can fight together, and our chances of survival are higher. People who had been hungry for a day and a night just wanted to eat. If the others refused, they would even steal food if they had to, just to fill their stomachs first. Lin Hao looked around, observing the situation. There were burn marks at the entrance. Fire had been here. The survivors on the first floor had injuries. Who had hurt them? Where was the owner of the camper? So many zombies had come down from the second floor, but he hadn't seen any zombies wandering inside the supermarket. Where did the zombies go? The sound of the chainsaw is coming from inside. Many small details suggest that something unusual is happening. The survivors on the first floor gathered to discuss for a while, then move aside to let these people in. They grouped together and returned to the warehouse to guard it. Lin Qian, who is secretly watching, knows she can't stay outside any longer. She goes back to her small office and seals the door completely. The water and food inside are enough for her to survive for a long time. She even prepares a soft bed and downloads some TV shows to watch. The survivors on the second floor are grabbing snacks from the shelves and eating quickly. The survivors on the first floor are guarding the warehouse door, watching the scene. Hopefully, these people are smart and don't provoke that bad guy, or they might not know how they die. It doesn't matter if they provoke him or not. We just need to stay out of trouble. Lock the warehouse doors tighter. The food outside can be eaten freely, but we must protect the warehouse food. Who knows how long this end-of-the-world situation will last? They are really afraid of Meng Shirwan now. This person never plays by the usual rules. If they can't win against her, they simply can't win. Lin Hao and the others look excited at the supplies filling the supermarket. These are all theirs. But they can't act now. They plan to wait until everyone is asleep at night, when no one is watching, then move the supplies into their space. They eat a little and slowly walk toward the sound of the chainsaw. Suddenly, a girl's scream echoes through the supermarket, startling everyone. The survivors on the second floor, who are searching for food, see the scream and run toward the passage holding their food. They're sure the scream was caused by zombies biting someone. But when they see the first floor survivors sitting calmly and chatting, they stop in surprise. These people are used to seeing strange things and remain so calm, indicating there is no danger. Some brave ones walk toward the source of the sound to check what's happening. At this moment, Su Yuning and Liang Yin are so frightened their faces turn pale. They cling to each other, too scared to open their eyes. Two boys look just as pale, lips white, trembling all over. They have never seen such a scene in their lives. Even watching horror movies, they've never seen anything this bloody. In the corner ahead, there are piles of zombie bodies, all in pieces. Zombie heads, like rotten watermelons, are casually stacked in heaps. A person wearing a black raincoat is pulling out half-dead zombies from the hole and throwing them onto a pile nearby. They pick up a head, then use a shovel to smash it, breaking the skull and splattering brain matter before casually tossing it onto the corpse pile. Their movements are smooth and practiced, like an experienced farmer in a melon field. The chainsaw at the hole continues to hum, and more zombies rush out, being cut into 3 pieces. A few meters in front of the hole, on a shelf, a man is, wearing a helmet, standing still and unaware of what's happening. Next to him, a long-haired cow-cat lies on the shelf, flipping onto its belly and sleeping. The scene is filled with blood, torn flesh, and broken organs. A black figure in a raincoat walks through, making a sticky, squelching sound with each step. This scene is more shocking than any horror movie, hitting them hard. They realize their ideas about the end of the world were too idealized. Su Yuning speaks softly. I've thought many times about what the sounds of the chainsaw and screams downstairs would look like. Maybe humans fighting back with chainsaws against zombies, but I never imagined it would be like this. Lin Hao is amazed. A trap to kill zombies? How can people be so clever? I thought most end-of-the-world stories just had people rushing in blindly. Turns out, they can set traps too? They feel their minds opening with shock. Meng Shiwang notices they are strangers and continues to focus on her work. From noon until late at night, fewer zombies come out. Meng Shiwang turns off the chainsaw and uses a cabinet to block the hole again. The pile of zombie bodies nearby has grown large. After a long day of work, she only finds 3 crystal cores. Luck isn't on her side. She walks over to Zhang Chong, cuts the ropes binding him with a shovel, and calls out to the sleeping Tao Shui. Let's go.
I have blood on me.
Follow me. Don't get it on yourself. Tao Shui, still sleepy, opens its eyes drowsily. It's time for the pet to finish work. It jumps onto another shelf and leaves with Meng Shiwang. Zhang Chong collapses on the ground, staring at the bloody scene in front of him, unable to get up for a long time. He no longer shouts or has the strength to shout, but he's not asleep either. The fear of zombies breaking in at any moment to tear him apart weighs heavily on him. He spends the day trembling with fear. All he wants now is to leave this terrible place. He has no strength left, but he will crawl if he has to. He wore a helmet and crawled on the ground, leaving a long bloodstain behind. For people, including Lin Hao, watched this scene and felt their scalps tingle with fear. Other survivors in the supermarket were drowsy, but couldn't sleep peacefully. The chainsaw roared loudly, zombies howled and shouted, and everyone was afraid the trap would break, allowing zombies to rush in and bite them. When they heard the noise stop, many of them woke up suddenly. The survivors on the first floor came to find Zhang Chong. Seeing him crawling on the ground, they backed away in fear. Are you hurt? Did you get bitten by a zombie? You might turn into one, they said. Maybe I should end your suffering now, so you won't turn into a zombie. It must be painful, they added. Zhang Chong mustered his last breath and shouted angrily, I'm not hurt. I just got scared and couldn't move. As he said this, he suddenly remembered the helmet on his head. He didn't understand before why she put a helmet on him, but now he understood everything. That villain never really wanted to kill him. His wounds were on his head, and the helmet could block zombie blood infection, preventing him from turning into a zombie. For some reason at this moment, Zhang Chong felt a little touched. That ruthless murderer, who never blinked at killing, was not so heartless after all. He even showed care in this small way. Someone pulled a fire hose and sprayed cold water on Zhang Chong. The icy water helped him regain some clarity. He thought he might be a bit strange. After all, that villain had tortured him just because he put a helmet on him, and now he felt a little moved. Was putting the helmet on him not to turn him into a zombie for longer? Otherwise, if he turned into a zombie later, she would have to find someone else to tie up. Lin Hao and the others stayed in the supermarket's bedding section, always watching for any movement inside. He whispered, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Zhao Yu will go turn off the power, and Yuning will gather supplies. Move quickly, first to the food section. About 10 minutes later, restore the power, then come back here and act like nothing happened. After getting the supplies, leaving immediately would be the safest choice. But outside, zombies are everywhere. They have little fighting ability and no better place to go. Going out to meet zombies means death. It's safer to stay here. As long as they act secretly, no one will know who they are, even if supplies run out. Meanwhile, everyone washed Zhang Chong clean and forced him to take off his clothes. After confirming he had no wounds, they poured several bottles of strong white alcohol over him, from head to toe, even covering the wound on his head. Zhang Chong's screams of pain echoed through the supermarket. Those who were sleeping were fully awakened. Meng Shiwan went to the seafood area to wash off the blood and then left the supermarket. Everyone thought she went back to sleep, but she came back pulling a cart. There was a wooden board on the cart. This scene was familiar to the survivors on the first floor. They were moving supplies again. The amount she moved each time wasn't much for such a large supermarket, but it was quite a lot for her camper. She kept loading more and more, but it still seemed full. "It's a modified light truck, so it can carry a lot," someone said. "It's probably almost full now. Not much more can be loaded." Meng Sherwan headed straight to the frozen section, emptied the ice cream from the freezers, then went to the fruit and vegetable area. Many of these fruits and vegetables had been taken and eaten, leaving the counters messy. She paused silently, then pulled the cart to the warehouse. A survivor on the first floor, with a swollen face, saw her and quickly turned away, hiding in a corner like a quail. Even Zhang Chong, who was just brought back, buried his head in the ground, wishing he could hide underground. As long as they didn't look at this villain, he couldn't bully them. Meng Sherwan frowned.
What?
"Do you think I don't see you?" A weak male voice responded. "You said we're not allowed to appear in front of you anymore, Meng Sherwan." That man didn't delay and quickly took out the keys, unlocking the warehouse door that was locked with several locks. He was afraid of being late and ending up tied to a shelf himself. He also feared that if he didn't open the door, this villain might burn down the warehouse. That would be a huge loss. The survivors on the second floor watched from afar, confused. These people on the first floor are a bit cowardly. One woman scared them like quails. "Maybe we should take their warehouse. Don't worry, just wait and observe. Once the supermarket supplies are almost gone, and they won't share food from the warehouse, then we'll take action." This group is so cowardly they're afraid of even one woman. They probably aren't very capable. Their eyes on the survivors on the first floor are full of disdain. Meng Sherwan pulls the cart and walks inside. The survivors on the first floor keep the warehouse door slightly open, watching the second floor survivors cautiously. The warehouse is a secure place, and no one is allowed to take things without permission. Anyone who tries will face serious trouble. Except for that troublemaker inside. She can't fight him. Meng Sherwan enters and finds the warehouse is very big, filled with all kinds of supplies. Everyday items, drinks, snacks, grains, dried goods, everything you can think of. Further inside is a cold storage room, holding various vegetables, fruits, and meats. Meng Sherwan moves things like a monkey in an orchard, carrying and stacking. She takes more of what she likes, less of what she doesn't. The space of 1 cubic meter can hold nearly 1,000 pounds of fruits and vegetables. They can stock up quite a lot. Durian, grapes, melons, lychees, watermelons, pineapples, apples, oranges, all need to be stored. She also takes some vegetables to keep the variety of flavors. She fills an entire cart and pulls it out of the warehouse. Zhang Chong smiles flatteringly. "Need help? Want someone to deliver it for you?" Meng Sherwan coldly replies. "No need. Don't lock the door. I'll come back later." Zhang Chong quickly nods. Okay. She pulls her caravan back to the camper, opens the door, and gets inside. She takes out the 3 crystal cores she found today. All of them are used to expand the fridge space. Now, the fridge has 7 cubic meters of space. 1 for cooked food, 1 for desserts, 1 for meats, and 1 for seafood. The remaining 3 cubic meters are newly expanded and still empty. She moves things into the camper in boxes, then stacks them into the fridge and the expanded space. This process is quite tiring, but she enjoys it. Compared to her previous life, having a mobile home system makes her very satisfied. After unloading 1 cart, she goes back to the warehouse to get another. Before leaving, Zhang Chong carefully says, "In case zombies come tonight, we've blocked the passage and left a small door for you. Tomorrow, if you need to bring more supplies, we can move the blockage aside." He must explain clearly, or else the sister will block it again tomorrow and burn it once more.
Who can handle that?
Meng Sherwan coldly replied with, showing her agreement. This made Zhang Chong breathe a deep sigh of relief. Meng Sherwan continued to move things onto the RV, slowly filling the fridge space. The fruits took up about 1 cubic meter, vegetables another cubic meter, and ice cream half a cubic meter, leaving some space remaining. She looked at the remaining space, not filling it with more items. thinking about how she had been unable to sleep all day. She decided to pull the trailer toward the nearby snack street. It was already late, and she looked up to see the stars shining in the night sky. The shops on both sides had lights on, some bright, some dim. On the road, there were fallen zombie bodies here and there. Meng Sherwan pulled the trailer straight to the milk tea shop. Inside, she found a storage room and took out all the raw materials stored there. She remembered how to make various drinks. As long as she had enough ingredients, she could make any drink she wanted in the future. After packing the milk tea ingredients, she wandered to the next-door restaurant, took a cooking package for chicken feet and crab hot pot from the kitchen, and brought it back as tonight's late-night snack. Many chain restaurants now use pre-made cooking packages to keep their recipes secret. Just heat and serve. People often say these packages are unhealthy, and soon there will be no more to eat. Meng Sherwan pulled the trailer back to the RV and put all the milk tea ingredients into the fridge. Only when it was full did she feel satisfied. Filling every space was her greatest happiness at the moment. She took out a wok, opened the cooking package, and heated it. Then she took a bag of cat food from under the sofa, opened it, and put some into Xiaoshua's small bowl, adding drinking water. Xiaoshua ate happily and crisply. Meng Sherwan thought for a moment and decided to eat chilled watermelon tonight. The fruits she brought back today included 2 watermelons that she didn't put in the fridge, so she left them on the stairs. She picked up one, cut it in half, and put it in the fridge to chill. While the chicken feet and crab hot pot bubbled and simmered, she went to wash up. After a nice hot shower, her hair was still dripping water. She threw her dirty clothes into the washing machine, dried her hair, and then sat down to eat. She took out her phone and started watching a movie, a very soothing countryside food film. She took half a watermelon from the fridge and placed it on the counter. "Ta Shui, I'm going to eat now." She scooped out a big piece with a spoon and put it in her mouth. It was cold and very refreshing. Ta Shui came over wanting to eat a little, but Meng Sherwan pushed her head away. "Watermelon is too cold and will upset your stomach. The meal packs are high-tech, so you can't eat them." Ta Shui tilted its head. It felt like she was teasing a little kitten. Luckily, it had already eaten enough and curled up in a corner of the sofa to sleep. Although meal packs aren't healthy, they taste good. The chicken feet are sticky and chewy, and the crab meat is very fresh. In the quiet late night, Meng Sherwan ate and watched a movie. By the time she finished eating, washed the dishes, and went to bed, it was already past 1 in the morning. After brushing her teeth, Meng Sherwan stretched lazily, picked up Ta Shui, and lowered the bed. She rolled onto it and fell asleep immediately. She planned to sleep in well the next day, until the afternoon. But just as dawn was breaking, the alarm from the RV's security system woke her up. She reached for her phone and saw it was just after 6 in the morning. "Who's so careless to wake me up? If there's no real problem, I'll deal with you." She turned on the side monitor to check the security footage. The RV had all-around cameras, which wouldn't trigger alarms if someone just passed by. The alarm only went off if someone lingered around for more than 5 minutes or showed aggressive behavior toward the RV while the owner was asleep and unaware. This RV was equipped with many smart electronic devices. She looked at the monitor and saw a dense circle of people around the RV. She recognized some of them. They were survivors who had come down from the 2nd floor yesterday. She got out of bed, opened the window on the door, and started shouting, "Are you crazy? Not sleeping early? What are you doing here?" A group of people, looking aggressive, were stunned by her shouting, then became angry. "You thief! How dare you scold us? Where did you move the supplies from the supermarket? Such a lot of supplies. You can't carry it all by yourself. You should leave some for us. Why are you so brazen?" Realizing something was wrong with their words, Meng Sherwan opened her mouth to scold them further. She asked coldly, "What's going on?" The leading man shouted, "Stop pretending. Last night, all the supplies in the supermarket were stolen. It must be you. You'd better tell the truth or we won't let you go." "All the supplies stolen? Such a large supermarket. It's impossible for just her, or even 10 people, to quietly move everything away in one night. There is a space ability user here." She picked up a shovel, wearing a plush pajamas, got out of the car, closed the door, and headed straight to the supermarket. The survivors on the second floor quickly followed behind, their faces full of anger, as if they were ready to fight if they didn't get an explanation. The shelves inside the supermarket, which were once full of goods, were now empty. No bags or packaging could be found. The entire supermarket had been cleaned out, completely empty. Only a space ability user could do this. She truly didn't expect to encounter such a rare ability user so early. And it was a space ability user. In the apocalypse, zombies are everywhere, but ability users are very rare. In her previous life, the base she belonged had grown to hundreds of thousands of people before she died, but only a few thousand were ability users. This shows how rare ability users are. Space ability users are even more precious among ability users. They are the best helpers for transporting supplies. She looked around. The survivors on the first floor were still gathered at the warehouse door, watching this scene seriously. Clearly, the supermarket theft made them very nervous, but judging by their expressions, the warehouse supplies probably weren't stolen. Meng Sherwan looked at Zhang Chong. "Where are the surveillance cameras?" Zhang Chong was a bit stunned when he saw Meng Sherwan in her plush pajamas. Her outfit didn't look like that of a villain, but more like a college girl. But as soon as she spoke, her true nature was revealed. Her cold voice made Zhang Chong hurriedly explain. "Last night, there was a power outage for a while. We thought it was caused by a fire, and the wiring was unstable, so we didn't pay much attention. But this morning, we found that everything in the supermarket was gone. When we checked the surveillance, we found the wiring was damaged and no footage of the power outage was recorded." Meng Sherwan secretly thought, as expected, the power outage was man-made, and the theft of supplies indicated that the thief had no fighting ability. In the early stages, space ability users could only use their powers to store things. Only when their abilities advanced to mid-level or high-level could they evolve into teleportation or space blades, gaining combat skills. They just wanted to steal, and after stealing, they blamed her for it. It's like inviting trouble. Meng Sherwan asked again, "Who said I stole it?" Zhang Chong immediately pointed to a young man among the group that came in with Meng Sherwan. "It's him. The accused, Lin Hao." He had planned everything carefully, but he never expected that the survivor on the first floor wouldn't be on their side. The missing supplies from the supermarket were a big problem for every survivor here. Lin Hao thought all survivors would work together to find the thief. He only needed to accuse this girl who was alone, and the others could hide easily. Who would have thought that this morning, when people found the supplies missing and were panicked and helpless, Lin Hao suggested, maybe that girl took them. She's killed many zombies, so she's pretty capable. She could have moved all the supplies overnight. Hearing this, the survivors on the second floor immediately started shouting to confront Meng Sherwan. The survivors on the first floor sat at the warehouse door, silent like quails, not saying a word. Lin Hao was confused and asked them, "Don't you want to find the supplies?" But a group of them shook their heads like rattles, refusing. Zhang Chong spoke, "Forget about the supplies for now.
We just don't want to die."
Everyone knew that the woman in the camper was a ruthless killer. They were tired of living and didn't want to provoke her. Lin Hao called them cowards. Now, these cowards didn't want to look for the supplies, but when the girl asked, they all told the truth. Meng Sherwan looked at Lin Hao and the others. "What right do you have to say I stole the supplies? Do you have proof?" She watched their expressions. Everyone else looked angry and scared. Only these four showed anger on their faces, but calm inside. The space ability user must be among these four. Lin Hao felt uncomfortable under Meng Sherwan's gaze, but at this moment, he couldn't show any weakness. If it got out that they stole the supplies, they wouldn't have a good ending. So they had to insist that this girl was the thief. Lin Hao firmly said, "It was you. I saw you returning to the supermarket last night to move the supplies." Meng Sherwan almost laughed in anger. What a poor excuse. They truly gave them a chance to survive. If they couldn't handle it, then she wouldn't hold back anymore. The survivors on the first floor were so shocked they almost lost their eyes, and they silently mourned for the young man. It's better not to provoke anyone, especially her. If this sister really wanted to take the supermarket supplies, she wouldn't need to steal. She could take them openly, and no one could stop her. Moreover, How could she possibly move all the supplies alone in one night without making any noise? Sure enough, in the next second, they saw Meng Sherwan move quickly toward the four people. Before they could react, Meng Sherwan's shovel had already pierced into Su Yuning's throat. Blood splattered onto Lin Hao's face. Feeling the warm sensation, he turned pale. "What are you doing?" "Yuning," he panicked and rushed towards Su Yuning. Meng Sherwan pulled out the shovel and quickly stepped back. Blood flew again, staining a large area of the ground red. Su Yuning covered her bleeding throat with both hands, her mouth opening and closing as she spat out large amounts of blood. She couldn't believe she was about to die. Wasn't she the chosen girl with space powers? The girl who awakened her abilities when the apocalypse came. How could she die so easily? Lin Hao held her and shouted, "Yuning, Yuning, don't leave me." "You won't die, you won't." The others finally reacted and retreated. She killed someone. Is she a demon? She just killed someone without hesitation. That's terrifying. Even the survivors on the first floor, despite being mentally prepared, felt their hearts ache. What a villain, so ruthless. They had told her not to provoke her, but these people insisted on pushing their luck. No one could stop her. This is truly a case of killing at the slightest disagreement. Those who can be killed are definitely not many, and there's no need for words. In everyone's shocked eyes, Su Yuning reluctantly took her last breath. At that moment, the supplies that had disappeared suddenly burst out, piling up like a small mountain and burying everyone. Meng Sherwan had prepared in advance and quickly stepped back to avoid being buried. When a space ability user dies, the supplies in the space will explode. Earlier, among the four, they had unconsciously or consciously blocked that girl behind them. Their sneaky, flawed attempts to act brave in front of her were foolish. They even wanted her to take the blame, completely unaware of their own danger. Meng Sherwan picked up a plush rabbit pajamas in front of her and carried a shovel to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong looked at Meng Sherwan with more fear. He thought that since he had provoked Meng Sherwan before and was still alive, she must be taking special care of him. He flattered, "Sister, do you have any instructions?" Meng Sherwan coldly said, "1 durian, a dozen eggs, 2 lettuces, a bag of sliced bread, and a bottle of mango juice." Zhang Chong quickly waved his hand. "What are you standing there for?" "Hurry up and get the things for sister." He looked back at the blood-dripping shovel in Meng Sherwan's hand and tried to make small talk. "Sister, your shovel is really sharp. It cuts through heads easily." Behind you, suddenly, Zhang Chong shouted, and saw Lin Hao holding a fire extinguisher, with bloodshot eyes, rushing to hit Meng Sherwan's head. "Go to." Meng Sherwan turned around, dodging the fire extinguisher, raised her shovel, and cut the man's throat. The action was clean and quick, very skillful. Zhang Chong watched in shock as the man fell to the ground, stunned for a long time, and then praised in amazement. "Sister, your shovel is really sharp." The man who had come out of the warehouse to get supplies saw another dead body beside Meng Sherwan, trembling as he handed a large bag to her. "Sister, do you think that's enough?" Meng Sherwan carried the items and returned to her room in the RV. Left behind were a group of people who were confused and unsure of what just happened. "Brother Chong, the supplies in the supermarket suddenly disappeared yesterday, and they just reappeared now. What's going on?" "Ask me." "Who should I ask?" "I have no idea. It's strange. The supplies in the whole supermarket are flickering like that." Survivors on the second floor crawled out of the pile of supplies and saw another corpse on the ground. They all looked pale with fear. "Murder?
Killing?
How can someone kill? She looks like a nice girl, but she's a murderer. People in the end times are scarier than zombies." Zhang Chong, standing nearby, warned them. "I told you not to provoke her. You didn't listen. Now everyone be good." They always thought that conflicts between people were just conflicts. They had never seen anyone kill over a disagreement. If this had happened before the end times, they would have feared such a person, an evildoer, a murderer, a devil. Even now, in the end times, they still think the same. There are no current punishments for such evil beings. Meng Sherwan returned to the camper, put down her things, and took off her blood-stained plush pajamas, throwing them outside the window. She changed into a new pair of bunny plush pajamas she had found. After cleaning the blood from the shovel, she went back to sleep. Now, no one should dare to disturb her rest. I really don't know if she's lucky or unlucky. Unlucky because she encountered a supernatural being. Lucky because it was an early-stage space ability user who isn't very smart. Someone with little fighting power, but still causing trouble. If it had been a more powerful ability user, she would have had to run away first. Meng Sherwan slept until it was dark outside. When she opened her eyes, the inside of the camper was very dim. Xiaoji, turn on all the lights. All the lights inside the camper turned on, brightening the space. Tieshue was lying on the bed inside, sprawled out, and still snoring loudly. Meng Sherwan picked up Tieshue, jumped off the bed, and raised the bed frame. She opened the curtain to look outside. It was completely dark. Tieshue, go to the bathroom. We're not going out today. Meng Sherwan put Tieshue on the ground. Tieshue looked sleepy and didn't want to go. It jumped onto the sofa and kept sleeping. Seeing how sleepy it was, Meng Sherwan found it funny and decided not to bother it. She turned on the living room monitor and continued watching a healing movie she hadn't finished last night. Tieshue found the noise annoying and covered its ears with its paws to sleep. Meng Sherwan yawned, went to wash up, then took the clothes out of the washing machine. She hung them on a hanger and placed them on the second-floor roof above the stairs to dry. What should we eat tonight? Thinking about what to eat each day made Meng Sherwan happy. She put mango juice in the fridge to chill, took out a small frying pan from the wall, and cooked eggs on the induction stove over low heat. She washed and drained some lettuce, then went upstairs to find a bottle of ketchup and a pack of cheese slices to make simple sandwiches. After frying the eggs, she added some water and cooked a few large shrimp for Tieshue. In no time, dinner was ready. 2 sandwiches, a glass of mango juice, a durian, and half a watermelon from the fridge yesterday. Tonight was fruit snack night. It was delicious and she loved it. All the dishes are placed on the small dining table in front of the sofa. The cooked shrimp are taken out, peeled, torn into pieces, and mixed with a can of cat food. Even the greedy little cat, Shui, is irresistibly attracted. Xiaoji, turn off all the lights outside the living room. The lights inside the RV suddenly dim, leaving only a few gentle glow from the bulbs under the bed above the living room. Meng Sherwan places a cushion in the corner of the sofa and wardrobe, then comfortably lies down on top of a watermelon, watching a movie while eating it. Outside, the night is quiet. Inside the RV, the soft, dim lights create a cozy atmosphere. Eating fruit and watching a movie like this is the most comfortable thing. The RV, immune to all harm, is like a strong fortress. In this dangerous end-of-the-world scenario, it gives a strong sense of safety. Meng Sherwan puts down the watermelon, casually takes out a pack of spicy strips, and picks up a sandwich, which makes her feel very sleepy. Shui munches on her food, then clumsily goes to the bathroom to use the toilet and flushes. When it comes out, it sees Meng Sherwan digging into a durian. The small cat stares with big, round eyes, full of confusion. It looks at the durian in Meng Sherwan's hand, and then at the just flushed away in the bathroom. Its eyes show a hint of regret. If only the owner liked eating, she should have kept the hot, freshly pulled for her. After eating, Meng Sherwan feels sleepy. Xiaoji, turn off the TV and the lights. She then lies down on the sofa and falls asleep. The RV falls into darkness, becoming completely quiet in the night. The next morning, Meng Sherwan feels a tightness in her chest and struggles to breathe. She opens her eyes and just happens to meet Shui's round, bright eyes. Chubby Shui is sitting on her chest, almost crushing her. Shui, what are you doing? Meng Sherwan sits up, hugging Shui and gasping for air. Shui jumps onto the corridor, looks back at Meng Sherwan, and signals her to follow. Meng Sherwan doesn't know what it wants, but she follows it into the bathroom. She sees Shui jump onto the toilet and produce a huge pile of. Wow, Shui, you're so clever. You can use the toilet now. Shui looks at Meng Sherwan, then at the toilet. It seems to think, eat it, it's warm. The owner loves to eat it, so I'll give it to her. Based on her understanding of Shui, Meng Sherwan feels something is a bit off. She tentatively reached out to flush the toilet. After you go, press this button. Suddenly, Ta Shui hugged her hand, looked at her, then at the in the toilet, and urged her to eat it while it's still warm. Meng Sherwan confirmed her decision and got annoyed. Ta Shui, I won't eat. I don't eat it. She pressed the flush button and washed the away. Ta Shui didn't understand and felt disappointed, as if her good intentions were ignored. She thought, I ate quite happily last night. Meng Sherwan, feeling helpless, hugged Ta Shui and explained, what I ate yesterday smelled bad, but it wasn't. It was fruit. I don't eat, okay? Next time, don't ask me to eat it. Ta Shui seemed to understand but was still confused. She couldn't understand why something so smelly wasn't. Meng Sherwan used a few leftover eggs and mixed them with flour to make some pancakes. After a simple breakfast with Ta Shui, they changed clothes, grabbed the trash, and left. They didn't go to the supermarket. Instead, they took the stairs to the second floor from another side. Ta Shui sat on Meng Sherwan's shoulder, clutching a small shovel, quietly sneaking upstairs while staying alert to her surroundings. She wasn't sure if the small trap on the first floor had attracted all the zombies to the second floor and killed them. For her safety, she thought it was better to be cautious. If she was caught by a zombie unexpectedly, she would only be waiting for death. Before leaving the staircase, Meng Sherwan heard sounds of fighting inside. She quietly peeked around the corner and saw a tall man fighting a few zombies. He held a long sword, kept his distance from the zombies, then turned and swung his sword to cut off their heads. He was very careful, only attacking after creating enough space from the zombies. Meng Sherwan recognized this man. He was the clueless owner of the outdoor gear store. After dealing with the zombies, he used his sword to cut off their heads and searched for something. To her surprise, he actually knew how to collect crystal cores. Meng Sherwan looked around. On the second floor corridor, a few zombies had fallen, and the staircase to the third floor was blocked to prevent zombies from coming down and attacking. Seeing that the second floor was safe, Meng Sherwan didn't go to meet Wei Yi. Instead, she took Ta Shui and entered a nearby small shop to see if they could find anything they needed. She wanted to gather as many supplies as possible in this mall. After leaving, it might be hard to find such a resource-rich place again. Meng Sherwan picked up a small hat, put it on her snowy little head, and turned around in front of the mirror. So cute! The mirror reflected Wei Yi's figure. Meng Sherwan noticed this and quickly stepped back, gripping her shovel tightly to keep her distance from the man. Wei Yi was surprised by her strong reaction and looked confused. Every time you see me, you act like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so cautious? Do I look that scary? He couldn't understand why she was so wary. He wasn't a zombie after all. Was it really necessary to be so defensive? Meng Sherwan coldly asked, is there a problem? She might not be so cautious with others, but not with this man. His body showed signs of training, and he looked capable of fighting. She had to be careful. Wei Yi spread his palm, revealing 2 crystal cores inside. Are you looking for these? Last time, Meng Sherwan left a shop, telling him to hide well. But unfortunately, there was no food in the shop, so hiding wasn't an option. He had to go out to find food. He put on a raincoat, helmet, drew his treasured Tang sword, armed himself fully, and prepared mentally before opening the shop door. Outside, it wasn't as dangerous as he thought. Many zombies had already been cleared out, only a few wandering around. After cautiously dealing with 2 zombies, Wei Yi thought zombies weren't that hard to handle. As long as he was careful, he could manage. Then he decided to stop hiding and look for survivors instead. More people meant more strength, which could greatly increase their chances of survival. He wandered around the mall basement and noticed a pattern among the dead zombies. Their heads were all smashed open, as if deliberately split. Even when their heads were cut off, the zombies could still be killed. So, why were all their heads smashed open? When Wei Yi encountered zombies again, he would cut open their heads to check. He was looking for the crystal core inside. He was sure that the person who cut off zombie heads was searching for these crystal cores. Sure enough, when the girl saw the crystal core in his hand, her eyes lit up. Meng Sherwan softly asked, "Are you selling it?" Wei Yi withdrew his hand. I can give you the crystal core, but you have to answer a few questions for me. He was unsure about the current situation, but the girl in front of him clearly knew more than he did. Meng Sherwan still kept a cautious eye on him. Ask. For every 2 crystal cores, she gained 2 more cubic meters of space. This was very important to her. Wei Yi asked, "Why do you collect crystal cores? What are they used for? After you killed that girl, why did the supplies in the supermarket suddenly reappear? You said there would be rescue teams. Are they really coming? Will the zombies be cleared someday, and will civilization be restored?" Yesterday, he went to the supermarket and saw survivors sorting through a mountain of supplies on the ground. After talking to someone, he learned what was happening. The supplies kept disappearing and reappearing in strange ways. No one dared to ask her what was going on. Meng Sherwan's eyes darkened. Crystal cores can become future money, used to exchange for supplies. That girl was a space ability user, and she appeared with zombies. There are also powerful ability users. When a space ability user dies, they explode supplies. There are definitely rescue teams. Humanity won't just wait to die. I don't know if civilization will ever be restored. She looked up coldly at Wei Yi. Put down the crystal cores and stay away from me. Don't come within 10 meters of me. Wei Yi took her answer seriously. He placed the 2 crystal cores on a nearby counter and left the small shop. After he walked away, Meng Sherwan stepped forward and picked up the crystal cores, feeling pleased. Now I can stock up on a lot of things. She continued wandering in the snow, carrying a shopping basket, filling it with things she liked. A beautiful straight metal thermos with a straw, great for milk tea. A green round kettle with a strap, useful when going out. Nice chopsticks and small spoons, she could take them. A good backpack, she took too. Goggles, very useful. Wearing them can prevent zombie blood from splashing into her eyes. Small hair clips and scarves, she took some useful ones. The shopping basket was full, so she stuffed some items into her backpack and carried it. She jumped onto a shelf with decorations and stared at a delicate small fish tank. The fish tank had a vintage style, with deep brown metal frames on all 4 sides. It had a pointed lid with ventilation holes. Even when placed in a camper and moving, the water wouldn't splash out. Inside the fish tank, there are colorful pebbles and some small green water plants. A few small red fish are swimming around. Ta Shui is watching the fish very carefully and seems very focused. If you like it, take it with you. When you get back to the camper, you can look at it any time, Meng Sherwan said. She picked up the small fish tank and placed it in the corner of the shopping basket. Ta Shui wagged its tail happily. When Meng Sherwan left the small goods store carrying the basket and backpack, she saw Wei Yi leading 2 survivors dressed in suits down the corridor, calling out, "Anyone still alive? Come out quickly. It's safe outside. I'll take you downstairs where there's food." As he spoke, a few more survivors came out of the shop, following closely behind him. Meng Sherwan clicked her tongue. She didn't expect this strong man to be so kind-hearted. She went to the nearby phone shop, took some memory cards, and opened the store's computer to start downloading movies and games. These will help pass the time later. Once the internet is down, there will be no more online entertainment. She downloaded many popular movies, TV shows, trending variety shows, and some famous single-player games. One memory card wasn't enough, so she used several more. These don't take up much space anyway. When Meng Sherwan came out of the phone shop holding a bunch of memory cards, Wei Yi was also leading more than 10 survivors downstairs. She followed behind them, not bothering to join, and went straight back to the camper. Meng Sherwan put her things down and started tidying up. She put the tableware into the cabinet drawer, placed water cups on the counter, and stuffed some swimming goggles into the gaps of the shoe cabinet. A magnetic device was stuck under the fish tank, and another was attached to the shoe cabinet surface, so it could stay firmly attached even when driving, preventing the fish tank from falling. 2 backpacks were stuffed into the gap of the front passenger seat. While Meng Sherwan was busy, Ta Shui was watching the small fish swim back and forth, looking very happy. Meng Sherwan patted its head, took out 2 crystal cores, and thought about expanding the space. She summoned the RV's perspective view and found that there was a new expandable space inside the RV. That small fish tank. Surprised, Meng Sherwan repeatedly checked the position and pattern on the perspective view, confirming that the expandable space was for the fish tank. Her heart suddenly filled with excitement. What will the expanded space for the fish tank look like? Will it just be for storage, or can she keep fish there? If I could raise fish, it would be a big surprise for Meng Sherwan. This means sustainable production. In a world full of disasters, the importance of sustainability is clear. She couldn't wait and used a crystal core to expand the small fish tank. Walking to the fish tank, she used her mind to scan inside, and the tank instantly grew into a 1 cubic meter space. The water was almost full, with colorful stones at the bottom and some green water plants floating, like an expanded version of the tank. The water plants moved back and forth, showing that there was a flow of time inside the space, not still, so it could be used to raise fish. The system's mechanical voice, which she hadn't heard in a while, sounded. Congratulations on unlocking the fish pond. The pond space and time flow are normal. Rewards include automatic water quality improvement, oxygenation, healthy water plants, and ecological cycle promotion. Keep it up, Meng Sherwan's eyes widened with excitement. She was so happy, she almost jumped in place, hugging her pet and giving it a big kiss. Shui, you are truly my good little treasure. If Shui hadn't liked this small fish tank, she would never have brought such a useless decoration home. And she would never have discovered that she could unlock a fish pond inside the RV. Shui was confused, not knowing how big a good deed it had done, only knowing that its owner was happy, so it was happy too. Meng Sherwan couldn't wait and opened the fridge space, using her mind to move some seafood from inside to the fish pond. In an instant, the fish and shrimp appeared inside the pond space. The fish swam happily, while the shrimp ran over the colorful stones, sometimes resting on the water plants to find food. These fish and shrimp were alive when she caught them from the supermarket water tank earlier, and she put them directly into the fridge space. Since the space's time was still, the creatures remained alive when moved in and out again. She watched the fish swimming happily and said with joy, "It really is like this. The materials inside the expanded space of the RV could be moved directly within the space. No need to take them out of the fridge and transfer them to the small fish tank, which was so troublesome." Earlier, the system mentioned rewards for water quality improvement, healthy water plants, and ecological cycle promotion. The fish pond is covered with water plants, and many fish and shrimp feed on them. This small pond has its own ecocycle and doesn't need much management. Good stuff, really good stuff. No matter how much supplies she stocks, they are not as precious as renewable resources in the end-of-the-world scenario. Meng Sherwan thought to herself, since a small fish tank can expand into a pond, maybe a small flower pot could also turn into a farm? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she believed it was very possible. She resisted the urge to rush out and find a flower pot right now, and instead focused on organizing the space inside the camper. She moved some fish and shrimp from the pond, freeing up half a cubic meter of space in the fridge. She still had a crystal core in her hand. After careful thought, she decided to use it to upgrade the space on the second floor of the camper. She considered that the 500 bags of edible salt stored on the second floor were not enough. Salt is essential for the human body and will become very valuable in the future. She decided to go all the way and stock up on 1 cubic meter of edible salt, which is about 2 tons, enough for her to use for a lifetime. From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about salt. She acted quickly, expanding the second floor space with the crystal core, and stored the 500 bags of salt there, freeing up more space upstairs. Meng Sherwan pulled her trailer straight to the supermarket. Inside, supplies piled up like small mountains, reorganized by survivors and placed on shelves or sorted on the ground. When she entered, Wei Yi was gathering all the survivors for a meeting. He encouraged everyone. This disaster might last a long time, and we don't know when rescue teams will come. We need to stay united and find ways to survive. I have a suggestion. Since the zombies outside are mostly cleared and it's relatively safe, we shouldn't be idle. Collect all edible food, medicines, and supplies from the stores outside. Eat the perishable first, then the long-lasting items. Cherish the food, so we can last longer. Also, Fill all containers with water to prevent water shortages due to accidents. Make sure our food supplies are enough while waiting for rescue. What do you all think? Most survivors supported his idea, while a few timid ones, afraid to leave the supermarket, took on the task of collecting water. Meng Sherwan was quite surprised. She didn't expect this man to be so clever. Zhang Chong saw Meng Sherwan coming over and quickly ran to her. "Sister, are you here to help carry things?" Meng Sherwan nodded. "Yes, open the door." Zhang Chong was quick to understand and took out the key to open the warehouse door. Meng Sherwan pulled the cart inside, first moving salt, then preserved meats, dried fish, brown sugar, white sugar, honey, and other processed goods. Finally, she grabbed some trash bags, sanitary pads, tissues, and other daily essentials. To be honest, this supermarket was quite large and the warehouse was well stocked. After loading most of the items, she went to the cold storage and took 2 durians before pulling the cart out. Outside, the people at the meeting saw her cart filled with boxes. One man was unhappy. "She's not here for the meeting, not helping collect supplies, so why is she taking so much stuff?" He had just come downstairs with Wei Yi and didn't know the full situation. Someone next to him quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Shut up. Are you tired of living? Don't go provoking her. Anyone who does has already met their end. Don't forget, she's a girl, but she's not afraid to fight." The man didn't believe it. He struggled to free himself from the hand covering his mouth. "I was just saying, does she think she can kill me over a few words?" Meng Sherwan suddenly stopped in her tracks, standing still. As she moved, the whole crowd fell silent, holding their breath. Based on what they knew about this troublemaker, she really might kill someone if provoked. Everyone's eyes turned to the man, filled with pity. The man wasn't afraid of Meng Sherwan, but the pitying looks around him made him shiver. "Why are you looking at me like that?" In the quiet, footsteps approached. They saw Meng Sherwan walking closer, holding a shovel. This shovel had been used to smash many zombies' heads and cut through several people's necks. Zhang Chong was startled. Thinking he could talk to Meng Sherwan, he quickly followed. "Sister, he's blind to her power. Don't bother with him. If it's really necessary, I'll make him apologize. You can take whatever you want from the supermarket. We have no objections. Please don't get angry." Wei Yi saw this and felt a bit annoyed. He had heard about Meng Sherwan's actions in the supermarket. Anyone who provoked her was risking their life. Wei Yi also advised, "Hey, it's not worth it. A small matter like this isn't worth causing a conflict. Yes, you move. Without you, we wouldn't have our peace now. Maybe I'd still be hiding somewhere, afraid to come out. We have no problem with you moving supplies. He's not sensible. Just forget about him." Seeing Meng Sherwan getting closer to that man, everyone started to speak kindly. The zombies outside are already scary enough. They really don't want to see a scene of violence. The man was frightened by the tense atmosphere they created. Feeling guilty, he kept retreating as Meng Sherwan approached, until he sat down heavily on the ground. Meng Sherwan missed him and picked up a potted plant from the nearby shelf. She turned and left without even glancing at the man. She was pulling her cart and almost out of the aisle when she still heard the lingering fear in the supermarket. "The newcomer, I warn you, don't provoke that girl. She's a bit crazy and doesn't hesitate to hurt people. I was so scared just now. I thought there would be blood everywhere. Why did you bother her for no reason?" Meng Sherwan's reputation for being fierce is well known. Now, everyone feels nervous when they see her. They always worry that if they say the wrong thing, her tool will swing over and cut their throats. Meng Sherwan parked her cart beside the RV, then carried the potted plant back onto the vehicle. She also stuck a magnetic sheet under the plant to fix it next to the small fish tank. The plant is a succulent in a square pot, with a few round leaf succulents and a layer of green moss. On the moss, there's a colorful ceramic mushroom decoration. After placing the plant, Meng Sherwan eagerly checked the RV's view, noticing an extra expandable option where the plant was. She guessed right, the plant might expand into a farm. Unfortunately, she didn't have a crystal core now, so she couldn't activate it. Meng Sherwan had to suppress her excitement and start moving supplies inside the RV. She put items like cured meat, sausages, sugar, and honey into the freezer's half-cube to free up space. She stored trash bags, sanitary pads, and other daily necessities in a small space on the second floor. She also placed bags of salt into the newly expanded one-cube space on the second floor. Meng Sherwan quickly put on her raincoat, grabbed her swimming goggles and a small shovel, and went to hunt zombies. She urgently needs a crystal core to grow her potted plants and see what's really going on. Outside the mall, the zombies on the first and second floors have been cleared. Now she can only go to the third floor. The zombies upstairs were probably attracted by the electric saw trap she said earlier, and some have come down. There shouldn't be too many left. She didn't make more traps, but decided to go straight up. Moving aside the cabinet blocking the escalator, Meng Sherwan stood on the escalator and slowly went up to the third floor. As soon as she stepped off the escalator, the fresh blood of a human caught the attention of the wandering zombies, and they all rushed toward her. She roughly estimated there were about 10 or so zombies. A few of them had their guts hanging out and dragged their intestines on the ground, moving stiffly toward her. The scene looked very disgusting. Meng Sherwan swung her shovel, cutting off the heads of the closest zombies, then ran toward a nearby clothing store. She pushed open the door but found it was locked from inside. Behind the counter, a girl's head peeked out, looking terrified at the gathering zombies outside, then quickly pulled her head back. Meng Sherwan turned around. The zombies coming from both sides of the corridor were only a few meters away and about to reach her. Facing an attack from about 10 zombies, she knew she couldn't defeat them all quickly. If she was caught off guard, she would definitely be in danger. In the game of fighting zombies, she had to be very careful. Grinding her teeth, Meng Sherwan jumped over the railing in front of her and disappeared from sight. The girl hiding inside the clothing store, watching outside secretly, screamed in fright when she saw this. This was the third floor, with a hollow design in the middle. Jumping down from here would mean falling straight to the first floor. The mall was quite high, and if she fell, she wouldn't die but would be badly injured. The girl had never seen anyone jump so decisively before, and it really scared her. After shouting out, she realized something was wrong. Sure enough, the zombies that had lost their target started pounding wildly on the glass door. If the glass broke, she would be torn apart and eaten alive by the zombies. The girl was so frightened she pressed herself tightly against the wall, her face turning pale. Just when she was feeling hopeless, she saw the slender figure in a black raincoat who had just jumped down from the building come back up the escalator. That person moved behind the group of zombies, raised a shovel, and quickly smashed one zombie's head. The girl almost thought she was seeing things. She jumped from the third floor, but not only did she survive, she was lively and fighting zombies with great skill. Is this really a person? Meng Sherwan didn't fall to the first floor but used the railing to swing back up to the second floor. These are skills developed in the end-of-the-world situation. Without some ability, no one could survive that long. The girl from the clothing store helped attract some zombies' attention, then secretly attacked from behind, quickly knocking down 4 or 5 zombies. These 10 or so zombies no longer posed a threat to her. When a zombie lunged at her, she stepped back, kept her distance, and swung her shovel to smash its head. Within a few minutes, she had taken care of all those zombies. She cut open their heads, but didn't find a single crystal core. Meng Sherwan felt a bit disappointed. She continued to the 4th floor to fight zombies. There were more zombies on the 4th floor than on the 3rd, about 20 or so. Fortunately, they weren't too dense. They came in small groups and were quickly dealt with by Meng Sherwan. Still, no crystal cores. Surely not. I can't be this unlucky today, she thought. She looked toward the last level of the mall, the 5th floor. There might be even more zombies there, so Meng Sherwan didn't rush in. She tapped her shovel against a trash can at the top of the 4th floor escalator, making loud banging sounds. The zombies on the 5th floor heard the noise and rushed over, coming down the escalator to the 4th floor. Meng Sherwan waited at the escalator entrance, knocking down each zombie as it came. The survivors on the 4th floor saw that all the zombies had been cleared out and slowly peeked out from the shops. Seeing the slender figure fighting fiercely, everyone felt numb. One zombie scared me so much I couldn't breathe, but this girl has killed zombies on several floors. She's so strong. Are the zombies we face really the same? One can take my life, but she can kill zombies on multiple floors. Same person, but why is the gap so big? Facing the admiration of the survivors, Meng Sherwan couldn't feel happy. She even felt a little irritable. Reality told her that when luck is against you, it's really bad. She cleared 3 floors of zombies, but didn't find a single crystal core. While eager to expand her plant space and see what was happening, she cleared nearly 100 zombies from the 3 floors, but still found no crystal core. Meng Sherwan looked at them all, now completely cleaned, and fell silent. If she wanted to keep hunting zombies, she could only go somewhere else. There were no more zombies left in this mall. It seems it's time to leave, she thought. She had gathered most of the supplies she needed, and the space in her camper was almost full. There was no point in staying here any longer. She stepped out of the mall and saw survivors pushing shopping carts and trailers, collecting supplies from other shops in the food street, and stocking up in the supermarket. Meng Sherwan saw a man pushing 2 carts filled with snacks. She glanced at them and saw they were all her favorites. Bags of snail noodles, instant noodles, chips, fries, chocolates, dried mango, and small sodas. She casually took some, happily pushing them away. The man saw her with the shopping carts and ran over to her, standing there stunned. There's a phrase that means daring to be angry, but not daring to speak out. He was too afraid to get angry and even asked politely, "Hey, sister, is that enough? Do you want these snacks too?" Meng Sherwan waved her hand, indicating she didn't want them. She placed the snacks beside her camper and then went into the supermarket. In the open area of the supermarket, many supplies were stacked, probably just brought back from outside. Some timid women were busy organizing and sorting the supplies. Meng Sherwan went to the seafood section and saw a few women carrying buckets, filling them with water. When they saw her, their eyes showed some hesitation and fear. Meng Sherwan took a water hose and stood at a distance from the buckets, rinsing the blood off her hands. One girl looked at her, then looked away and finally couldn't help asking, "Sister, why are you so strong? You've killed all the zombies in the mall." They were afraid of Meng Sherwan but also admired her strength. In this environment, being strong meant having a better chance to survive. Meng Sherwan glanced at them and said calmly, "If you want to live well, don't see yourselves as women. Learn and practice, set higher standards than men. Only then can you survive in this brutal end of the world. Being sentimental will only get you killed faster." The zombies outside had been cleared away. They were hiding inside the supermarket, afraid to go out and gather supplies. That's not being sentimental, it's just fear. In the end times, being sentimental doesn't earn others' sympathy. It only invites endless abuse. The girls were all stunned. They didn't expect this tough, quiet villain to say so much to them. Meng Sherwan carried several bottles of mineral water back to the RV, took off her raincoat, and stored it in the cabinet near the chassis. She then used a small water pump to fill 2 water tanks. She poured snacks from the shopping cart onto the sofa, and the car was placed on the rack at the back of the vehicle. There was a large metal frame at the back, originally used for bikes or electric vehicles, but now it was perfect for holding the shopping cart. She also loaded a hand trolley and some wooden planks, tying everything securely with a rope. Having these 2 small carts made gathering supplies much easier. Back inside the RV, she checked the time. Already past 1 p.m. Meng Sherwan fed some cat food to Tieshue and prepared lunch. Her main goal was to find another crystal core to expand the space for her potted plants. Lunch was simple. She cooked snail noodles, adding eggs, sausage, and braised pork knuckles. The deluxe version of snail noodles smelled so good it made people dizzy. It almost made Tieshue from the smell. It widened its pupils and looked at Meng Sherwan with a shocked, incredulous expression. It had said that the owner liked eating, and she had argued that it wasn't. But this smell was definitely worse than. Seeing its expression, Meng Sherwan quickly explained, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not eating." Tieshue blinked, clearly not convinced, still thinking the owner was just making excuses. Meng Sherwan took a bottle of chilled cola from the fridge and opened a half of a durian, then started eating. Tieshue stood on the sofa, sticking its head out the window to get some fresh air. It was so stinky, way too stinky. It felt like the smell had seeped into the car, making it want to run away from home. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Meng Shirwan hung everything back on the wall. Seeing Tieshue stick its head out the window for air made her find it very funny. Meng Shirwan was about to bring in the snow shoveling tools, then closed the window. Xiaoji, turn on the air circulation for ventilation. Yes, master. Air circulation is now on. Meng Shirwan closed all the windows and tidied up or secured anything that might fall from the table. Holding the remaining half bottle of small cola, she came from behind the monitor into the driver's cabin. Shue, let's go. She started the vehicle and slowly drove away from them all. Zhang Chong, who was bringing things back, saw the pink camper van parked at the passageway leave. He hurriedly shouted, "Sister, where are you going? Will you come back, sister?" All he got in response was a puff of car exhaust. There weren't many cars on the road. When encountering red lights blocking the intersection, Meng Shirwan increased the power and squeezed through, forcing a path. The camper van, immune to all harm, was like a road bully. It hit what it could, squeezed where it could, in a very rough manner. Shue, lying on the center console, held on to everything she could, almost being thrown off several times. Zombies wandering on the road heard the engine noise and stiffly chased after the vehicle. Meng Shirwan didn't bother to clear these small groups of zombies and drove straight past them. When encountering reckless ones, she decisively ran them over. Her destination was the farmer's market, not far away. If the potted plants expanded into a farm, she could plant seeds at the seed shop in the market and stock up on more seeds. She found the location of the farmer's market on the map, but as she was about to arrive, she faintly sensed something was wrong. There were too many cars parked along the roadside. Electric bikes were densely parked on the sidewalk, and along the street, there were cars and tricycles parked close together. The crowd was so dense that it almost spilled into the middle of the road. "There's a market fair at the farmer's market." Realizing this, she immediately turned around to leave. She could find seeds anywhere, but a market fair at the farmer's market would definitely be flooded with zombies. She was looking for crystal cores, but she didn't want to fight zombies. However, it was too late. The road ahead was blocked by traffic. When the zombies broke out, chaos must have occurred, leaving the vehicles scattered and colliding, blocking the road completely. She could only reverse and turn back. During this moment, zombies flooded out from all corners, gathering densely around the RV. At least a few hundred of them. Meng Shirwan backed the RV a few meters after crushing dozens of zombies, but then couldn't move it anymore. The RV is immune to all damage, but its power is limited. It can't push through the crowd of zombies like a bulldozer. Even if it could crush zombies under it, the uneven terrain and large number of zombies make the RV easy to lose balance and tip over. That would be too dangerous. Meng Shirwan stopped the RV steadily, looked up, and saw the zombies coming closer. They crawled out of the vehicle, squeezed out of shops, and ran down the street, so many that there was no space between them, packed tightly together. Nearer zombies were hitting the outside of the RV, smashing the glass with gritted teeth and dull eyes, looking very frightening. She felt her scalp tingle. "It's over, I miscalculated. Who would have thought there would be a market at the farmer's market? And such a lively market, too?" Tieshue looked at the chaos outside the window, bristling with anger, and let out a huff. Meng Shirwan made sure the driver's door was locked, then hugged Tieshue and returned to the RV. At this point, she decided to eat half a durian to calm her nerves. Eating only durian is boring, so she turned on the monitor to watch a funny variety show. Where she fell, she would lie down and rest for a while. Anyway, the zombies couldn't break into the RV. Tieshue sat on the sofa, looked at the fierce zombies outside, then at the cat owner eating nearby, and let out a heavy sigh. Life is really tough, cat sighed too. After parking the RV, she turned off the engine. The noise stopped, and the gathered zombies lost their target, wandering around in confusion. They didn't leave, still blocking tightly around the RV. Meng Shirwan reached out and cracked open a window slightly, letting the smell of fresh meat waft out, which made the zombies circling again become excited. Zombies around the RV tried to climb up, but the outside wall was too smooth, only hearing the screeching sound of claws scratching metal. Farther zombies pushed and shoved, heads bumping into each other, making impatient growls. Meng Sherwang turned up the TV volume to cover the noise outside. The commotion of the zombie horde drew the attention of survivors inside the farmer's market. On the 6th floor of a certain building, a man quietly stuck his head out to observe the situation, then quickly pulled it back in. Du Zitao sat on the ground, whispering, "The zombie crowd is heading toward the street. I wonder what's happening over there." The others in the room looked terrified, moving carefully and trying not to make any noise. His mother spoke softly. "I thought I heard vehicles earlier." "Why would anyone be coming now?" His wife frowned. "I saw online that rescue teams have been formed and are trying to help survivors." "Maybe they've arrived." Du's father lit a cigarette, saying, "With our situation here, if rescue teams come, they might get stuck too. It's tough." Before the zombie outbreak, there was a market here and they even invited a local opera troupe. It was also the harvest season for wheat, and many farmers from nearby areas came to buy tools, machine parts, and seeds. Plus, the market was popular, so many people came every day. People walking to the market bumped into each other easily on the busy street. Their family ran a farm tool shop on the 1st floor. Du's father thought that, with the market booming, they could make good money. No one expected a zombie outbreak to happen. That day, Du Zitao and his wife took a day off to visit the market and join the crowd. Du's mother was at home preparing meals, while Du's father was alone at the shop. At noon, a customer choosing tools suddenly stiffened, twisted his head, showed his teeth, and lunged at him. Du's father thought the man had rabies and was so scared he forgot everything else, rushing upstairs. He wanted to call security to check, but Du Zitao ran down, looking shocked, and shouted, "Dad, come back home. Hurry." Without hesitation, Du's father followed his son back home. As soon as they entered, Du Zitao quickly locked the door and pushed a cabinet against it, gasping for breath. Du's father muttered, "There's a customer at the shop with rabies. I need to call security. Don't steal anything while I'm gone." His daughter-in-law trembled. "Dad, it's not rabies. Look outside." Du's father frowned, confused by everyone's strange reactions. He went to the window and looked down, witnessing a scene he would never forget. The street below was full of people, like a scene of chaos. He watched helplessly as a child bit into his mother's hand. The woman quickly tilted her head and lunged at someone nearby, biting a piece of flesh from their arm. The man who was bitten screamed in fear, but soon he stopped moving and started biting others around him. Everyone was screaming and running, but it was too crowded to escape. A tall man pressed a small woman to the ground and bit her. A few people, losing their minds, were biting into someone's flesh, blood everywhere. He saw a child being bitten on the face by a woman, who chewed and swallowed a large piece of flesh. The whole street was filled with screams and blood. Mr. Du was speechless for a moment. "What is happening?" he asked. Du Zitao whispered, "It's a zombie attack. I always thought zombies only existed in stories. Turns out, they really have appeared." Half an hour later, the street gradually quieted down. Those who could hide did, but those who couldn't were now wandering as zombies. His family was lucky. They all survived together. Mrs. Du prayed, "I hope the rescue team arrives soon. We need to get out of here. It's too terrifying." Inside the camper, Meng Sherwan finished eating and drinking. She moved the monitor aside and looked out through the front window. Zombies were still crowding toward them. The road was full of cars and zombies, with no space to slip through. She knew she had to find a way to save herself. Waiting for rescue could take a long time, maybe a month or two. The camper was stocked with enough food to last several years. If she used water carefully, she could survive for months. The problem was the fuel tank was small, so there wasn't much fuel stored. The weather was getting hotter each day. In less than 2 weeks, temperatures could become unbearable. If she didn't run the air conditioner, the inside would be like an oven. But running the air conditioner 24 hours a day would drain the solar power on the roof. She would need a gas generator, but the fuel tank was small and the fuel wouldn't last long. Her only option now was to find a way to escape on her own. There are at least 1,000 zombies surrounding the vehicle, making it impossible to move. She can't possibly fight them one by one. The main problem now is how to escape. If someone else faced this situation, they would surely panic and be at a loss. But Meng Shirwan is a survivor from the end of world 3 years ago. Xiaoji, turn on the air conditioner and set the temperature to 10 degrees. Yes, master. The air conditioner is now on. Above the cabinet, next to the range hood, the fan blade of the air conditioner turns on, blowing cold air. The temperature inside the RV drops quickly. Meng Shirwan closes the windows and checks the entire vehicle to make sure all windows are tightly shut. She takes out a large metal can, about the size of a bottle of laundry detergent, filled with gasoline, from the corner of the back of the vehicle. This was a gift from the car factory, and she had almost forgotten about it. She also finds a lighter in the gap of the shoe cabinet, then takes the remote control and goes upstairs. Shue watches her busy with wide eyes, not understanding what she's doing. Meng Shirwan lifts a small gap in the roof of the vehicle and crawls out onto the top of the driver's cabin. She stands there and looks down, a dense mass of black heads. The zombies smell the strong scent of fresh blood and flesh, becoming more agitated. They are crowded, roaring, eager to grow wings and fly up to eat her. Some zombies around the RV are pressed to the ground, while others climb over fallen zombies to get higher. If this continues, the RV will eventually be swallowed by the zombie horde. Meng Shirwan climbs back inside, stepping over a pile of supplies and places 2 buckets of cooking oil on the roof of the driver's cabin. After moving several times, she finally has about 7 or 8 buckets. Satisfied, she climbs out again. She picks up the gasoline she brought, unscrews the lid, and forcefully throws it out, pouring gasoline into the zombie crowd. She takes out a lighter, ignites it, and throws it out. The gasoline ignites instantly, bursting into flames, burning the zombies' clothes and hair, spreading quickly. The RV is about 10 meters away from the chaotic cluster of vehicles that have collided and tilted. 1 bucket of gasoline isn't enough to make a big fire. She punctures the oil bottles and throws out 4 or 5 buckets, connecting them with a line. The remaining 3 buckets are also thrown into the dense zombie groups on both sides. Under the help of cooking oil, the fire became even more intense. Meng Shirwan quickly crawled back into the RV and lowered the roof. The fire spread quickly among the zombie horde, burning their clothes and hair, licking their skin, and giving off a barbecue smell. As the flames reached the cars ahead, leaked gasoline from collisions fueled the fire further, causing the flames to shoot up high. A loud explosion made the flames splash out and spread into a larger group of zombies. In the blink of an eye, the entire intersection was engulfed in a sea of fire. Meng Shirwan stood inside the RV, looking out through the windows. The whole vehicle was wrapped in orange-red flames. The zombies struggled, twisted, and burned in the fire, falling to the ground and unable to move. The RV's temperature rose as the flames burned fiercely. The air conditioner was running at full speed, trying to cool the interior. Meng Shirwan seemed calm on the outside, but was actually very nervous inside. System, you said the RV could resist all damage. I hope you're not tricking me. Don't let the tires melt, the batteries explode, or the air conditioner stop. Any small problem, like a wiring fire or the air conditioner shutting down, would turn the RV into an oven. If she and Shue didn't get burned alive, they would still be roasted into jerky. The flames grew fiercer, and there were continuous explosions outside. The fuel tanks of the cars shattered, burned, and exploded one after another, like a battlefield. Du Zitao heard the noise and looked outside. All he saw was a rapidly spreading sea of fire. Such a big fire. It won't burn over here, right? The whole street might be on fire. We didn't get bitten by zombies, but we might get burned to death instead. The towering flames dyed half the sky red, black smoke billowed, and the heat wave hit their faces. The others hurried over to look outside. On the street below, the zombies were gathering at the burning intersection. The fire was burning their clothes and spreading toward them. Soon, the fire would reach the shops on both sides, and it might spread up the buildings, endangering the survivors hiding inside. Everyone still alive was sticking their heads out of the windows, looking worried. Clearly, they were all very anxious about the current situation. Father Du calmed down a bit. He explained that the explosion was caused by vehicles on the road. The fire spread along the zombie horde into the street. Without gasoline as fuel, the fire was much smaller. To prepare for the gathering, someone checked and repaired the smoke detectors and fire sprinklers in each shop along the street. When the smoke detectors sense thick smoke, the sprinklers will automatically spray water to put out the fire. We coordinated by pouring water from above, which should help stop the fire from reaching the upper floors. They didn't dare open the doors to turn on the fire hydrants inside the hallways. Instead, they used buckets and basins filled with water from the tap, carrying it to the windows and pouring it down the area at the entrance downstairs to effectively block the fire from spreading. Other survivors saw what they were doing and realized the problem. They followed suit, trying to pour water down to the lower floors. With the fire sprinklers in the shops on the first floor also working, it was indeed helpful. Chen Manning leaned against the wall, catching her breath with a water bucket in hand. She asked, "Do you think there are survivors inside those cars? If there are, the big fire might burn the survivors hiding inside the vehicles alive." Du Zitao thought his wife was overthinking. "No, I saw clearly. A zombie smashed a car window and dragged someone out to eat. With so many zombies wandering around, many survivors inside the cars were also dragged out and eaten." Chen Manning felt a shiver run down her spine. She was very glad they took leave to come to the market. If they had been at work when the zombies outbreak happened, they probably wouldn't be alive now. Meng Shiwang worried for half an hour, but when she saw that everything inside the RV was fine, she finally relaxed. The RV, made by the system, was very durable. It hadn't burned for half an hour, which showed it could resist all damage. She could finally rest easy. This big fire wouldn't be extinguished quickly. She wanted to make a cold drink, but found there were no ice cubes. She moved some fresh food from the fridge to the fish pond to free up space, then moved frozen meat from the freezer drawer into the fridge to make room for ice cubes. When she went to get water, she found there were no ice cubes in the box. Meng Shiwang stood by the sink, looking up at the sky. "Our supplies still aren't enough." But that didn't scare her. She grabbed 2 plastic bags, filled them with water, tied them shut, and froze them. Once frozen solid, she could break them into ice just like real ice cubes. She cut the remaining large watermelon on the ground into 2 halves and put them in the refrigerator to chill. She casually took out a bottle of chilled apple juice, lay on the sofa playing with her phone, and also took out a bag of watermelon seeds from under the small table, eating and playing at the same time. Shui stepped onto her back, curled up into a ball, and peacefully fell asleep. Meng Shiwang shifted her hips.
Shui, get down.
"You're too heavy." Shui pretended not to hear and continued sleeping. Meng Shiwang had no choice but to let it stay on her. There was nothing she could do. She loved her little cat very much. She opened a short video app, where endless news about zombie outbreaks appeared. "I have no food here. Zombies are outside. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, someone help me. There are many zombies outside. I'm so scared. Is this the end of the world? Can I really survive? I saw online that zombies are spreading worldwide. Are we doomed? Today I found out I can breathe fire in my palm. Could I be a hero with special powers like in the movies?" Everyone was scared and asking for help. They were unprepared for this deadly end-of-the-world scenario. Many people didn't even understand what was happening and had already turned into mindless zombies, dying silently. The authorities were trying their best to calm the people, constantly releasing messages. "We are working hard to clear zombies and build safe bases. We are organizing rescue teams to save trapped survivors. Please stock up on food and water and wait for rescue." Currently, the temperature is rising abnormally, increasing by 5 degrees Celsius each day. All survivors should stockpile water, just in case. Along with zombies, there are also people with special abilities. If you discover you can breathe fire or create water, which are unusual powers, please contact us immediately. We will prioritize rescue to strengthen our teams and make rescue faster. Below are the coordinates of our city base. Those capable can go there on their own. The zombie virus spread everywhere. Even the official military suffered heavy losses. The most effective rescue plan now is for each city to organize personnel to clear out safe zones without zombies and shelter the survivors. There are two types of bases. One is an official base. Another type is a private base, usually established by capable people or wealthy groups who gather a team of special ability users to build it. No matter what kind of base it is, when supplies are scarce, everyone has to rely on their own skills to get food. In my previous life, I went to an official base that gave out a small amount of food every day. It was only a little, enough to keep from starving, but not enough to eat well. Every day, I was so hungry, I trembled just from walking. To eat enough, I had to find a job or leave the base to search for crystal cores to exchange for supplies. In such times, finding a job was very hard. Without connections, it was impossible. Ordinary people had no choice but to fight zombies to survive. Meng Sherwan sighed. Nothing was much different from her previous life. The only difference was, she was no longer the helpless Meng Sherwan from before. Just as she was about to turn off her phone and rest, she saw a video. The video had white text scrolling on a black background, with a man speaking. Family, you might not believe this, but I met a kind-hearted villain. She is truly a villain, but anyone who crosses her gets no mercy. She'll cut their main arteries in seconds without a word. But she is also truly kind. She's cold outside, but warm inside. She's silently cleared all the zombies around us. Now, there are no zombies in sight, and it's super safe here. She's also very smart. Her zombie traps are amazing. In just one afternoon, she can easily kill a mountain of zombies. I really admire her. A few hours ago, she left, and I don't know if she'll come back. Sis, if you see this video, please come back. I can't sleep at night without you. I feel so unsafe. Sis, can you hear me? Please come back. Meng Sherwan recognized the voice. It wasn't Zhang Chong or anyone else. He wasn't stupid. He didn't reveal the surroundings or specific location. Otherwise, if people knew it was safe there, others would rush to that place, fighting over supplies and bringing zombies along, things that could easily happen. She opened the comments section. Sure enough, people were asking for the location. Where is the blogger? Let me see if we're in the same area. Share the location so we can stick together and stay safe. Kind-hearted villain, don't you think that's a bit of a contradiction? After listening to your description, I still find it quite reasonable. Killing, clearly, makes them villains. How can someone kind do such a thing? Please share your zombie trap ideas. I want to learn too. You're lucky someone is helping clear the zombies. The ones here are very scary. Can anyone help us clean them up? Meng Sherwan didn't see Zhang Chong's reply, so she thought he was still somewhat smart. She turned off her phone and lay on the sofa to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already dark outside. The fire had mostly gone out, with only small flames stubbornly burning in the night. Meng Sherwan moved her body, feeling numb all over. Shui, get down. You're about to crush me. Shui, the cat, opened its big round eyes, still a little sleepy. Meng Sherwan got up, shook Shui off, and stretched, feeling her bones creak. She looked out the window and saw some red-hot embers, still glowing. She guessed the zombie heads were too hot to handle, so she decided to pick up crystal cores tomorrow. Smart. Turn off the air conditioner and turn on the lights. The whole RV lit up instantly. She stretched her limbs, took out a can of cat food from under the sofa and opened it. Shui, still sleepy, immediately woke up and started eating loudly. Since she was still a bit tired, Meng Sherwan cooked a pack of instant noodles, added some sausage and greens, and also took out half a chilled watermelon. She turned on a monitor to watch a movie, showing off her collection, then opened a few bags of snacks. After the movie ended, she washed up and went to bed. She was still thinking about finding crystal cores, so she woke up early the next day. First, she fed Shui some cat food and water, then took a bag of sushi from the fridge and quickly ate it. She changed clothes and prepared to go out. She first peeked out the car window to check her surroundings, making sure no zombies were nearby. Then she opened the car door, greeted by a burnt smell. She looked ahead and saw the ground covered with charred corpses. The vehicles in front were now just black metal frames, scattered and broken. The entire intersection looked deserted after the fire. Because of the loud explosion yesterday, most of the zombies nearby had been attracted over. Some zombies were wandering at the edges, but their number was manageable for Meng Sherwan, so she wasn't worried. She looked at the nearly charred zombie below, its body almost turned to coal. She stretched her foot but then pulled it back. It seems I need to prepare a raincoat and keep it inside the RV just in case. The raincoat was stored in a cabinet beside the side area, and she had to walk over to get it. Meng Sherwan didn't want to step on the black, gray ash, so she put on 2 trash bags over her shoes and went to get the raincoat. The pink-colored RV was now dark and dirty, its original color barely visible. She opened the cabinet door, and black-gray ash flew everywhere. She frowned as she took out 2 raincoats, then returned to the RV and closed the door. One new raincoat was placed on the sofa. She went to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, and put the dirty ones into the washing machine. Only then did she put on the raincoat, wear goggles, and carry a shovel as she went outside. Ta Shui wanted to follow her. Meng Sherwan patted her head. It's too dirty outside. Stay inside, or you'll get dirty and need another bath. When she heard about bathing, Ta Shui turned around and sat back on the sofa. Now, when she tried to take it outside, it refused to go. Could it be fear of not being fully dead? Inside the room, there are 5 or 6 men, all survivors who fled upstairs during the zombie outbreak. Why are they all men? Because women are naturally weaker physically, and in life and death moments, they can't run as fast as men. This is also why women have a harder and more tragic life in the end-of-the-world scenario. Next to them, a middle-aged man wearing glasses speaks. She's looking for crystal cores. I just saw online that zombies have crystal cores in their heads. Based on what I used to read in novels in the end times, crystal cores are very important. They can be used as currency or to enhance special abilities. Overall, they are very valuable. The others listen and become interested. Should we go down and pick some? This is a rare good chance. The zombies are burned dead, so we don't have to fight them. We can just collect crystal cores. If we go down together, even if we encounter zombies, we can work together to handle them. Picking crystal cores depends on luck. Whoever finds them keeps them. What do you all think? The others agree, thinking this is a good idea. The man with glasses thinks for a moment. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. Our food is running low, so we need to go down and gather some. Let's find some useful tools and go. They don't know why the entrance caught fire, only that the zombies below were burned to death. Such a rare chance. Why not take the crystal cores? Yesterday, they were afraid the fire would reach upstairs, so they frantically poured water to put it out, exhausting themselves. Now they have to go down and get some reward. The man with glasses, with sharp eyes behind his glasses, looks very clever. His name is Li Sheng, the owner of a small shop downstairs. He seems to have more influence among the group. They follow Li Sheng as he slowly opens the door, planning to quietly go downstairs. But as soon as they open the door, they face 2 zombies outside. These are 2 female zombies. One has a torn jacket on her arm, with a piece of flesh bitten off her forearm. The other has a pale face covered in blood, with bits of meat stuck in her teeth. When she opens her mouth to roar, it's very frightening.
Li Sheng recognises her.
During the zombie outbreak, she bought water at his shop. Seeing the situation outside was dangerous, Li Sheng hurried upstairs. The woman, panicked and desperate, also ran upstairs. Their noise was too loud, and the newly transformed zombies outside chased after them. Li Sheng pushed a woman down the stairs to block the zombies, allowing himself to escape. Now, when the zombies saw the living people, they immediately lunged at them. Li Sheng had no time to think. He raised his axe and swung it at the zombie's head. The zombie collapsed softly to the ground. Another zombie, already in front of him, was about to bite Li Sheng's head. Next to him, Lin Dong grabbed a clothesline pole and jabbed it at the zombie. He was trembling with fear. Quick, quick.
Kill it.
She's so strong. I can't hold on much longer. The others nearby finally reacted. A man with a kitchen knife threw it at the zombie, but it missed its head and almost hit Lin Dong. Lin Dong pressed the clothesline pole, stabbing the clawing zombie against the railing. The zombie's nails were only a few centimeters from him. He felt adrenaline rush through him and shouted, "Hurry! I can't hold it back." Li Sheng, just regaining his senses, went to pull the axe out of the zombie's head. The axe was stuck in the bone and wouldn't come out easily. At that moment, another man with a hammer quickly stepped forward and swung it at the zombie's head, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Seeing two zombies dealt with, everyone was so frightened they collapsed to the ground, as if they had just faced life and death. Their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Lin Dong asked, trembling, "Do we still need to go down? Why is that shadow when it cuts the zombie's head like cutting a watermelon? It's so hard for us. Zombies are too difficult to deal with. They are strong, can infect people, and are very scary." Li Sheng stepped on the zombie's head and forcefully pulled out his axe. "We're running out of food. We have to go down. I left some tools like axes and hoes in the shop. You should find a better tool. When you meet a zombie, just shoot it in the head. It shouldn't be a problem." Thinking about the food and rare crystal cores below, they swallowed hard and gathered their courage to go down. Fortunately, the zombies below were attracted by the explosion and died in the fire. They didn't encounter any more zombies. They used their handy tools and, imitating Meng Shirwan, searched the zombies' heads, aiming to find crystal cores by shooting them in the head. But the scene was completely different from what they imagined. The sight of brains splattering was truly disgusting. Lin Dong was lucky. He chopped off the heads of more than 10 zombies and found a small, clear white stone. He showed it to everyone. "Is this a crystal core? It's so pretty, like a gem." Everyone gathered around to look. The crystal looked very valuable. This made everyone more eager. They chopped more zombie heads with more energy. Other survivors saw what was happening below. Some brave ones went down to find crystal cores. But not many dared. Only 3 groups of people went down to collect cores, and after that, no one else dared to come. They had heard that touching zombie blood could make them sick. The zombies below were burned black, but they still worried about catching something. Du Zitao felt a little restless. "Should we go down to find the crystal cores? I read online that these cores might be very useful." Chen Manning quickly shook her head. "I won't go. I'm afraid of getting sick." "You shouldn't go either." Just hearing the word zombie was scary enough.
She didn't dare to go chop zombie heads.
She wouldn't even dare to go near the dead. Du Fu thought for a moment. "We don't need the crystal cores. Once most of the zombies are cleared, we should go down to get some food. The rescue team might come anytime. We've been hiding at home. Food and water are the most important." The family all agreed. It was announced online that the temperature was rising by 5 degrees Celsius each day. Who knew what would happen next? Plus, many people were waiting for rescue. No one knew when it would arrive. This was a good chance to stock up on supplies. The family discussed and decided to bring tools to use as weapons. They went downstairs to gather food and water. Meng Shirwan saw 4 groups of people also searching among the burned zombies. She didn't stop them. First, her belongings couldn't be taken by anyone else. She had burned the zombies herself. The crystal cores inside were hers. Second, she wasn't a good person. From early morning until noon, everyone worked hard to clear the burned zombies. The 4 groups moved from different directions and gathered at the street corner. Even the last few burned bodies were pulled out of the blackened cars and had their heads blown off. Everyone looked like farmers after a long day's work, stretching and moving their muscles. People today are not so hungry that they would gnaw on walls, nor are they fighting fiercely over a pack of instant noodles. They still get along fairly well. There is even a feeling of mutual respect after surviving a big danger. Now, when they stand together, they can still chat a little. Lin Dong smiled and said, "Finally finished searching. I need to go back and rest. These zombies are so dead and stiff, it really tires me out." Someone nearby snapped irritably. "It's good enough to find a crystal core after all the effort. Unlike me, I haven't found any. I've been working so hard for nothing. Why am I so unlucky?" "Same here, I haven't found any either. There are so few crystal cores." Lin Dong, who found 2 crystal cores, stayed silent to avoid attracting attention. Li Sheng called out to the others, "Let's go, let's go. We're heading back." "We're leaving too." The group dispersed, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded, icy and sharp, like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Li Sheng, who was about to leave, turned to look at Meng Shirwan, who was wrapped in a black raincoat with only a pair of goggles visible. Her face was hard to see clearly, but judging by her slim figure and voice, she was probably a young woman. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Miss, why are you so wrapped up? Do you have something to tell us?" The others also stopped and looked back at Meng Shirwan. They had been curious about her for a while. She was so heavily wrapped up, and no one knew where she came from. Meng Shirwan looked up, her eyes cold. "The crystal core belongs to me." When they heard her arrogant words, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "This young girl is quite bossy. We found the crystal cores ourselves. Why should they belong to you? She's so young and unreasonable. I even said the crystal core I found is mine. Why don't you give me the one you found?" Li Sheng chuckled. "You're joking, little girl. Don't be unreasonable. If you keep being unreasonable, I might just say the crystal core on you is mine." Meng Shirwan clenched her shovel and smiled softly. "Is that so? I burned those zombies to death. The crystal cores are mine. If you're so capable, why did you hide inside the house and not come out to burn the zombies to death a few days ago?" Her words made everyone pause in surprise. Actually, they hadn't thought about burning the zombies to death before. Even thinking about it makes me afraid that the fire might burn up to the upper floors and burn the survivors who have barely managed to stay alive. I wouldn't set a fire myself. Now, no matter who started the fire, it is impossible to get the hard-earned crystal cores back after a whole morning of effort. Li Sheng suppresses his smile and glares at Meng Shirwan coldly. "You say you did it? Are you sure? Why should I give you the crystal core? Because you think you're special? I could say I started the fire too. Hand over the crystal core in your hand." Meng Shirwan sneers coldly. The crystal core was needed before the apocalypse. Now we are in the apocalypse. She gave the other person a chance. Since they are useless, she can't be blamed. I'll say it one last time. Leave the crystal core, or face the consequences. Li Sheng, tired of arguing with this unreasonable girl, turns to leave. Others also think this person might not be all there, who would give up good stuff they just got. If she asks for it, someone will give it to her. Why bother arguing? Everyone ignores Meng Shirwan and walks away. In the next second, from their peripheral vision, they see the figure in a black raincoat suddenly move. When they turn to look, the black-clad person's shovel has already stabbed into Li Sheng's main artery. Li Sheng covers the gushing blood, turns around, and stares with wide eyes at the woman whose face they cannot see. His eyes are full of disbelief. He really didn't expect this person to suddenly attack and kill him. Li Sheng falls heavily to the ground, splattering black ash, covering his bright red blood. Meng Shirwan seizes the opportunity to pull out her shovel and coldly says, "I told you, the crystal core stays. No one leaves without it." Everyone feels dizzy and clearly frightened by what they see. This time, no one thinks the girl is just bluffing. Without warning, she really kills people. It's terrifying. How can someone kill others? Murderer, villain, lunatic. Someone curses in fear. Meng Shirwan's cold gaze sweeps over, and the person quickly shuts up. That murderous look warns him that if he speaks out of turn again, he will be the next to die. Meng Shirwan extends her hand, simple and direct. "Crystal core." A young man whispers, "I didn't find a crystal core. Can I go now?" Meng Shirwan looked at him and said, "Take off your clothes, check each pocket, shake them out, to prove you don't have a crystal core." The young man hesitated slightly, thinking this was very strict. It's impossible to hide one secretly. Lin Dong just recovered from the shock of Li Sheng's death. He followed behind Li Sheng, watching helplessly as Li Sheng was killed. This woman showed no hesitation at all. She is a murderer, and in the past, she would have been executed. Lin Dong stared at the black figure ahead. A crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. If he let this woman search him, the 2 crystal cores he found would definitely be taken away. Since that's the case, he might as well kill this crazy woman to save others and do what's right. Thinking this, Lin Dong raised his high, aiming it at Meng Shuan's head. The people on the other side saw this, and their eyes widened with fear, some even secretly hoping. If they could kill this woman, they wouldn't have to give up the hard-earned crystal cores. But in the next second, Meng Shuan quickly stabbed her shovel into Lin Dong's throat, nearly cutting off half his head. Before his consciousness faded completely, Meng Shuan sneered, "Fool, there's a shadow on the ground." "I'm not blind. Can't you see it?" Meng Shuan's gaze swept over the dozen, or so people present. "Do you have any questions?" A clever middle-aged man immediately stepped forward, smiling awkwardly. No, it's just taking off clothes. I'm a man, I'm not afraid of being seen. Anyway, I didn't find any crystal cores." He then took off his clothes in front of everyone, shaking each pocket as Meng Shuan instructed. Since he didn't find any crystal cores, and this fierce woman was wasting time here, what was the point? If he said the wrong thing, he might get his head cut off. It's really not worth it. He hurried to show the others and leave as soon as possible. He was down to his last pair of underwear, and his resolve wavered. He hesitated. "Should I take it off too?" Meng Shuan. She waved her shovel and said, "Let's go." Next, everyone felt humiliated. A group of people being bullied by a girl. But seeing the still warm corpse nearby, no one dared to resist. Those who didn't find crystal cores checked themselves and then left one after another. When only 4 or 5 people remained, they stood in place, unwilling to step forward. Clearly, each of these people had a crystal core but didn't want to give it up, so they hesitated. Meng Shuan reached out her hand without speaking, her meaning very clear. Seeing Meng Shuan's cold gaze, everyone felt discouraged. They realized that the crystal cores they had worked hard to find all morning could not be kept. A woman stepped forward, placed a crystal core into Meng Shuan's hand, then took off her coat, trembling all over. After making sure she had no hidden items, she left. The others followed, pretending to do the same. When it was the last man's turn, he clenched a crystal core in his hand, refusing to let go, even when it was just a few centimeters from Meng Shuan's palm. Meng Shuan raised an eyebrow at him. The man seemed to struggle deeply inside, but still held tightly to his crystal core. He whispered, "This crystal core wasn't found in a burning zombie's head. I killed a zombie and it fell out of its head. Isn't it not yours?" His heart pounded with fear as he watched Meng Shuan carefully, worried she might get impatient and suddenly attack him. According to the woman, the crystal core from a burned zombie belonged to her. Since his wasn't found in a burned zombie, it shouldn't belong to her. Of course, the truth now rested in this fierce person's hands, whether she would be fair or not. Meng Shuan withdrew her hand and said calmly, "This crystal core is yours." Although she lacked morality, she had her limits. If it was hers, no one could take it. If it wasn't, she wouldn't forcefully take it. This surprised Jiang Feng. He didn't expect this villain to be a reasonable one. He slowly retracted his hand, always alert to Meng Shuan's movements. If she tried to it forcefully, he would immediately surrender it. A crystal core wasn't worth risking his life over. Meng Shuan stared at the crystal core in his hand, unwilling to give up. One crystal core could expand a space of 1 cubic meter, enough to store many supplies. She spoke, "Give me the crystal core, and I can save your life." Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned and asked, "I'm doing fine now." "I don't need saving." Meng Shuan coldly replied, "You do need it." Jiang Feng understood that the other person still wanted to take things, just in a more artistic way. If he didn't show some sense, the next scene might not be so artistic. He quickly took out the crystal core from his pocket and said, "Here, take it." Meng Shuan took the crystal core and pointed at a man with a crew cut who was walking towards the house. "Who is he to you?" Jiang Feng looked in the direction Meng Shuan was pointing. "That's my brother." Meng Shuan calmly said, "Don't get close to him when you go back. He's going through a mutation." Jiang Feng was shocked.
Impossible.
"We are very careful. There are no wounds on us, and we try to cover our face as well." "How could he mutate?" Meng Shuan turned around to look for crystal cores on Li Sheng and Lin Dong. "There are mosquito bites and scratches on his neck. Zombie brain matter got on him, and the poison has entered his body. Soon, he will mutate." Hearing Meng Shuan's words, Zhang Feng looked terrified. He stood there stiffly, staring at his brother's back, speechless for a long time. They had been very careful, but still, infection was possible. That was his own brother. Meng Sherwan found 3 crystal cores on the 2 dead bodies, and with the ones on her, she had a total of 10 crystal cores. Quite a good harvest. She ignored the boy frozen in place and headed toward the RV. Du Zitao, who kept moving things back and forth to their home, was constantly watching the street corner. Seeing everyone leave, he whispered to his wife, "Do you think that man in black looks like the kind-hearted villain people talk about online?" Chen Manning carefully avoided the zombie headshot near her feet, holding 2 boxes of instant noodles, and watched the man in black walk away. "Really? I only know she's a villain. She killed people without hesitation, which clearly isn't her first time. Luckily, we didn't go pick up the crystal cores." Du Zitao still thought so. Online, they say the kind-hearted villain is evil because she kills without blinking, but why is she good? Because she silently clears out all the zombies around her, protecting nearby survivors. Isn't that exactly like our situation? Chen Manning thought for a moment. It does seem that way. Although the man in black looked fierce, they only saw the benefits. He was dealing with the dense zombies, so they dared to go downstairs to gather supplies and food, avoiding hunger later. They didn't even need to fight zombies to find something to eat. In a way, that ruthless villain, who killed without hesitation, indirectly helped them a lot. Thinking about it, they should actually thank him.
Ah.
Zhang Hai, why did you bite someone? Not far ahead, someone shouted. Du Zitao looked up and saw a man with a buzz cut, holding his companion's neck and biting. Others quickly pulled him away, and they saw Zhang Hai's eyes turn a dull gray, like a zombie's. They all stepped back a few meters, faces full of fear. Zhang Hai turned into a zombie? He was protected so well, how did he become one? I lost a whole morning collecting crystal cores, and now Zhang Hai has turned into a zombie. We almost got killed. The man who was bitten sat on the ground, trembling with fear. I was bitten by a zombie. Am I going to turn into one too? Zhang Hai had lost consciousness completely and lunged at the people around him again. A shovel was raised high and slammed down Zhang Hai's head, crushing a large part of his skull. Zhang Hai, now a zombie, collapsed limply. Zhang Feng, holding the shovel, was trembling all over. Seeing the fresh blood on the shovel, Zhang Feng looked terrified, as if he saw a ghost, and threw the shovel far away. He staggered to Zhang Hai's dead body, crying loudly, "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have suggested looking for crystal cores. It caused you to turn into a zombie and lose your life."
I'm sorry, brother.
Sorry. After a few others were shocked, someone picked up the shovel and killed another person who was mutating. Suddenly, 2 companions died, and everyone sat on the ground, exhausted and staring blankly. Not far away, Chen Manning urged her husband, "Hurry up, let's go. This is too scary. The end of the world is really terrifying. We need to stock up on food and stay inside the house, never going out again." At the end of the street, there were 2 food collection stations. Food was not scarce here. Meng Sherwan took a water pipe from a storage cabinet beside the camper's chassis, connected it to the gray water tank's outlet, and started rinsing off dirt and blood. The gray water tank held used household water, like washing water and dishwater. It wasn't clean, but it was good enough for rinsing blood and dirt. After rinsing off the bloodstains on her body, she washed again with clean water from the basin until everything was completely clean. She walked around to the side door of the camper. As she passed the back of the vehicle, she was surprised to find that the wooden board at the rear was not burned. Aside from a layer of black ash on top, the entire board was very intact, with no damage at all. Meng Sherwan exclaimed, "Impressive. It seems everything attached to the vehicle is protected. This ability to resist all harm was truly remarkable." She opened the side door, and the automatic stairs lowered. She stepped onto the stairs, took off her raincoat. She found a rope in the shoe cabinet, tied it around the muddy raincoat's bottom, and hung it on the door handle outside. Then she got in the car and closed the door. Seeing her return, Tieshua jumped onto the shoe cabinet and nudged her with its head. At this moment, Meng Sherwan looked like a king who is not tempted, with her eyes full of anticipation for her expanding succulent plants. She found Tieshua bothersome, picked it up, and placed it on the cabinet behind her.
Tieshua.
Had she quit smoking? Why wasn't this cute kitten interested in smoking? Eagerly, Meng Sherwan summoned the camper's view system, clicked to expand the potted plants, and entered the number 1. She planned to expand by 1 cubic meter to see how it looked. Just as she was about to confirm, the number in the input box suddenly changed to 10. Fortunately, Meng Sherwan reacted quickly, stopped, and wondered, did I accidentally press an extra 0 just now? She erased the number and re-entered 1. When she clicked confirm again, the number jumped to 10 once more. This time, she saw clearly. It wasn't her mistake. The number jumped on its own to 10. Annoyed, Meng Sherwan said, "System, aren't you just a dull system that only introduces itself at fixed trigger points? How come you want to swallow my 10 crystal cores?" Besides the system, she couldn't think of any other reason. In her impression, this camper system wasn't very smart. It only spoke mechanically when she expanded new space, giving a brief introduction and encouraging her to keep going, but it wasn't as helpful as her little AI voice assistant. Who knew this dull camper system would play tricks? When she clicked confirm, it secretly changed the number, trying to swallow all 10 of her crystal cores. How strange. Realizing her plan was uncovered, Meng Sherwan changed the number back to 1. When she clicked confirm again, the number no longer changed secretly and successfully upgraded the potted plant by 1 cubic meter. The mechanical system voice sounded at this moment, saying, "Congratulations on unlocking the farm. The farm space flow is normal, and environmental factors such as sunlight, nutrients, and oxygen are all functioning properly. The soil remains moist." "Keep up the good work," Meng Sherwan asked. "Did you just try to swallow my 10 crystal cores?" The system fell silent again, pretending to be dead. Meng Sherwan was really fed up with this old trickster. Suddenly, she felt that this RV system was a bit sneaky. She quickly opened the plant pot space, expecting to see the farm like a fish pond. But suddenly, her vision blurred, and when she focused again, she found herself in a different space. Under her feet was damp black soil, about 1 square meter in size, with a small water pond next to it. She stretched her head to look inside. The crowded fish and water plants were just her fish pond, right? Did the fish pond and the farm merge? This surprised Meng Sherwan. She looked around. Besides the 1 square meter land under her feet and the pond nearby, everything else was white and blurry. Nothing else was visible. She moved to the edge and tentatively reached out her hand to touch, but an invisible wall blocked her. Gentle sunlight shone down from above. Meng Sherwan felt the sunlight was much more comfortable than the big sun outside. Clearly, this was a special space. Unlike the fish pond and other extension spaces, which are measured by volume, the farm is measured by area. 1 crystal core grants 1 square meter of planting land. Her height of 1.75 meters allowed her to stand easily here, indicating there is no height limit. No height limit. Meng Sherwan's mind quickly came up with a clever plan. Could it be that she could pile up supplies infinitely above the farm? She thought she had found a bug, so she hurriedly left the farm, grabbed some snacks from the sofa, and threw them into the farm. But she didn't succeed. The system probably saw through her clever trick and spoke again. The farm cannot store supplies. Only items related to planting can be brought in, and there is a limit per square meter. It can only be used for farming. Water resources from the fish pond and soil from the farm are for use within the space only and cannot be taken out. The fish pond water is drinkable, but only within the space. After drinking, it needs to be replenished. Meng Sherwan looked a bit embarrassed. Her clever idea was indeed clever, but it was quickly blocked by the system. The fish pond water is very fishy and smells strong. She won't drink it unless she's about to die of thirst. After drinking, she has to add water back into the pond herself, mainly for emergency use only. She looks at the 9 crystal cores left in her hand. She decides to use 1 to upgrade the side storage cabinet of the chassis. The main reason is that moving many supplies onto the vehicle and storing them is very troublesome. After upgrading the side storage cabinet, she can directly put supplies into it and then transfer them to other parts of the RV, making it much easier to handle. The remaining 8 crystal cores will be used to upgrade the U-shaped sofa cabinet space. All 8 cubic meters will be used to store seeds. Since she can get renewable resources from the farm, stockpiling seeds is the best choice. Once these tasks are done, Meng Sherwan pours cat food and water for Tieshua. She is too busy to eat herself, so she starts the vehicle and drives toward the street market. The zombie bodies on the ground are charred and neatly arranged. The vehicle runs over them, feeling like pressing on damp, soft wood. Fortunately, this doesn't affect driving. The vehicle stops a little further inside the street. The zombies here have been attracted to the entrance, so the ground is relatively clean. As soon as the RV stops, many heads peek out from the buildings on both sides of the street. The scene where Meng Sherwan killed someone earlier was clearly seen by many. Now that the villain is coming, everyone feels fear. The danger posed by the murderer is almost as bad as that of zombies. Chun Manning leans against the window, looking down at the dark RV entering the street. That villain is coming. Do we still need to keep moving supplies? Du Zitao thinks for a moment. If we don't provoke her, she can't catch us and cut us, right? We can just keep moving supplies and go around her. Just then, the RV door opens, and a girl jumps out from the driver's seat. Both of them are surprised and stunned by her appearance. She is wearing loose black sportswear, with straight black hair tied into a ponytail hanging behind her. She is tall and slim, jumping out of the RV quickly and neatly, with a strong and heroic aura. She seems to be looking for something and raises her head to look in this direction. She has a delicate appearance, with a gentle yet defined face and a strong presence. Just standing there, she gives off an intimidating vibe. According to Chin Manning, she's a cool girl, very impressive. She looks like those sweet and cool girls often seen online.
Du Zitao is confused.
Was the person in the black raincoat, holding a shovel, the villain who is so ruthless? Maybe she has a partner. In his mind, villains are usually fierce-looking. But she's so pretty. How could she be a villain? The next moment, Meng Sherwan turns around, takes out her weapon, a shovel, from the driver's cabin, and with a bang, closes the door.
Du Zitao.
All right, I take back what I said earlier. Looks can be deceiving. She's a villain. Meng Sherwan pulls a water pipe from a nearby shop and starts washing the RV. The black and gray dirt washes away, revealing the original pink color. She then takes down a trailer from the back of the vehicle, places some wooden planks, and walks toward the street. Hearing the explosion, zombies gather at the intersection. A vacuum zone forms at the far end of the street, the ground is clean, and there are no zombie bodies. Since the fire didn't spread here, the fire sprinklers weren't triggered, and the shops inside weren't flooded. Meng Sherwan pulls the trailer and enters a seed shop. She surveys the place. It's quite large, with a full range of products. There are seeds for grains, vegetables, flowers, and some common medicinal herbs. At the entrance, there are also some fruit tree saplings and flower seedlings, all bare and unknown in variety. At the back of the shop, many seeds like corn and soybeans are stacked. After wheat harvest, these crops are next to be planted. The shopkeeper has stored quite a few. Meng Sherwan isn't picky. She finds some large boxes and packs all kinds of seeds from the shelves, no matter what they are, into boxes. She doesn't open the packaging, just packs small seed packets, bags of corn seeds, and loads everything onto the truck. Once the trailer is full, she moves to the entrance, where there are various fruit tree saplings, flower seedlings, and some fresh sweet potato seedlings, all packed up and loaded onto the trailer. She drives to the RV, opens the side storage compartment, and keeps filling it with boxes. When the 1 cubic meter storage space is full, Meng Sherwan transfers everything into the U-shaped sofa storage area. Then she continued to load the items. After finishing 1 truckload, she went to the seed shop to pick up more supplies. Truck after truck, she worked tirelessly, until the 8 cubic meters of the U-shaped sofa cabinet were fully loaded, and most of the goods inside the seed shop were moved out. Almost every product was partially loaded, but some varieties were still incomplete. For example, wheat seeds, rice seeds, and so on. Since they just finished harvesting wheat here, they wouldn't sell wheat seeds now. This area doesn't grow rice, and there are no rice seeds to sell. These will have to be collected later. For now, Meng Sherwan is very satisfied with the variety she has collected. She reattached the handcart to the back of the vehicle, then went into the nearby shop to pick up some farming tools. A small sickle, small shovels, and similar tools for farming. Chun Manning, who was always watching Meng Sherwan's movements, was excited and said, "She's taking our tools." Father Du was nervous. "Thief.
Thief.
Stealing my tools right in front of me." Du Zitao couldn't help but laugh. "What thief? She's just doing her work. She's not killing anyone. It's just a few tools, not worth much money. We gave her some. We haven't stolen anything from others either." The family was upstairs, quietly watching Meng Sherwan. When Meng Sherwan sensed their gaze and looked up, they quickly hid. She returned to the camper, and Ta Shui hurried over, rubbing her head against her, full of affection. Meng Sherwan threw the tools into the farm, then picked up Ta Shui. "Still need to get some ice trays and lighters from the small shop. Come with me." Ta Shui jumped onto Meng Sherwan's shoulder and sat obediently. When they reached the small shop, they saw it was messy inside, probably because most of the important supplies had already been taken by other survivors. Upon entering, they saw that the supermarket was mostly empty. She had planned to restock the few remaining barrels of oil, but that was no longer possible. Fortunately, there were still a few ice trays left. Meng Sherwan took all of them, then went to the counter to get a box of lighters and some other small items, and returned to the camper with Ta Shui. "Today's work is finally done. I'll go take a shower first." Meng Sherwan set down the items, and Ta Shui obediently jumped down and sat on the cabinet, waiting. After taking a shower, Meng Sherwan changed into a short-sleeved sleep dress from her wardrobe, feeling fresh and clean. She picked up the snow step and opened the fridge. "What delicious food should we eat today?" "Snail rice noodles." Snowstep's eyes immediately widened like bells. "Please don't eat, can you stop eating?" Afraid that Meng Sherwan wouldn't see its resistance, it reached out a paw to scratch Meng Sherwan's hair. Meng Sherwan accepted its protest and changed her mind. "I don't want to cook. Let's eat prepared food." "You can have cat food." Snowstep quietly relaxed. Such a tiny cat. Really worries a lot. Meng Sherwan took out a bag of pancakes, some small lobsters, braised duck necks, and an Orleans roasted chicken. She also added chilled beer, half a chilled small watermelon, placed everything on the cabinet, and sat on a small stool to eat. Snowstep thought, as long as the owner doesn't eat, even eating cat food tastes good. Meng Sherwan wanted to watch a movie, but suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. She tilted her head to look and saw a helicopter flying overhead. It was flying very low, and the wind from the rotor blades blew dust into the air. Meng Sherwan frowned. It seems the seed base has already started taking action. The official base is called the seed base, symbolizing the preservation of the human spark. Ordinary people only feel panic because they don't understand the situation. Only the officials know how terrifying this global disaster really is. Once the officials realized what was happening, they acted immediately. They gathered abilities users, cleared zombies, built the seed base, collected supplies, and rescued survivors. All of this was done in a race against time very quickly. Now, a few days after the zombie outbreak, it is a critical time for the seed base to fully clear zombies and build a safe zone. The helicopter flew low along the street, making loud noise and causing a lot of dust, attracting zombies to follow and guiding them out to the suburbs for a unified cleanup. This is one of the plans for the seed base to clear zombies. Drawing large groups of zombies together for elimination can reduce the danger inside the city and increase the survival chances of the survivors. Even if not all zombies can be driven away, reducing their number still lessens the threat to survivors. Before the zombie outbreak in her previous life, Meng Sherwan also read some zombie apocalypse novels. Once zombies appeared, human civilization would collapse immediately, and humans would be helpless against zombies, only trying to survive in danger. Meng Sherwan didn't quite understand this. As a major industrial power, how could we possibly fail to deal with zombies that have little intelligence and only bite with their necks? Even she can use a chainsaw and an elevator to easily kill hundreds of zombies. With heavy machinery, various firearms, and the support of supernatural powers, how could we be helpless? Building a safe base is not very difficult. The real challenge of this disaster is not the zombies, but natural disasters. Zombies can be cleared with different methods, and a safe place can be built. But natural disasters attack indiscriminately, threatening human survival everywhere. During the upcoming extreme heat, temperatures will rise above 60 degrees Celsius, causing heat stroke and heat exhaustion. Power lines will catch fire. The internet will go down nationwide, and many fires will burn large amounts of supplies. Additionally, many supplies will be occupied by zombie hordes, making it hard to retrieve them. This is when humans will be pushed to the brink. Lack of supplies, unsuitable climate, and unarable land will be the biggest challenges for survival. Meng Sherwan lost interest in watching movies. Even her food no longer tasted good. She needs to find ways to gather more supplies before most of them are destroyed. Holding a chilled watermelon, she took spoonfuls into her mouth, her mind racing. She realized that stockpiling supplies requires more space. And more space needs crystal cores. Killing more zombies to obtain crystal cores becomes the key. Her gaze gradually focused as she examined her camper. She considered using the camper's ability to resist all harm. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She even stopped eating the watermelon, changed back into her dirty clothes she had just taken off, opened the door, and stepped out of the camper. Meng Sherwan looked up and pointed at the upstairs window where someone was peeking at her. You. Du Zitao, caught off guard, shivered and stammered, I didn't mean to bother you. He was so nervous he wondered if his curiosity had angered her enough to threaten him. Just as Meng Sherwan looked away, he suddenly had a thought and continued, but my dad can do it. He used to fix tractors for the villagers. Father do? He slapped his foolish son lightly on the head and muttered, Why are you telling her that? We shouldn't get involved with this troublemaker. Unfortunately, it was too late. Meng Sherwan calmly said, Come down. Their family of four was all stunned. Du Zitao regretted it so much he wished he could slap himself. Why did he talk so much? Seeing their hesitation, Meng Sherwan frowned and said, Are you going to up and invite you? Du Zitao quickly shook his head and shouted, No, we'll come down right away. Chen Manning was very nervous and whispered, You talk too much. Now if she gets upset and hurts us, what will we do? Du Zitao's regret was too late to fix. He had to steel himself and said, She probably asked us to help. If we don't upset her, she shouldn't hurt us. Dad, and I will go down. You and Mom stay home and keep everything safe. When she asks us to do something, we'll do it. It should be fine. Mother Du was already crying in fear and quickly grabbed Du Zitao. Is it okay if we don't go down? Du Zitao forced a smile. If we don't go down and upset her, maybe she'll really come up and hurt us. Don't worry. We won't offend her. It should be okay. He followed behind Father Du toward the door. As they walked, Du Zitao suddenly turned back. If we really die, you all must live well. This sentence even made Chen Manning start crying. Unaware of what was happening below, Meng Sherwan was just calling for help. Upstairs, the family was already starting to prepare their last words. They tiptoed nervously and hesitated before approaching Meng Sherwan. Du Zitao thought for a long time and finally asked, Sister, is there something you need from us? The girl looked younger than him but seemed very capable. Calling her sister was not a bad choice. Father Du smiled nervously, worried that Meng Sherwan might think they didn't want to come down. But his smile looked more like a grimace. Meng Sherwan asked, I want to install the rotary tiller in front of my camper. Can you do this job? The rotary tiller is used to loosen the soil for farming. On the main shaft, a row of long, curved blades is welded, spinning with great power, easily cutting through zombies. In front of the camper, a row of these blades is installed, and since the camper is immune to all damage, it becomes a perfect zombie collector. Meng Sherwan thinks her plan is very good. However, the spinning machine needs diesel fuel, and she doesn't know how to connect it to the camper's fuel tank to make the machine spin. Father Du immediately says, Yes, we can do it. Even if we can't, we have to try. He's afraid that if he says no, this troublemaker might attack him instantly. In fact, Father Du is quite capable of doing this work. When he was young, he repaired tractors. Later, He learned to operate combined harvesters and tillage machines. He specifically learned how to fix them and can do repairs. But as he got older and his son became successful, he didn't want to do the dirty, tiring work anymore. So he opened a farm tools shop in the city. After discussing, the three of them head to a nearby agricultural machinery store. Father Du starts a tractor, pulling a small tillage machine toward the camper. The large tillage machine is too long, so they use a smaller one that fits well in front of the camper. At this moment, a middle-aged man sticks his head out from upstairs and shouts, "Hey, what are you doing stealing my machine?" The machinery store owner is still alive. Father Du and Du Zitao look at Meng Sherwan together. This kind of thing is her problem to solve. The two of them are only responsible for working. Meng Sherwan looks up and asks, "How much?" The middle-aged man thinks for a moment. They say in chaotic times, gold is the most valuable. "I don't want money. I want gold." Other survivors hear the noise and peek out the windows to see what's happening. They are all worried about the store owner. He doesn't even look at who is below, so how dare he ask for money? This troublemaker really wants to steal, but what can he do? Is he going to fight the troublemaker over the machines? Surprisingly, the ruthless troublemaker who is known for killing without blinking is actually someone who talks reason. Meng Sherwan replies, "Wait." The store owner is also surprised. He gathers his courage and shouts, mainly because he doesn't want to lose these machines. They are quite expensive. If the troublemaker ignores him and tries to take them by force, he will just shrink back and pretend he didn't see anything. He saw the villain kill someone. Now there is no order, and staying alive is more important than machines. Unexpectedly, the villain actually agreed to give him gold. Was he really that easy to talk to? Meng Sherwan told Du Zitao and his father, "You two start moving things. I'll be back later." She put on a raincoat, grabbed a shovel, and headed toward the road intersection. Du Zitao was surprised. Is she really going to find gold? Or is she going to rob a jewelry store? Du's father sat on a tractor. There are no jewelry stores around here. While everyone was curious about where Meng Sherwan was going to find gold, they saw her walk to the intersection and bend down, searching through a pile of burnt corpses. They all fell silent. They couldn't believe she was going to look for gold on the bodies of the zombies she had burned. Life is better now, especially for some middle-aged people who often wear gold earrings or bracelets. The owner of the mechanical shop peeked from upstairs, watching Meng Sherwan in her black raincoat searching through the burnt corpses. He swallowed hard. "I don't really want the gold anymore. Maybe the gold was contaminated with zombie blood. If she touched it and got infected, that would be bad. It's not worth the risk." About 20 minutes later, Meng Sherwan returned with a small, blackened cloth bag, placing it on a tractor outside the mechanical shop. "Here's your gold." The shop owner, who had been watching closely, quickly stuck his head out. Just leave it there. He had gotten the gold he wanted, but now he didn't dare to take it. Meng Sherwan paid for her work and confidently used the tools in the shop. Du Zitao and his father had already moved everything they needed near the camper. They were sitting on the tractor, lost in thought. Meng Sherwan took off her raincoat and hung it on the door, then asked, "Why aren't you working?" Du Zitao looked worried. He quickly jumped down from the tractor. "Sis, it's not that we don't want to work. We just can't," he explained. "We tried to drill a hole in the front of the vehicle too in the metal frame, but guess what? The drill bit was worn down. The camper's paint didn't even chip. What material is this thing made of? It's so tough." Meng Sherwan. She forgot about that. The camper is immune to all damage, so it's really hard to drill a hole. After giving instructions, she opened the car door and entered the RV. Shue was busy burying her head in a watermelon pit, secretly eating the leftover watermelon. When she saw Meng Sherwan return, she quickly pulled back her head, pretending nothing happened. Meng Sherwan patted the cat's head. "System." Before she could speak, the system's mechanical voice responded, "Prepare the materials. I will install it for you. I only need 30 crystal cores. I can do a better job than them." Meng Sherwan frowned. "Why don't you go steal them?" 30 crystal cores meant killing many zombies. They could expand 3 cubic meters and store lots of supplies. She thought that, whenever it came to crystal cores, this quiet system was especially calculating. The system, which couldn't tell gender, now sounded a bit emotional. I will do a better job than them. Those two are amateurs. What good things can they make? How about this? Add 20 more crystal cores, and I'll make a device that automatically collects crystal cores. What do you think? Meng Shirwang clenched her teeth.
50 crystal cores?
Are you a bandit? Wait, you mean an automatic crystal core collector? Honestly, she was a little tempted. If she could drive the RV to automatically kill zombies and collect crystal cores, she wouldn't need to risk herself chopping them. Just thinking about it made her excited. But she didn't have any crystal cores now. Then she came up with a good idea. Let's do it on credit. You help me install it first. After I collect the crystal cores, I'll pay you back. The system was reluctant. What if I don't get my money back? Meng Shirwang knew the system was very calculating about crystal cores. She explained, if I don't pay you back, you won't let me expand my space, right? Won't I be able to store more supplies in the future? The system was silent for a moment. Fine, but I want interest. When you pay me back, it has to be double. You owe me 200 crystal cores. Meng Shirwang gritted her teeth. Are you robbing me? You want 150 cores as interest. The system ignored her protest, sounding a bit sneaky. Then just do the installation yourself. I'll remove the defenses. Meng Shirwang thought about the good days ahead, driving the RV to kill zombies and gather crystal cores. Fine, 200 cores, then 200 cores. With 20,000 zombies she'd have to kill for days. The system was basically a greedy merchant. After both sides agreed, Meng Shirwang no longer needed Du Zitao and his son. She got out of the car and told the two people, help me move a few more grass-cutting machines and grinders, then you can go back. Du Zitao was surprised. Aren't you going to load them onto the RV? Could they go home now? Alive and safe. Meng Shirwang replied, I'll load them myself. I don't need your help anymore. Now that she could go home, Du Zitao didn't ask more questions and quickly packed up and left. Actually, he wasn't as afraid of Meng Shirwang anymore. Being able to ask the owner of the machinery shop for gold instead of stealing it shows she is reasonable, so she's not that scary. After he returned, Du Zitao imitated Zhang Chong's style, white text on a black background, and posted a video. I think I met a kind-hearted villain. She's really nice. She didn't hurt me at all. This confused the netizens. Don't you even consider what you're saying? Not hurting you makes her a good person? Then I must be the greatest good person ever. The blogger must be a bit off. This is the first time I've heard that not hurting someone makes you a good person. Maybe she's gone crazy from zombie fear outside. Please tell me, I, Zhang Chong, am begging her to come back. Without her watching over this place, I can't sleep at night. I'm begging you. The antics of these two funny guys made the netizens even more curious about this kind-hearted villain. What kind of person is she? She managed to surprise these two big men. With so many people around, Meng Shirwang quietly upgraded the system late at night. The sky had already darkened. After a busy day, she finally had some real rest. She washed up again, took out the clothes she washed last time from the washing machine, and hung them on the stairs to dry. She threw her dirty clothes in to wash. Meng Shirwang turned on the TV and played a cartoon of Tom and Jerry. Tieshue was lying on the sofa, watching intently. Tieshue left the big villa and moved into the RV with her. She hadn't even had time to prepare toys for it. Tieshue remained calm, finding things to entertain itself. It was truly a divine little cat. Meng Shirwang thought for a moment and decided to have a seafood feast tonight. She took out fresh shrimp, crab, abalone, bass, snow frog, oysters, and other seafood from the fridge. She washed everything thoroughly in the sink, then took out the tray from the steam and grill combo, lined it with foil, and started grilling. She took out chopped green onions, garlic, and cilantro, then poured various seasonings to make a small sauce for herself. She stopped watching cartoons and, smelling the seafood, jumped onto the cabinet, sitting nearby and watching eagerly. Meng Shirwang smiled at her greedy cat-like look and said, "Wait until it's steamed." Taksha wagged her tail but still didn't want to leave the cabinet, crouching on the side, waiting for food while watching cartoons. Meng Shirwang took out ice cubes frozen in a plastic bag from the fridge, placed them on the counter, and cracked them with a knife. She used a stainless steel cup she brought from a small shop to make a large glass of chilled blueberry tea with lots of coconut jelly and taro balls. Taking a sip, she enjoyed the cold, sweet, and refreshing drink. She took out some small items she brought back today and organized them. The ice tray was filled with water and frozen in the fridge, and small items like lighters were tucked into gaps. After tidying up, the seafood in the oven and steamer was almost ready to be taken out. She used heat-resistant gloves to carry it out, and the fresh aroma of seafood instantly filled the RV. Taksha stood up, already eager, staring at the steaming food with anticipation. Wait a moment, let it cool a bit. Meng Sherwan used kitchen scissors to cut a scallop into her little cat bowl, making tiny pieces for easy eating. She peeled 2 more shrimp, an oyster, and some fish, piling them into a small bowl to cool before giving them to Takshu. They were all her favorites, and she purred happily while eating. Meng Sherwan dipped ingredients into sauces, tasting the delicious flavors. From time to time, she took a sip of blueberry tea, feeling all her fatigue melt away. Outside, the sky was completely dark, with lights turning on both sides. Probably due to recent traffic disruptions and factory closures, the air was rapidly clearing. In the city, you could see a sky full of stars. The RV, like a small light, provided Meng Sherwan and Takshu with the safest, most stable home in this end-of-the-world scenario. A hearty dinner, warm lighting, a relaxed cat, lively TV, together creating a cozy, warm scene. After dinner, Meng Sherwan washed the dishes and took out the trash to the outside of the vehicle. She carried Takshu and entered the farm. Even at night, the moon was full, casting a cool, gentle light over the ground. It wasn't as bright as the sun, but everything was still clearly visible. Meng Sherwan thought back to childhood, when the moon was full and she could read under its light. When she first entered the snow-covered space, she stood on Meng Sherwan's shoulder, looking around at this small area of just 2 square meters. Meng Sherwan put her down and said, "This is our place. It's very safe." Taxi, the cat, stepped on the damp ground and tiptoed to the fish pond, watching the fish swim back and forth. Meng Sherwan picked up a small shovel from the ground and, under the moonlight, dug neat little holes in the soil. She wanted to plant tomatoes in this small patch of land. Tomatoes are good. They can be eaten as fruit, used in cooking, or made into soup. When the weather gets hot, people like to eat chilled tomatoes, tomato soup, and tomato and egg noodles. She took a small bag of tomato seeds from the sofa area, placing 2 seeds in each hole and covering them up. Usually, it's better to start with seedlings, but Meng Sherwan thought it was too much trouble, so she decided to plant directly. If they grow, great. If not, she would try other methods. Taxi saw Meng Sherwan busy and came over to help. She dropped 2 seeds, and Taxi eagerly stepped forward, using her paws to cover them. The teamwork between the girl and the cat was very good. In no time, they had planted neat rows of tomato seeds in this small patch of land. The soil had the right moisture for plants, so Meng Sherwan didn't even need to water. But both of them were covered in dirt. Taxi's paws were muddy all over, and Meng Sherwan's slippers and hands were also dirty. She sighed, "We probably need to take a bath again." She was fine, but when Taxi took a bath, it was like facing a life-or-death duel. Definitely a big scene. When Taxi heard about a bath, she looked very unhappy, her little eyes spinning as if trying to figure out how to escape. Oh, right, Meng Sherwan suddenly remembered. She reached out and took some tiny seeds again. They were catnip and catgrass seeds, Taxi's sources of happiness. Catnip is a type of mint, used as a seasoning. The leaves taste good in salads or in soup. Catgrass is wheat seeds. Meng Sherwan didn't have wheat seeds for planting, but she had just received a large bag of newly harvested wheat from the grain purchase station. 2 different seeds were scattered near the edge of the fish pond. Once they sprouted, they could be used to feed Chushua. After finishing this, Meng Sherwan picked up the dirty Chushua, preparing to go out and accept a bath. Unexpectedly, when they returned to the caravan, both she and the cat were clean and fresh. Meng Sherwan was surprised but soon understood what had happened. The system said it couldn't take soil or water sources out of the space, so the mud stuck to them stayed inside the space. When they came out, they were naturally clean. The system is stingy, but it's actually a good thing. It saves me from having to take a shower every time I leave the farm, which would be too troublesome. After tidying everything up, Meng Sherwan lowered the bed and cuddled with Chushua to sleep. Seeing she didn't need a bath, Chushua happily stood tall with its tail up. Xiaoji, turn off all the lights. The inside of the caravan instantly went dark. Meng Sherwan, holding the chubby Chushua, lay on the bed and fell asleep. Youth is wonderful. The next morning, as the sun rose, Meng Sherwan opened her eyes. The first thing she did was look outside through the window. All the equipment around the caravan was gone, leaving only scattered parts. Has the caravan been transformed? She got out of bed without even changing her pajamas, quickly opened the door, jumped out, and checked what the system had changed. Since this caravan was built on a light truck, the front was flat without a protruding hood. Now, under the front window, on the flat front of the vehicle, 2 rows of blade rollers were installed horizontally. She had planned to install 4 vertically, but now only 2 were installed horizontally. She looked around, noticing the internal structure of the front of the vehicle had changed. Because she only saw the 2 extra rows of blade rollers and no other parts outside, they must be inside the front of the vehicle. The system's voice sounded. The start switch is in the driver's cab. The crystal core collection box is under the central armrest. I added a water pipe inside for cleaning the crystal cores. Everything collected is clean. If you think water is wasteful, you can turn off the water pipe. The collection box will then contain zombie blood and brain matter. Meng Sherwan sighed. That's great. How did you manage to modify it so seamlessly overnight? She now thought the system was very amazing. Upgrading the space is one thing, but how could they also modify the RV?
How did they modify it?
No one helped move things. Meng Sherwan looked up at the camera outside the RV, planning to check the footage later. She sat in the driver's seat. Near the start-stop switch, she noticed a new red button. She pressed it gently, and the blade rollers at the front spun rapidly. The noise wasn't loud, about the same as a running engine. Surprisingly, the system's modifications were pretty good. She opened the center armrest compartment and found a clear box underneath, probably the system's crystal core collection box. Meng Sherwan got out of the vehicle and looked at the spinning blade rollers in front of her, feeling a chill. If something got caught in there, it would be crushed into pieces in no time. Early in the morning, Du Zitao, who was out collecting supplies, saw this scene. He couldn't help but walk over and examine the moving blade rollers. Sis, did you install this last night? The modification looks pretty good. I didn't hear any noise. Why didn't you call me? I could help. Meng Sherwan looked up at him. His gaze made him feel cold, so he quickly shut his mouth. He silently scolded himself for talking too much. Why was his mouth so chatty? He turned to leave, wanting to get away from this trouble, but Meng Sherwan's voice stopped him. You help me throw a few burned corpses in and see what happens. Unable to leave, Du Zitao quickly turned around and agreed. Okay, I'll do it. Meng Sherwan still felt scared from last night's killing. She worried that if she was too slow, this sister might just tell him to throw the bodies in. Although he knew the chance was low, he couldn't help but feel scared. Du Zitao ran to a nearby snack shop, grabbed a raincoat for his electric bike, and carried a small burned corpse. He threw it into the spinning blade rollers. In an instant, the corpse was swallowed by the rollers and disappeared. Black, gooey meat sludge sprayed out from both sides of the vehicle. Wow, this is incredible. Du Zitao took a few steps back, afraid he might get caught in the machine himself. Was this really a last-minute modification from last night? It was basically a meat grinder. Meng Sherwan's eyes lit up. It really worked well. The 2 blade rollers could pull in zombies and cut them into pieces at the same time. There should also be a meat grinder inside, used to crush and filter the crystal cores at the same time. She returned to the driver's seat, turned off the blade roller, then got out of the car and went to the cashier at the nearby shop. She took a small speaker and placed it on top of the car's front. After finishing these tasks, she saw Du Zitao still standing there watching. Meng Sherwan spoke. Help me weld a metal box on the side door. It should be about the size of a small cabinet. She wanted to use it to store shoes, raincoats, and other items. Since zombie blood makes it hard to bring things into the car, and they can't wear and discard clothes repeatedly, a metal box would be very convenient. Du Zitao quickly nodded. Okay, I'll do it now. He had helped his father repair cars before, so welding things was familiar to him. Meng Sherwan returned to the RV and told the system. Later, you remove the defenses so he can install the box. After receiving the system's response, she started preparing breakfast. After eating, they set out. She was eager to test the efficiency of the zombie harvesting machine. The next target. Without returning the 200 crystal cores to the system, she couldn't upgrade the space. That was non-negotiable. The temperature was rising by several degrees each day. She had to gather supplies quickly. Once humans can't handle the extreme heat, she could stay inside the RV and rest. Du Zitao was working and thinking at the same time. He had many questions, but dared not ask Meng Sherwan. He wondered how the RV had been modified overnight, since he hadn't heard any noise. His eyes fell on the surveillance footage at the shop entrance. After welding the metal box, he planned to check it out. Meanwhile, Meng Sherwan took out a pot, boiled 2 packs of instant noodles, added eggs, sausage, chicken leg, beef, vegetables, and large shrimp. By the end, it looked almost unrecognizable. She also used a large stainless steel tumbler to make a passion fruit double drink, adding pearls, coconut jelly, and taro balls. Honestly, Meng Sherwan wasn't one to deny herself. She almost turned her fruit tea into porridge. She also didn't mind giving Takshu some canned shrimp mixed with other ingredients. Xiaoji, turn on the air conditioning and set it to 23 degrees. Turn on the monitor and play the surveillance footage from after 10 p.m. last night at 5 times speed. Xiaoji responded quickly. Yes, master. The air conditioning and monitor are now on. A cold wind blew loudly as I enjoyed a deluxe instant noodle meal, drank cold drinks, and played with my kitten comfortably. The security camera inside the monitor was very quiet. Late at night, I only saw someone passing by to move supplies, with no other activity. Until around 3 a.m., the agricultural machinery around the camper suddenly started moving. There was a quick process of disassembly, reassembly, and fitting onto the front of the vehicle. It felt like a transforming robot from a movie. I was confused and stunned. No one was helping, no mechanical arms. These parts moved by themselves and assembled perfectly. In just 10 minutes, everything was put together and everything became calm again. Since the end of the world began, I feel like this world has changed completely. It feels unreal. Rebirth, a camper system, space, a different time farm, mechanical evolution. It's all completely out of reality now. System. Where do you come from? Am I stuck inside a post-apocalyptic novel? Only in stories do you not need to follow logic. The system replied, don't think too much. This is reality. Focus on how to survive well now. As for other things, if you have the chance to find out, you will. I thought that made sense. These things are too far away from me. Right now, I just want to enjoy the convenience and live well, not repeating my past mistakes. At the same time, after Du Zitao returned home, he found the security footage from the gate of his farm tool shop. Seeing the scene of the camper changing, our whole family was stunned. Dad was so scared his hands started trembling. This is impossible. He didn't go to school much, but he knew this wasn't normal.
Parts shouldn't assemble themselves like that.
It looked cool in movies, but in real life, it was terrifying. Du Zitao whispered, she's a psychic. Otherwise, it's hard to explain this phenomenon. He saw online that some psychics can breathe fire or freeze things. Now, there's one controlling mechanical parts. This isn't too much, right? No wonder a girl is so powerful. Turns out she has special abilities. I felt more balanced inside. That big sister's shout was worth it. Our family was just pondering when the sound of children's songs came from downstairs. Looking for friends, find a good friend, cut off their head and roots, take the crystal core to feed the dog, I don't want you as a good friend. The Du family of 4 froze. The survivors around them also froze. Is this right? Is this really right? Is this still the nursery rhyme they remember? It sounds like a curse. The most important thing is, the singing voice is very familiar. It's not the villain living in the RV. Who else could it be? It's clearly a nice-sounding female voice. When amplified through the speakers, it sends a chill down their spines. They peeked to look and saw the RV below starting up and slowly driving away. The nursery rhyme also faded into the distance. Du Zitao was stunned. She's gone? Will she come back? Chen Manning didn't know why, but seeing the RV leave, she felt a bit regretful. Probably not coming back. Du Zitao suddenly remembered what the blogger had said. After the kind villain leaves, he always feels uneasy. Now he has the same feeling, nervously telling his family. Without her in charge, who knows what will happen next? Today, let's go to the grain store and bring back more wheat. We should stay at home and not go out again. Meng Sherwan was driving, humming a tune. On the center console to her right, there were drinks and snacks. The supplies piled in the passenger seat. Since she had no place to lie down, Snow was resting on Meng Sherwan's lap. Right now, she just needed to find a place with many zombies to safely collect crystal cores. In the past, she was afraid there were too many zombies, blocking the RV in the middle and making it impossible to move. Now she only regrets that there aren't enough zombies to kill. She even installed a speaker on the roof to make noise and attract zombies. No matter how many come, she can crush them into pulp. If you ask where the zombies are most numerous now, Meng Sherwan knows a good place. It's the zombie killing ground at the seed base. These days, she's been hearing helicopters flying low overhead. The noise from the helicopters attracts zombies along the streets to the outskirts killing ground for a mass extermination. Meng Sherwan just needs to wait on the road leading to the zombie killing ground, and there will be endless zombies to kill. She might stay there for a few days this time, repaying the system and gathering more crystal cores to expand her space. She needs to fill both fuel tanks first. Not far from the agricultural market, the RV was driving when some zombies heard the music from the speakers and rushed toward it. The items on the side don't matter, but if they appear in front of the RV, Meng Sherwan opens the blade roller, and the zombies are immediately pulled in. When they come out, they are just a pile of meat pulp. Meng Sherwan feels very excited. Driving this RV is just too fun. Are there any zombie hordes in this world that she is afraid to face? As long as the roads are clear and not blocked, there is nowhere she cannot go. She spots a gas station on the road and turns into it. Many zombies are wandering inside the station, all rushing toward the RV. Meng Sherwan welcomes them and drives straight at them. The fierce zombies are quickly killed. She is not in a hurry. She drives the RV around the station, deliberately crashing into the zombies. The zombies are attracted by the children's songs on the RV and start chasing it. Looking for friends, find a good friend, chop off the head, take the core, bring it to the dog. The lyrics are very intense, and the loud voice draws the attention of survivors hiding in a convenience store nearby. They peek through the glass to observe outside. When they see the pink RV playing devilish songs and chasing zombies, smashing them into meat pulp, they feel a shiver down their spines. Did I see that wrong? Is this really the same world? How can this be?
How can it be?
Shouldn't zombies be chasing humans? How can she drive and chase zombies? This is nothing like the zombie apocalypse I imagined. Aren't zombies supposed to be terrifying? Now they look like fools rushing to their deaths. This scene shocks them deeply, and they find it hard to accept. During the zombie outbreak, they barely survived, killing the zombies inside the convenience store and locking the door to hide. One clerk was so frightened that he developed a high fever that night, and he still hasn't recovered. Thinking back to that scene, they still feel scared. And now, those terrifying zombies are being turned into meat pulp by a RV. The abnormality is too great. The woman who was so scared she had a fever feels that her fever has lessened. Meng Sherwan drives the RV repeatedly until all the surrounding zombies are turned into meat pulp. Only then does she stop the RV next to the gas pump. This gas station has self-service fueling, so it's not so troublesome. You just scan a code to fuel and pay. Meng Sherwan opened the driver's door, looked at the bloodstains on the ground, then closed the door again. Back inside the RV, she took out a pair of tall rubber boots and put them on before getting out. She bought these tall rubber boots at a small market stall. The first time she saw them, she knew they would be very useful, so she took a few pairs and put them in the shoe cabinet. These boots are usually worn by farmers when they go out to work in the rain. Now, wearing them and stepping on the blood-stained ground, they felt very practical. Meng Sherwan scanned the code and first refilled the diesel tank. While waiting, a few people hiding inside the convenience store waved wildly at her. "Miss, are you going to the base? Can you take us with you? Can you give us a ride? We want to go to the base too." Meng Sherwan didn't even lift her eyelids and was too lazy to respond. How shameless. Asking to be taken to the base, as if she owed them something. The diesel tank was full. Meng Sherwan started the vehicle, sat at the RV's door, took off her boots, and placed them in the metal box next to the door. Not to mention, the person working here was very careful. The door of the metal box faced the car door, making it easy to take things in and out. She climbed into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, moved forward a little, then returned to put on her boots again before getting out to refuel. Seeing the RV start up, the survivors outside panicked. This was their chance to escape, and they couldn't miss it. After confirming there were no zombies outside, they hurriedly opened the convenience store door and rushed out. Meng Sherwan glanced at them. "Stay 10 meters away from me, or don't blame me for being rude." Her voice was cold, and her eyes colder, which made them stop a short distance away, too afraid to approach. "Miss, please help us. Just take us to the base. I've seen where the seed base is. It's not far from here." Yeah, please help us. "You have such a nice RV, it's an easy thing to do." They begged her with words, but secretly had their own plans, standing quietly in front of the RV's front. They thought that blocking the way would make Meng Sherwan agree to take them. Meng Sherwan sneered coldly. Seeing the diesel tank was full, she put away the fuel gun, opened the car door. The next moment, she took out a small shovel from inside the RV and pointed it at them. "Try to come any closer? Stay calm, and you can survive. Take one more step, and I will make you all die now." The group rushing forward hesitated when they saw Meng Sherwan's fierce attitude. They looked at each other, seeing their own plans reflected in each other's eyes. 4 men and 3 women, could they really be no match for this young girl? As long as they could seize the RV and head to the seed base, they wouldn't have to worry about sleeping restlessly anymore. They quickened their steps and rushed toward the side door, where Meng Sherwan was standing. Meng Sherwan looked at her feet covered in zombie blood and flesh, knowing she couldn't step directly into the RV. She chuckled softly. If these people wanted to die so badly, she would help them. One man rushed forward first, grabbing the sliding door on the side, afraid Meng Sherwan would close it. He thought he was fighting for survival, but he was actually seeking death. The others reached out their hands, trying to pull Meng Sherwan down from the extended stairs. Meng Sherwan's face was cold. She swung her shovel, hitting one of them on the head, like whacking a mole. Her speed and strength were not to be underestimated. Earlier, a punch had knocked Gu Jincheng to the ground, making him see stars. Now, with a shovel, several people were knocked down immediately, almost seeing their grandmother. Blood and flesh from zombies covered the ground. The others tried to get up, but their dizziness and blurred vision made it impossible to find balance. They could only lie on the ground, trembling. Meng Sherwan watched coldly from the side, sitting on the ground of the RV. She took off her rubber boots, placed them in a nearby metal box, and closed the door. The extended stairs retracted at the same time. She had seen this kind of scene many times in her past life, so she felt nothing and had no emotional reaction. The seed base wasn't far away. Rescue teams would come soon to take them away. They just needed to stay put and wait. If they insisted on trying to steal her RV, she wouldn't be polite. She had warned them not to go forward, but they chose their own path to death. Treading snow wagged its tail, watching Meng Sherwan with big eyes, as if observing her mood. Meng Sherwan picked it up, kissed its head twice, and said, "Good baby, my cat is the best in the world." Treading snow licked Meng Sherwan's chin in agreement. Meng Sherwan held onto the snow-covered steering wheel and returned to the driver's seat. Through the rear-view mirror, she saw a man clinging tightly to the back wheel, with half his body under the car, muttering something with his mouth moving. She rolled down the right window and her voice came from outside. "You hit us, and you have to take responsibility. You must take us away today, or I won't get out of the car. I don't believe you dare to run me over." Meng Sherwan silently rolled her eyes and started the vehicle. These kind of fools, even if they survive today, won't last long in the end times. It's the end of the world now. Who still cares about rules? As the car moved forward, the large wheels didn't hesitate to run over the man. The person who was shouting just moments ago was instantly flattened, blending with zombie flesh and blood. Warm blood splattered everywhere. The others froze in place, their eyes wide with shock. She really ran him over. He was a living person. She had just committed murder. How dare she? But Meng Sherwan believed there was nothing she wouldn't do. She knew this end of the world better than anyone. Everyone thought that once you entered the base, you would be safe. It wasn't like before the end times, where food and supplies were plentiful. At least, you wouldn't be eaten by zombies or starved to death. That was enough. But from Meng Sherwan's own experience, the base could only guarantee that humans wouldn't be attacked by zombies. It didn't mean they could eat well or live peacefully. Inside the base, human nature was fully revealed. As natural disasters struck, supplies outside kept getting destroyed. The mutants and fighters inside the base were sent out to rescue supplies. Although killing and looting were officially forbidden inside the base, in extreme conditions, theft, murder, and robbery happened frequently. The capable people in the base were busy rescuing supplies and helping others. There was no manpower or resources to investigate or handle every incident. Chaos was everywhere. Without skills, people often died from illness, murder, or starvation inside the base. In this end times, only the strong survive. Meng Sherwan looked up at the helicopters flying back and forth, then roughly confirmed the location of the zombie slaughter zone based on the city roads. She was near the suburbs, mostly wealthy villa areas. A national highway ran through this area, wide and sparsely populated, making it a good place to attract zombies. She followed the navigation and drove onto the highway, where she indeed saw a flood of zombies. At this moment, she was amazed by the technology of the great country. This highway had clearly been specially prepared. There were no parked vehicles on the road, and cement pillars lined both sides, wrapped with barbed wire to prevent zombies from escaping onto other roads. Many helicopters hovered low in the sky. They flew from different directions, trying to attract zombies to follow them. Underneath, cages hung with whole pigs and sheep, emitting the smell of fresh meat and blood. The noise of the helicopters combined with the scent of meat attracted the zombies, which stiffly followed behind, growling and shuffling forward. Every helicopter that took off onto the highway was followed by a dense crowd of zombies. After guiding the zombies onto the highway, the helicopters completed their task and returned to the city to attract the next group. Once the helicopters left, the zombies lost their target and stood confused on the road. Soon they would find new targets. Above the highway, a steel wire was stretched, with cages hanging from it. Inside the cages were fresh animals, moving along with the wire. The zombies were attracted by the blood and flesh inside the cages and ran after them. The flood of zombies on the highway followed the moving cages above, chasing forward. Meng Sherwan looked up and saw that the hanging cages were actually cable cars from a scenic area. They had just been moved onto the highway. The scene was spectacular, with precise coordination guiding the zombies toward the slaughter zone. How could human intelligence and machinery be helpless against mindless zombies? The only thing humans couldn't control was the high contagiousness of the zombies. Meng Sherwan looked around the camper, where countless moving zombies crowded everywhere, and she felt very excited. There were so many crystal cores. The blade rollers spun wildly, crushing one zombie after another into meat paste, spraying out from the sides. She could easily park the camper here, as the density of zombies meant they would keep getting pulled into the blades. But Meng Sherwan wanted to see the slaughter zone. With such a dense gathering of zombies, she wondered how the large-scale slaughter was carried out inside. So she followed the flood of zombies forward. The zombies were too many and moved slowly, and no matter how fast the blades spun, their capacity was limited. Meng Sherwan could only move forward slowly, as the blades of the wheel kept spinning and consuming energy. Next to her, there were various snacks and drinks. She held a snack while walking on the snow, listening to music, and seemed quite happy. Inside the helicopter above, which was returning with a group of zombies, the pilot looked down at the highway below and felt confused. There seems to be a camper among the zombies. And it's pink. The co-pilot leaned out to look and exclaimed, "Aren't we supposed to attract zombies? Why is there a camper coming back? The driver is also a fool. Didn't they see so many zombies? Why drive into them? Wait, something's not right." They both looked carefully and found it very strange. The co-pilot even took out binoculars and said in amazement, "This isn't a fool. This is a really impressive person." The front of the vehicle is modified with rotating blades that spray out meat paste. The blades are so sharp and fast that they can crush bones. We tested before. Zombies can break car windows and even create dents on the body. But this camper, under attack from zombies around, shows no damage. Maybe it's made of special metal, or the owner is a metal-type psychic who can strengthen metal. Let's move closer. Oh, the owner is still a beauty, chewing on a bag of chicken feet. The driver. So, this camper didn't accidentally enter. It came here on purpose? If so, the owner is probably collecting crystal cores. People avoid zombies, so who would deliberately walk into a zombie horde? In the city, zombies are endless. Those driving modified campers here are probably collecting crystal cores. They're quite lazy, just picking up what's already there. The co-pilot asked, "Should we report this to the team?" The driver thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. The camper's intrusion is obvious. They should have been noticed long ago. No one stopped them, probably because they're too lazy. Zombies are too many to kill all, so let her do what she wants." But right now, not many people know what crystal cores are for. This person is quite clever. She might be a psychic. The helicopter circled twice above the camper and then continued flying toward the city to keep working. Meng Sherwan didn't know yet that these people had already marked her as a special ability user of the gold type and included her as a target for recruitment. She only knew that these helicopters seemed quite idle, each circling twice above the RV, the wind they kicked up howling loudly. They didn't have enough work to do for her. She drove until 3 p.m., but didn't see the zombie slaughter scene. Feeling tired, she didn't want to drive anymore. She turned the RV around, stopped facing the flood of zombies, turned off the engine, and kept the blade rollers spinning to continue harvesting zombies. She opened the central armrest console, and the items collected in the transparent box inside caught her eye. There were not only crystal cores, but also many different kinds of jewelry. She grabbed a snack bag, opened the transparent box, and took out all the items inside to bring back to the RV. She placed them on the small square table in the middle of the sofa, first picking up the crystal cores. There were 25. 25, wow, 25 cubic units. Before she could even imagine more, a handful of crystal cores suddenly disappeared from her hand. The system cheerfully said, 25 crystal cores returned. Still need 175, Meng Sherwan. She looked at her empty hands and resigned herself. If it weren't for the system helping to modify the RV, collecting crystal cores wouldn't be so easy. She then looked at the jewelry on the table. Surprisingly, they were all real. The cheap-looking decorations should have been filtered out. The cheapest items here were silverware, with various precious metals like gold and platinum, as well as rare gemstones. Meng Sherwan picked up a large gold chain and a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg. Good stuff, I'll keep these. These items could be exchanged for a meal inside the base. She found a plastic candy box, put all these items inside, and tossed it into the corner of the stairs. She casually pinched a piece of chocolate and put it in her mouth. She couldn't be idle now. She planned to cook some hot dishes and store them in the space for future use when she didn't have time to cook. Thinking for a moment, she decided to make tomato stew with beef brisket. When it's almost ready, she would add some Shanghai greens and serve it over rice, fragrant and delicious. She acted quickly. She took out about 20 or 30 tomatoes from the fridge space she had stocked earlier, along with several large chunks of beef brisket and some Shanghai greens. Taksha looked at her eagerly. Meng Sherwan patted her head. I forgot to feed you. You can have some cat food first. She hurried to get a small bowl for Takshu and poured in some cat food. It is now after 3 p.m. She has eaten enough snacks, but Tieshue is still hungry. Seeing the cat food, Tieshue reluctantly eats it with a crispy crunch. Meng Sherwan pats its head to comfort it, saying, "Later, I'll steam a small fish to make it up to you." Tieshue lets out a whimper, but somewhat forgives Meng Sherwan. She goes upstairs, takes out a large soup pot, a big wok, and some disposable containers. These were all bought earlier at the supermarket. She cuts the beef brisket into small pieces, blanches it, adds spices, and stews it. She also steams a big pot of rice. Since the beef needs to stew for a long time, she uses the oven to steam small fish and large shrimp for Tieshue. After feeding Tieshue until it's full, she prepares a large cup of milk tea for herself, then lies on the sofa holding Tieshue and watches anime. Outside, a horde of zombies is moving around, many of them circling the RV and scratching at it. Meng Sherwan closes the doors and windows, turns on the air conditioning, and peacefully watches anime while the beef brisket simmers. She even shows off half a watermelon in the middle. About an hour later, she gets up to peel tomatoes, stir-fry them, and then add them to the beef brisket to continue stewing. By the time dinner is ready, it's almost evening. A helicopter keeps circling above, making 2 more passes to see what this unique vehicle's owner is doing. Yes, now dinner is served. On a road full of zombies, she's cooking beef stew, watching TV, and showing off her meal, probably the only person doing such a thing. Seeing her calm and relaxed lifestyle, some people feel a bit envious. Every time she checks what the RV owner is doing, it becomes a fun part of her work as a helicopter pilot. Meng Sherwan pairs her milk tea with 2 big bowls of hot tomato beef stew over rice. This simple home-cooked meal feels more satisfying than any pre-made dish or processed food she's had before. After eating, she arranges the packed boxes, placing rice at the bottom and the tomato beef stew on top, then covers them and puts them in the fridge. She made 10 boxes in total, almost running out of space. She rearranged the fridge shelves to fit everything in. Her busy day ends. Before it gets completely dark, Meng Sherwan washes up and goes to bed. She turns on the air conditioning, covers herself with a blanket, and sleeps peacefully with Tieshue in her arms. The RV's lights go out, the curtains are drawn, and the fun for the helicopter pilots, who are still working, comes to an end. They are no longer just a little envious. Now, they are extremely jealous. Driving a camper van freely, who wouldn't want to enjoy such a good day? The next morning, the first thing Meng Sherwan did after waking up was to turn over and get out of bed. She went to the driver's seat and opened the crystal core collection box. Seeing it full of crystals, she felt a happy sense of harvest. She sat in the driver's seat, crossed her legs, and counted them one by one.
30.
65. 70. 71 crystals. Since around 3 p.m. yesterday, I've collected 71 crystals, plus the 25 from yesterday morning, making a total of 96. In one day, with the blades and rollers running non-stop, collecting about 100 crystals is pretty good. Meng Sherwan was very happy with this result. If she had to cut each crystal one by one, it might take forever. Based on this, by tomorrow morning, she could pay back the system's crystal debt. After that, any crystals she collected would be hers. Meng Sherwan felt hopeful about the future and looked forward to what was coming. Even the system's reminders about payments sounded much more pleasant. Paid back 96 crystals, still owe 104. She took out some jewelry made of gold and silver.
Got it.
I'll definitely pay it all back tomorrow. She threw the jewelry into a candy box in the corner of the staircase. She took out some fried dumplings, cold dishes, and some baked goods for breakfast. She opened a can of food for Tieshue, and after they both ate, Meng Sherwan picked up a bunch of snacks from in front of the sofa and threw them into the driver's cabin. She was wearing a long dress and sleepwear, curled up in the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and turned around to head out. Her target was the zombie extermination site. Today's temperature was a few degrees higher than yesterday. It was probably over 30 degrees now. The morning sun was very strong, making the inside of the camper van even hotter. The air conditioning needed to run 24 hours a day to keep the temperature steady. The blazing sun helped the solar panels on the roof generate electricity faster, but with the air conditioning on for a long time, the generators still needed to run from time to time to supply power. Xiaoji set the air conditioning to 24 degrees. Yes, master. The air conditioning is now set to 24 degrees. After turning on the air conditioning, the inside of the camper van was just right. Meng Sherwan, curled up in the driver's seat, felt very comfortable. While snacking, she drove slowly forward, occasionally opening the crystal core collection box to see if more crystals had appeared. The zombie crowd on the main road was still dense, and helicopters flew back and forth in the sky, attracting zombies to gather. The pilot saw the RV moving and would circle above it, curious about what this unique vehicle owner was doing. Then they saw Meng Sherwan, dressed in a nightgown, with her hair loose, holding a cat, surrounded by snacks and drinks, happily driving. The pilots, who hadn't slept for 2 days, were starting to break down a little. Meng Sherwan kept driving for several hours until, in the afternoon, she finally saw the scene of zombies being slaughtered. At that moment, she was deeply shocked. It was a powerful scene from a major country's heavy industry. Meng Sherwan remembered a foreign movie she had watched before, where people's lives were used as a game. Large rollers spun around, and players had to run. If they were too slow, they would be crushed into a meat paste. Now, the movie had become reality, making its grandeur even clearer. Meng Sherwan turned the car around and turned off the engine. She used the remote control to raise the roof on the second floor, climbed out, and stood on the front of the car to get a better view of what was happening. The land ahead used to be farmland, flat and without buildings. Now, 3 large, round, metal rollers had appeared on the smooth surface. They were thicker than a building, with shiny, smooth surfaces reflecting the cold metal glow in the sunlight. Because they were so impressive, Meng Sherwan couldn't estimate their length, maybe dozens or hundreds of meters. At the connection point of the 3 huge rollers, there was a larger circular power hub that slowly moved the rollers. It moved very slowly but steadily, giving a terrifying feeling of heaviness. The RV looked tiny and helpless next to this giant object. A cable car on the road led to the central power hub, guiding zombies to push toward it. Where the rollers passed, zombies were crushed into mud. Not far behind the rollers, there was a scraper that cleaned away the crushed zombie remains, dropping them into 4 trenches below ground level. Meng Sherwan saw that the nearest trench had a conveyor belt. After the zombie remains fell in, she didn't know where they were transported. If she guessed correctly, she was probably sent to sort the crystal cores. This is an automatic slaughterhouse that lures zombies inside. The rotating rollers keep crushing, while the zombie flesh is scraped into grooves with a scraper and then continuously transported away. Meng Sherwan observes the surroundings. The zombies coming here are not only from the main road. There is also the highway opposite and various side roads on both sides. Zombies are pouring in from all directions. The dull-headed zombies keep entering the slaughterhouse, constantly sent in and constantly dying. Meng Sherwan stands on the roof of the vehicle, feeling amazed. Big national industry, no need to use hot weapons, just a few waves can eliminate the mindless zombies. It's really terrifying. In just a few days, only the seed base that can allocate all available resources could achieve this level. If it were a private base, it probably wouldn't have this ability. Having lived through this life again, she no longer hides in shame and struggles to survive. Seeing this scene makes her heart tremble. The power of a great nation, human wisdom. Sooner or later, they will overcome this disaster. Inside the slaughterhouse's power core, 2 people stand. They are both elemental ability users of the metal type, responsible for keeping the zombie slaughterhouse running smoothly. If there is a malfunction, they need to go repair or reinforce the metal. Look over there in the zombie tide. Is there a person? From this distance, it's hard to see clearly. Only a small flat area among the moving heads seems to have a figure standing on it. Hu Wenhui takes out a telescope and looks through it. Chu Jia is stunned. Where did you get that telescope? Hu Wenhui glances toward Meng Sherwan. I found it when repairing the underground transport belt yesterday.
Wow.
Oh my, it's really a person. Let me see. Chu Jie quickly snatches the telescope from Hu Wenhui. The zoomed-in view shows that the small flat area in the zombie tide is actually the roof of a camper. There is a person standing on the roof. A woman in a long pajama dress. The dress is long-sleeved and short, with a slim figure, and her exposed skin is very fair. A breeze blows, causing her long dress and hair to flutter in the wind, revealing a delicate and heroic face. Around the camper, countless pale zombie arms reach out, trying to pull her away. But she remains calm, standing straight with a stern face. How can I describe this scene? It's like a silhouette of a brave heroine in an action anime. Chu Jie sighed. Why does she look like a confident heroine, while we two look exhausted after pulling all-nighters, worn out and tired? Hu Wenhao was speechless about his way of thinking. She looks healthy and lively, so she's definitely human. Why is she here? With such a dense zombie tide, how did she manage to drive the camper in? This situation is really rare. This zombie slaughter zone is only accessible to zombies. What are humans doing here?
They can't be just sightseeing, right?
All the survivors are too scared to get close, so who would dare to squeeze into the zombie tide just to watch how zombies die? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. She must be a person with special abilities. No matter how powerful an ordinary person is, they couldn't drive a camper here. Hu Wenhao was confused. What exactly is she here for? Both of them were puzzled. They truly didn't understand why Meng Shiwang ran into the zombie tide. They thought Meng Shiwang risking her life to come here couldn't be just for sightseeing. Actually, Meng Shiwang was here to observe. After witnessing the spectacular scene, she returned to her camper and decided to stay here for a few days at this perfect viewing spot. She aimed to collect as many crystal cores as possible, planning to leave once her fuel was almost gone. Ta Shui, let's go to the farm and take a look. Thinking about playing in the mud without needing a shower, Ta Shui happily jumped into Meng Shiwang's arms. In the next moment, a person and a cat appeared inside the farm. It was a small plot of land about 1 square meter, with a fish pond of about 1 cubic meter. Ta Shui headed straight to the pond to watch the fish swimming inside. Meng Shiwang crouched down to check the tomato seeds she planted last time, but didn't see any sprouts. She carefully dug out some seeds, which showed tiny green sprouts just beginning to break through the soil. She gently buried them back. The tomato seed packet says it takes 3 to 7 days to sprout. It's been 2 days, and there's no sign of sprouting yet. This means the flow of time here is the same as outside. Tomatoes take over 3 months to grow from planting to ripening. So, it will be over 3 months before we can eat tomatoes grown here. Meng Shiwang first realized that plant growth is a very slow process. In 3 months, many things can happen in this post-apocalyptic world, and many lives can end. System, can you speed up time? Make the plants grow faster. The system replied quickly, yes, with 100,000 crystal cores I can double the time speed. As long as the crystal cores are available, I can do anything. Meng Shiwang. Goodbye. 100,000 crystal cores. She had been killing zombies day and night for years, and still couldn't gather that many. Just as this thought appeared, she was stopped by the high cost, which crushed it before it could grow. Meng Shiwang called out to Shui, let's go out. Back at the RV, she thought about making some hot dishes to stock up, but laziness took over, and she decided to relax. She took out a memory stick, found one file, plugged it into the monitor, and then grabbed a game controller from the sofa. She played Stardew Valley all afternoon. She used to think this game was boring, but after the destruction of her home, farming and building in the game became very interesting. When she was hungry, she ate cooked food from the fridge, roast duck, boiled chicken, braised duck neck, paired with cold soda. Shui was hungry too, so he ate cat food and kin food, mainly to be lazy. After eating, she curled up on the sofa, snacking and continuing to play. Shui was bored, sleeping at her feet. Now Meng Shiwang realized how addictive the game was, playing until midnight before sleeping. She woke up feeling full, only to find it was already noon the next day. Despite the zombies outside howling and the mechanical buzzing, the RV was very quiet thanks to its soundproofing. The first thing she did after waking was to check the crystal core collection box. It was almost full. She sat cross-legged in the driver's seat, carefully counting the crystal cores. Point 100, 125, 126. This harvest is really good. System, I'll return your 104 crystal cores. I still have 22 left, ha ha ha. Feeling free of debt, Meng Sherwan even had a sense of sudden wealth. She wondered where to expand her space with these 22 crystal cores. After thinking, she decided to expand the fish pond by another cubic meter, moving the aquatic products from the fridge into the pond, freeing up half a cubic meter of fridge space. The farm is too small. It needs to be expanded a bit more to grow various common vegetables. In a few months, there will be fresh vegetables to eat. Let's expand the farm to 9 square meters first. This will cost 10 crystal cores, and I will keep the remaining 12 for now. When I leave, I will see how many crystal cores I have in total and plan accordingly. Deciding this, Meng Sherwan takes out 10 crystal cores to expand the fish pond and the farm. She also moves the live aquatic products from the fridge to the fish pond. After finishing these tasks, she and Tashue have a simple lunch and then go to the farm. The expanded farm is arranged in a 3x4 grid with 2 cubic fish ponds at the edges. The whole farm looks much more spacious. Tashue is excited and runs around happily, like a little crazy cat. Recently, Tashue's activity space in the caravan was small, and it was getting restless. Now it is happily playing in the fields. Meanwhile, Meng Sherwan looks at the 9 extra square meters of land and thinks about what vegetables to plant. Planting chives and water spinach in one crop allows for repeated harvests, so planting these on the small land is the most cost-effective. Since it's very hot, watermelons are suitable, so she plans to grow some. She also wants to plant strawberries because she likes them. Cucumbers, potatoes, peppers, and green beans will be planted on 1 square meter each. Green onions and garlic will also be planted on 1 square meter. The remaining 9 square meters are planned carefully. After making a good plan, Meng Sherwan takes out seeds and squats on the ground with a small to start planting. Tashue, excited, runs over to help bury the seeds. Its paws, usually used for digging up dirt, are perfect for burying seeds. Meng Sherwan digs a small hole, puts in 2 seeds, and Tashue eagerly digs the soil back in, burying them tightly. Tashue is so amazing. You're a farming cat. Hearing Meng Sherwan's praise, Tashue proudly raises its tail and works even harder. With the effort of both, they quickly plant seeds on all 9 square meters. Tashue is covered in dirt and looks like a little flower cat. Meng Sherwan takes out some coriander and scallion seeds and scatters them along the edge near the fish pond. Once grown, they will be enough to eat. Looking at the farmland filled with seeds and the fish pond full of fish and shrimp, Meng Sherwan feels a complex emotion. She remembers the times when the soil was devastated by natural disasters and could no longer grow any plants. Seeing the lively fields again, I feel a deep, unspoken emotion. Any renewable resource is very precious in this end-of-the-world situation. Fortunately, she has a farm that can keep expanding. Back at the RV, Meng Sherwan turned on the monitor and played a movie. She took out meat, vegetables, and other ingredients from the fridge space, then cooked some hot dishes to store inside. Dishes like spicy stir-fried pork, chicken stew with potatoes, and braised eggplant. While cooking, she watched the movie. Once her dishes were ready and packed into the fridge space, it was already very dark outside. After washing up, Meng Sherwan lay comfortably on the sofa, playing a game before sleeping. She slept well under the air conditioning and blanket, only waking up around 10 in the morning. She fed the cat, Tyakshu, some cat food, then took a cold drink from the fridge and drank it all. Then she checked today's harvest in the driver's cabin. Thanks to her experience from a few days ago, Meng Sherwan knew roughly how many crystal cores she could get each day. She wasn't as excited as before, but counting the crystal cores still made her happy. She sat in the driver's seat, counting carefully. 98, plus the 12 left from yesterday, makes a total of 110. That means I can expand the space by 110 cubic meters. Meng Sherwan thought that if she stayed a few more days and collected a few hundred crystal cores, the harvest would be very good. She started the vehicle and checked the fuel level. She was surprised to see her eyes widen in shock. Almost out? Does the zombie harvesting machine really use so much fuel? Let's go, we can't stay here. If the diesel runs out, the RV won't be able to move. Just a moment ago, she was relaxed and carefree, but now she moved quickly. She emptied the crystal core collection box, went inside the RV to get some cooked food from the fridge space, grabbed 2 bottles of drinks, and started the vehicle to leave. She had been planning to stay a few more days and gather more crystal cores, but now that plan was off. She needed to leave the nearest intersection and find a gas station to refuel. Meng Sherwan held the steering wheel with her right hand, while her left hand was busy eating a chicken leg. She drove slowly when entering and also when leaving. After filling her stomach, she began to think about how to use the 110 crystal cores to upgrade her space. The 2 fuel tanks and water tanks need to be expanded, as they are the most important resources to stock up on right now. Based on the fuel consumption of a light truck, driving 100,000 kilometers would require about 11,000 liters of diesel. This is roughly equivalent to 11 cubic meters. Using them for a year or 2 is no problem, and if you don't drive every day, they can last even longer. According to this estimate, expanding the diesel and gasoline tanks to 30 cubic meters each will solve fuel storage issues for several years. Later, when more crystal cores are available, further expansion can be done. Meng Sherwan carefully planned and drew a view of the RV, deciding to expand the diesel and gasoline tanks, which would consume 60 crystal cores. The remaining 50 crystal cores were split, 30 for expanding the clean water tank and 20 for the pure water tank. All 110 crystal cores were used up. Even so, Meng Sherwan still felt it wasn't enough. She wished she could stockpile enough supplies for her entire life, but she didn't have enough crystal cores to expand more space. Contentment brings happiness. I am much better off than before, she comforted herself, trying to soothe her greedy, hoarding instincts. Meng Sherwan turned off the main road at the nearest intersection, and the number of zombies on the road suddenly decreased. The RV could now move faster. She used her phone to find the nearest gas station and looked up to see a helicopter hovering above the road ahead. What's going on? Why are these helicopters always circling around me? As she wondered, the helicopter dropped a ladder and a person climbed down. When they were about 10 meters above the ground, they jumped down. With a loud thud, they landed, creating a small crater on the ground. The person, however, seemed fine and walked toward the RV. Meng Sherwan frowned. Full body hardened, a metal-type ability user. Seeing the person approaching her, she became alert. In the apocalypse, ability users are at the top of the pyramid, and major bases are eager to recruit them. In her previous life, Meng Sherwan struggled among ordinary people and never had the chance to contact ability users. What do these metal-type ability users want with her? She stopped the RV and watched as he approached the driver's side window, knocking on the glass with a smile. From his attitude, it didn't seem like he was here to cause trouble. The man smiled and said, "Oh, my name is Jong Han-yu. I am in charge of building the seed base. I detected that you might have a special ability related to metal, so I am here to invite you to join the seed base. Currently, building the base and the zombie elimination arena all need people with metal abilities. We are searching the whole city, and there are fewer than 10 people with metal abilities. We are in urgent need." When Jong Han-yu confirmed that Meng Sherwan might have a metal ability and saw her come out of the zombie horde safely, he quickly approached to recruit her. Meng Sherwan looked confused and asked, "Am I a person with a metal ability? Does she herself not know if she has special powers? Why did this person assume it so quickly?" Thinking further, he might believe that her caravan was able to survive the zombie horde because she has a metal ability that reinforced it. Unfortunately, she is not a person with special powers. Meng Sherwan felt a bit disappointed about that. Just as she was about to refuse, he continued, "Don't worry. The benefits at the seed base are very good. We provide food and shelter, supplies, and life is guaranteed. Joining won't be a loss." To show his enthusiasm and sincerity, he smiled broadly. trying to give Meng Sherwan a perfect smile. Meng Sherwan. I am not a person with a metal ability. Zhang Hanyu didn't believe him. The metal in her caravan was reinforced so strongly that zombies couldn't leave a mark, so even if she wasn't a metal ability user, she must have some other power. No matter what kind of ability she has, the seed base needs her. The rescue team also urgently needs ability users. He smiled and said, Ms. Meng, don't rush to refuse. This is my ID from the seed base. The benefits are excellent and what I say is true and reliable. Please consider it, or if you have any conditions, just tell us. We will do our best to meet your needs. If she really didn't want to join, he couldn't force her. He could only try to persuade her with the benefits. In the end of the world, good living conditions and security are the most convincing. Meng Sherwan wasn't surprised that he knew her name. The people at the seed base could find out anything if they wanted. She remained cold and said, I'm not interested. Zhang Hanyu scratched his head, unwilling to give up.
Please think about it again.
The benefits are very good. If you want anything or if you have enemies, just tell us. We can help you handle it. Meng Sherwan. Is it really worth spending so much to attract supernatural ability users? I have to say, the status of ability users in the end of the world is indeed high. Unfortunately, she is not one of them. Meng Sherwan couldn't reveal the system's existence, so she continued to stay cold and refused. I won't go. I'm not interested. Zhang Hanyu saw her firm stance and became anxious, scratching his head. In the end, he took out a business card and handed it to Meng Sherwan. This has my contact info and the address of the base. If you change your mind someday, you can come find me. The small gap Meng Sherwan left was too narrow for him to insert the card, so he held it eagerly, watching her. Meng Sherwan was sure he wasn't here to cause trouble. She lowered the car window a bit more, took the card and said, Okay, I understand. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hanyu pushed his luck and extended his right hand, making a friendly handshake gesture. Hey, you should think it over early and come find me soon. Meng Sherwan was speechless. Seeing his enthusiasm, she didn't want to seem too cold. She reached out through the gap, shook his hand briefly, then withdrew quickly. Zhang Hanyu was very disappointed not to have convinced her. As he left, he kept looking back every few steps, hoping Meng Sherwan would realize now and follow him back to the base. But then, in the next second, a loud shout came from inside the RV. Wow, I am a metal-type ability user. This wasn't a question or an affirmation. It was a shock. A super shock tone. Zhang Hanyu stopped and looked back. He saw the girl in the driver's seat had already stood up, her beautiful face full of shock, staring at her hand repeatedly to confirm, I am a metal-type ability user. I am a metal-type ability user. Zhang Hanyu was stunned. Why was she so shocked? She had been driving the reinforced RV through the zombie tide for days. Why is she only now acting like she just found out she's a metal-type ability user? He thought this girl is a bit strange. In the next second, Meng Sherwan was no longer just strange. She was even a little crazy with excitement. Ha ha ha, I am a metal-type ability user. How could I be a metal-type ability user? I am a metal-type ability user. Ha. Zhang Hanyu felt that this girl's mental state was somewhat questionable. He should leave early too. If he has something to do, he can see her again next time. Wait until she calms down before asking. Zhang Hanyu grabbed the rope lowered by the helicopter and climbed in, then flew away. Meng Sherwan was still lost in her new discovery. She looked at her metal hand back and forth, feeling amazed. How can I be a metal element ability user? I didn't awaken any abilities before. Not in my past life, not even a few days ago. So, how did I suddenly awaken just now? It was so coincidental. There was a metal element ability user nearby just now. After shaking hands with that person, she felt something strange in her body, and then she realized she had awakened her metal ability. Wait, a metal element ability user, shaking hands, I awaken my ability? Such a coincidence seemed unlikely to be just a coincidence. Suddenly, Meng Sherwan calmed down. She thought about it and realized her awakening was definitely related to the metal ability user she just met. Otherwise, after so long, she wouldn't have awakened her ability. Why did she suddenly awaken after shaking hands with him? Could it be that she was close to awakening her ability all along, and at a critical moment, contact with the metal ability user influenced her, causing her to awaken suddenly? But why didn't she awaken her ability in her past 3 years of life? Meng Sherwan couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it anymore. Awakening an ability was a good thing. In the end of the world, it was another card she could play, another source of strength. Ha ha ha. Metal ability, ha. For someone who had no abilities before, awakening any ability was a pleasant surprise. She activated her ability, and her hand turned into a small piece of metal. It could save her life in critical moments. It could also strengthen and harden surrounding metals, making her a good builder. Meng Sherwan admired her metallic hand, looking at it with delight. Is this what it feels like to have an ability? It's wonderful. She was in a good mood. On her way to the gas station, she hummed a song. When she turned into the gas station, it was very quiet. There were no zombies and she didn't see any survivors. Maybe because this place was close to the zombie slaughter zone, the zombies had been attracted away. Survivors had either been rescued or there were no survivors here at all. Meng Sherwan parked her RV between 2 fuel pumps and got out. She carefully walked toward the nearby convenience store. Inside, several shelves were knocked over and there were 2 zombie bodies nearby. The items on the shelves were still there. Based on this, Meng Sherwan thought there were probably no survivors here. If rescue teams had been here, they wouldn't have left these supplies behind. The store was quite large and well-stocked with various snacks, drinks, alcohol, and daily necessities like tissues, sanitary pads, and towels. Meng Sherwan didn't want to leave these supplies behind. She returned to the driver's cabin, opened the crystal core collection box, and checked how many crystal cores she had gathered on the way back. 8 cores. Not bad, not bad. Meng Sherwan summoned the RV's perspective map and used it to expand the fridge space for storing snacks. She took the trailer at the back of the vehicle, placed wooden boards on it, and started moving things inside. Anything edible or drinkable was moved from the side cabinet outside the RV into the fridge. Snacks, drinks, alcohol, and ice cream all went into the fridge. Tissues, sanitary pads, towels, toiletries, and cigarettes were moved upstairs for storage. After using 8 barrels of cooking oil to fight zombies last time, she had some space freed up, perfect for storing more daily necessities. Meng Sherwan kept running back and forth, filling the 8 cubic meter space until the entire convenience store was almost emptied. She was very satisfied with this stockpiling. The variety of snacks was quite complete. All her favorite snacks were there. There were various drinks, including quite a lot of beer, white wine, red wine, and some whiskey. Today is a good day. She hummed a tune, loading the trailer and wooden boards onto the back of the vehicle. The 2 fuel tanks were also nearly full. After filling everything, she pulled out the fuel gun, ignored the long bill on top, and drove away. Her next destination was the water treatment plant. As the saying goes, happiness can turn into misfortune. On this perfect day, she encountered the worst luck. Meng Sherwan had expanded a lot of space, awakened her abilities, filled the fuel tanks, and gathered a large amount of snacks. It was definitely a very smooth and lucky day. Who would have thought she would meet Gu Jincheng and Meng Qingyue, these 2 troublemakers, at the water plant? This was definitely the luckiest day turned worst by the most unlucky event. Thinking about her past life, Meng Sherwan couldn't suppress her desire to kill these 2 people. Inside the water plant, a 5-person rescue team sent from the seed base was carrying out their mission. Their goal was to safely move the survivors and take the water purification equipment. They had prepared well and made a good rescue plan, but they overlooked one thing. They didn't realize there was a fool in their team. This was their first mission after forming the team, and they almost got killed because of a teammate's mistake. Zombies. There are zombies here too. Hurry up.
I'm scared.
Jinshen, protect me. Meng Qingyue was crouched in the corner, looking weak and fragile, as if she was terrified, with a pale face, like a delicate flower battered by wind and rain. Before the apocalypse, her appearance would have made many feel sorry for her. But now, the other 4 just wanted to curse. Meng Qingyue's loud screams attracted all the zombies nearby, causing them to rush toward her. Although they all had special abilities, they had just awakened them, and their levels were low. Facing 10 or 20 zombies was still manageable. But now, hundreds of zombies heard Meng Qingyue's screams and charged at them. It was very difficult to hold them off. Meng Qingyue looked like a delicate flower, crouched in the corner, shouting loudly. The other four formed a semicircle, protecting Meng Qingyue from the zombies while fighting them off. They had no choice but to bring Meng Qingyue along because she was a rare space ability user. According to the original plan, they intended to sneak into the factory quietly, retrieve the purification equipment, and then leave without being noticed, hoping to find any survivors. No one expected that Meng Qingyue was a loudspeaker. Her screams scared the zombies and attracted them all around, trapping everyone here. Jinchen, zombies are so scary. You will protect me, right? Meng Qingyue hid in the corner, doing nothing but causing trouble. Gu Jinchen used his ability, throwing ice arrows to take down the zombies in front, but more kept coming. His face was dark and cold, and he didn't want to say anything. Next to Gu Jincheng, another girl's special ability is almost exhausted. She quickly takes out her gun and fires. In a zombie siege, using guns is a last resort. While a pistol can quickly kill zombies in front of her, the noise will attract more zombies, creating a vicious cycle. But now, she has no other choice. She can only hold on a little longer. Otherwise, she will die now. Tao Yering sees her bullets running out quickly. She can't stand the troublemaker anymore and starts shouting. Shut up. Why are you afraid of zombies coming out to do tasks? Why are you asking Gu Jincheng to protect you? Are you blind? Don't you see the four of us risking our lives to protect you? You just hide in the corner and scream, calling for your mom. Do you think that makes you look pitiful and charming? When you die, with your face as pale as paper, that's when people will really feel sorry for you. You know your space ability isn't offensive. Why don't you just stay quiet and follow behind us? Shouting and yelling in this situation? Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you don't want to live, don't drag us down. We don't want to die either. Tao Yering's sharp words make the other two teammates secretly happy. Gu Jincheng stays silent about this situation. He's also annoyed by Meng Qingyue shouting. In the past, being gentle and fragile was charming. Now, in life and death moments, it's just stupid to hold everyone back. Meng Qingyue's face turns red and white from the scolding. She's furious. Do you know who my dad is? If you talk to me like that, you won't have a good life after you leave. And I have a rare space ability. The higher-up said that even if you all die, I can't die. After the zombie outbreak, their family didn't suffer as much as Meng Shirwang did in the past. Instead, after the outbreak, Gu Jincheng awakened ice powers and Meng Qingyue awakened her space ability. They quickly cleaned up the transformed zombies and shut the doors to stay safe. Meng Hanyuan was the contact person, helping with rescue efforts. Later, Meng Hanyuan donated many supplies to the seed base and took a leadership role in the logistics department, mainly managing the base's resources. The survivor distributes food, staff benefits, rescue team collects and inventories supplies. All of these are decided by him, and he holds significant power within the seed base. Since he controls the supplies, most people are polite when they see him. Tao Yering grits her teeth and says, "They told us we must not let you die, no matter what. So are you really planning to let us die? If we die, you can walk out alive." Meng Qingyue can't argue with her and whines, calling Gu Jincheng, "Jincheng, look at her bullying me. Aren't you going to say something?" Gu Jincheng doesn't want to speak. He just feels annoyed about who he married. If it were Meng Shirwang, this wouldn't happen. She's strong and would fight off zombies even without special powers, and she wouldn't hold everyone back. Forget it. Thinking about this now is useless. Gu Jincheng suggests, "We can't keep delaying like this. We must retreat, or we'll really be stuck here to die." Tao Yering, furious, says, "Look at your spoiled wife. Why doesn't she stand up and walk? If she keeps acting up, I won't stay here and wait for death with her." Gu Jincheng asks Meng Qingyue, "Can you stand up and walk?" "We can't stay here." Meng Qingyue whines, "I'm so scared my legs are weak. I can't stand." Tao Yering. The other two teammates. Really unlucky, caught with such teammates. Tao Yeren grits her teeth and says, "Retreat. If she can't stand, just let her die here, stupid thing." The other two teammates see this and rush out along the wall. If it weren't for this useless person, they might have finished their mission by now. Why are they risking their lives here? Seeing them really retreat and ignore her, Meng Qinghua suddenly gets angry and quickly stands up, shouting, "What are you doing? Are you really going to let me die here?" Tao Yering really wants to glare her to death. Can't she stand up? Just now she was squatting there, pretending to be cute. Does she think that's adorable? She really wants to see what kind of nonsense this fool is thinking. And Jia Wen and Lei Zhe, two teammates, agree deeply. They suddenly realize that the kind of fake innocent girl that talks like that is really annoying. Isn't she just pretending? Using their lives to act pitiful. Huh? Gu Jincheng suppresses the urge to throw Meng Qinghua out to feed the zombies. Follow me. They followed the wall to escape outside the factory, which was not far away. As long as they could get out into an open space, it would be easier to run away. Seeing that everyone really didn't want to help her anymore, Meng Qinghua's legs stopped trembling, and she was no longer afraid. She tightly followed Gu Jincheng. When a zombie rushed in front of her, she even managed to panic and kill one. The other team members saw this and were so angry they almost spat blood. They knew this was fake. If a real zombie was close, it would still attack, right?
Stupid thing.
It's the end of the world, and they're still playing the delicate wife act. Stop dragging others into danger with your silly romance. Lei Zhe released his last bolt of lightning, heavy-hearted, saying, "My powers are exhausted. I can only fight my way out." And Joan also looked serious, same here. "We don't have many bullets left, and they'll run out soon. We really have to fight our way out. Whether we live or die depends on luck." He seemed to think of something and asked, "Gu Jincheng, Meng Qinghua's space might be able to hide us. If we really can't escape, we can hide inside her space and think of other plans." Before Gu Jincheng could speak, Meng Qinghua snorted coldly. "You guys didn't help me retreat earlier, and now you want to get into my space?"
Dream on.
Tao Yara was gasping for breath, feeling like she might have a heart attack from anger. And Jiawen and Lei Zhe also had the urge to kill Meng Qinghua right now, and all perished together. Gu Jincheng said in a deep voice, "Qinghua, we're teammates. They stayed here to protect you. You can't do this." Meng Qinghua softened her tone. "Fine. Brother Jincheng, I'll reluctantly let them in. We'll settle accounts with them when we get back to the base." Tao Yara burst out laughing in anger. Settle accounts? What did they do to offend this ancestor? They risked their lives to protect her, almost losing their own, and now she wants to blame them? "I'll fight with you." Tao Yara touched the last bullet on her body. She was fed up with this fool. She could die peacefully knowing she fought her best. And Jiawen and Lei Zhe quickly held Tao Yara back. "Calm down, it's not the time to die yet. Did you hear that singing?" The group was stunned. They listened carefully and indeed heard a familiar children's song tune. Looking for friends, find a good friend, cut off their head and roots, take the crystal core to feed the dog, I don't want you as a good friend. Tao Yeren was overjoyed. It's really a children's song, but the lyrics sound a bit strange. It's getting closer. We're saved. She was chopping zombies while peeking out. Outside the spacious factory, a pink RV was slowly approaching. The front of the RV had spinning wheels that looked like a big mouth, swallowing zombies one after another, then splattering blood and mud. Tao Yeren quickly took out her flashlight and waved it toward the RV, trying to get the driver's attention to save them. Gu Jinchen saw the RV and immediately looked complicated. Meng Qinghua was a bit surprised and hostile. "Meng Shiwang? She's not dead? Why is she here?" Meng Shiwang had already noticed the situation. A large group of zombies was surrounding the area, and there must be someone inside. But she didn't care about such matters. All these zombies gathered together, making it easier for her to harvest. Meng Shiwang drove the RV to the factory door, then plunged into the zombie crowd, parking quietly and waiting for the blades to roll and crush them all. From nearby, she saw inside the factory a few people cornered by zombies. When she recognized two familiar faces, Meng Shiwang clenched her teeth. Gu Jinchun, Meng Qingyue, what a small world. Thinking about her past life, Meng Shirwang had struggled to survive in the base while these two drove her RV, living carefree. They mocked her coldly, looked down on her, and watched her starve until she was skin and bones. Seeing her desperate for a bite of food, Meng Shirwang felt a surge of anger. They drove her RV but watched her starve and suffer. They were truly cold and heartless, wanting her dead. Meng Shirwang never thought she'd get a second chance at life to take revenge. Seeing their cries for help, Meng Shirwang sat in the driver's seat, calmly watching them. The children's song on the roof was still playing, attracting some zombies. Whether they could break free depended on their own skills. Saving others in danger wasn't her style. Tao Yering saw Meng Shirwang in the driver's seat and remembered how Meng Qingyue had looked at her with gritted teeth earlier, thinking they might know each other. Meng Qingyue also has a conflict with the car owner, otherwise she wouldn't have said something about not being dead yet. This was such a good opportunity that Tao Yering didn't feel guilty about scolding Meng Qingyue. She felt she had just been wronged. A large group of zombies was attracted by the noise of the RV, making their situation much easier. Tao Yering was chopping zombies with a long knife while sighing, "That car owner is so handsome. His smileless face looks cool, and with his pretty face, he's really stunning. It's a pity I'm a girl. If I were a guy, I could be with such a sweet and cool girl. I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. She's really too cool." And Joan and Leisha both understood Tao Yering's feelings and agreed. Yes, how can there be such a beautiful girl? In the middle of the zombie wave, her calmness makes her look so cool. It really won my heart. I feel like I'm falling for her. No guy could resist such charm. The three of them spoke a bit teasingly and loudly, afraid that the two behind them wouldn't hear. Afterward, they looked to see how Gu Jincheng and Meng Qingyue were reacting. Sure enough, both of their faces darkened more and more. Seeing their dark expressions, the three who had almost been angered to death earlier started to feel secretly pleased. Their zombie killing was even more energetic than before. Gu Jincheng looked up and saw Meng Shirwang sitting in the driver's seat, looking down at them. She had her long black hair tied in a ponytail, revealing a delicate, fair face. Her expression was calm and indifferent, her lips pressed tightly, and she radiated a strong, commanding presence. Despite being surrounded by zombies around the RV, she remained calm and composed, watching as zombies dragged themselves into the RV to attack, and seeing them fight back fiercely without showing any fear or weakness. Compared to Meng Qingyue's loud shouting earlier, he found that a girl who is emotionally steady and strong is especially attractive. He used to dislike Meng Shirwang going to the gym every day to build muscles, thinking she lacked femininity and was too strong like a man. That's why he chose to be with the delicate and innocent Meng Qingyue, even secretly marrying her. Now it seemed he had mistaken a pearl for a fisheye and missed the truly good one. Seeing Gu Jincheng's expression change, Meng Qingyue slapped him hard, almost knocking him into the zombie crowd. There is no sign of delicate fragility in the little white flower. She questioned, "Why are you looking at her like that? Are you still in love with her? Do you forget you said she was boring? She even hit you." Compared to the person in the car, Gu Jincheng only found Meng Qingyue extremely noisy and couldn't bear it anymore. "Have you had enough? You almost got us killed. If Meng Shirwang hadn't come to distract the zombies, do you think we would be alive? Are you satisfied seeing us all die here?" Meng Qingyue teared up with a sad face. "No, I didn't mean that. When you couldn't fight anymore, I was going to take you into the space. Once the zombies around us disperse, we will come out again. It won't be dangerous. I know what I'm doing." Gu Jincheng angrily smashed the skull of a zombie. "What do you know? Do you realize we are on a mission right now? The time you wasted might cause more survivors to be eaten by zombies. Do you treat human lives as nothing? Why are you so cruel?" Meng Qingyue shouted. "Cruel? Who isn't cruel? Is it her? She's sitting in the RV, not coming out to save us. Isn't that also neglecting us? Isn't she cruel? What's wrong? Still obsessed with my ex-girlfriend. Now you think I'm bad everywhere? Did you forget when we got married, you said I was the gentlest girl in the world?" Gu Jincheng looked annoyed. "Stop making trouble." The three bystanders, secretly enjoying the show, had already heard enough. They never expected such a big scandal. They not only knew the person in the car, but also that she was Gu Jincheng's ex-girlfriend. Was it really that shocking? Gu Jincheng was also blind. He left such a good sister and ended up with this brainless fool. It must have been total blindness to make such a choice. Earlier, Meng Qingyue was causing trouble and risking everything, but Gu Jincheng stayed silent. Now that he saw his ex-girlfriend, he started criticizing Meng Qingyue for delaying rescue efforts. He wasn't exactly a good person either. The scumbag men and wicked women are truly locked up. After this mission, they never wanted to team up with these two fools again. With the RV continuously devouring zombies, they fought desperately to cut and resist. After more than an hour, they finally cleared the nearby zombies. The three sat at the factory entrance, gasping for breath, and in their minds, they cursed Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng's ancestors many times over. The sound of the RV starting echoed. They looked over to see a tall pile of meat paste on both sides of the RV, which was slowly backing up. Tao Yering was surprised. What is she doing? She probably wants to leave, right? Meng Qingyue watched helplessly as Meng Shirwang tried to Gu Jincheng, causing a big fight. She definitely wouldn't let Meng Shirwang leave easily. If Meng Shirwang just left like that, what if Gu Jincheng kept thinking about her every day? Meng Qingyue stood on the clean open ground outside the factory, pointing at the slowly retreating RV and shouting angrily, Meng Shirwang, you'd better not leave. The world is ending, and you still have the nerve to run around with Gu Jincheng. We already registered our marriage, and he's now my husband. You better forget about him. In front of three people staring intently, Gu Jincheng felt embarrassed. He went over to pull Meng Qingyue. All right, how long are you going to cause trouble? Meng Qingyue was furious. What kind of attitude is that? Are you defending her? I'm just telling the truth. She probably came here on purpose because she knows about you. Who doesn't know Meng Shirwang loves you so much? Meng Shirwang looked at the two arguing and sneered. She had no intention of leaving. She just moved the RV to a cleaner spot. Back in their past lives, when they bullied her, weren't they supposed to be harmonious? Why are they fighting now? Meng Shirwang knew very well what kind of person Meng Qingyue was. She was raised spoiled by Meng Hanyuan and that little troublemaker. Her temper was the most irritable and domineering. In the past, she wanted to fight for the family inheritance, so she pretended to be kind and gentle at home. That appearance fooled everyone. Now, with the end of the world here, most of the family's supplies had been donated. Meng Shirwang had been kicked out of the house. She had awakened a rare space ability. Plus, Meng Hanyuan was now in a key position at the base. Everyone was flattering her, so she no longer needed to pretend. She showed her true self. Meng Shirwang found a clean spot, just parked the RV steadily. Meng Qingyue stood in front of the RV and shouted angrily, Meng Shirwang, I bet you haven't awakened your special ability. You're such a timid waste. It's already impressive that you managed to survive with the RV. Don't think you can come back to Gu Jincheng. You said you wouldn't go back to the Meng family. You'd better die outside. Meng Shirwang opened the door, grabbed a shovel, and jumped out of the RV. She closed the door neatly and walked toward Meng Qingyue. Meng Qingyue looked down on her. Have you heard that the Meng family is now at the base? Do you want to go back to the Meng family and be with Gu Jincheng, living a life free from worries about safety and food? I tell you, that's impossible. The next moment, Meng Shirwang swung her fist and knocked her flying 2 meters away. The three people who had been watching and eating melon seeds were so shocked by this sudden scene that they quickly stood up. Looking down at Meng Qingyue, who was lying on the ground, her teeth were several missing, blood foam was coming out of her mouth, and her left side of her face was swollen, like a pig's head. She was lying there in pain, like a pupa. Her eyes showed shock and disbelief. She clearly didn't expect Meng Shirwang to hit her, and to hit so hard. Leja couldn't help but clap his hands. Awesome. My sister, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Watching it made me so happy. They had wanted to beat Meng Qingyue for a long time, but because of her status, they had held back and couldn't act. Now they finally vented their anger. They felt this was the most exciting thing they had experienced in all these years. And Jiawen held Leja's hand, which was clapping, and whispered, That's enough. Feeling good inside is enough. Don't show it too obviously. The three looked at Meng Sherwang. They saw her right hand, which was clenched into a fist, slowly losing its metallic shine. She was smirking coldly and said lightly, "Annoying." And Joan was surprised. She's a metal-type ability user. Her metal fist hit with full force. She didn't hold back at all. Now I even suspect that Meng Qingyue's skull isn't cracked. Tao Yalong had already become a little fangirl. She's so cool. Facing the arrogant Meng Qingyue, she just knocked her flying and calmly said, "Annoying. Oh my god, she's so handsome. This is something I've always wanted to do, but never dared to." She did it. The three of them looked gleeful, their expressions full of secret satisfaction. Gu Jincheng couldn't help but pretend not to see. He looked at Meng Qingyue, who was swollen and unconscious like a pig's head, then at Meng Sherwang, who stood there looking cool, and finally walked over to Meng Sherwang. "Sherwang, listen to my explanation. Meng Qingyue and I are just in a business marriage. I like you." The next second, Meng Sherwang's fist was already in front of his face. Gu Jincheng had learned his lesson once before. He reacted quickly, narrowly dodging and stepping back a few steps. He looked at Meng Sherwang with complicated eyes and called out heavily, "Sherwang, aren't you the one who likes me the most?" He used to dislike Meng Sherwang's strong-willed nature, but now he somewhat hopes to fight alongside such a decisive and quick person. Her previous confident attitude was also very attractive. When Meng Sherwang heard him speak, she felt disgusted. Hearing his insincere words of liking her, if this had happened before the apocalypse, she would have been happy and unable to sleep for days. But now, she just wants to. In her past life, when she was struggling to survive, Gu Jincheng and Meng Qingyue stood together, mocking her as useless, saying that even living was a waste of food. Now, he suddenly says he likes her, but it's just because he sees she also has abilities and is slightly stronger than Meng Qingyue, who only screams and makes trouble. It turns out he doesn't like anyone. He only likes people who benefit him. Meng Sherwang looked at Gu Jincheng's face and just wanted to. How could she have liked such a person before? If she didn't beat him up, she would have trouble sleeping for days. Thinking of this, she moved forward again, swinging her fist to hit Gu Jincheng's head. Gu Jincheng reacted quickly, dodging and blocking her attack. In just a few moves, Meng Sherwang's shovel hit Gu Jincheng's face. His once attractive face instantly swelled up. Anger appeared in Gu Jincheng's eyes. "Meng Sherwang, don't go too far." Meng Sherwang seized the moment, hitting Gu Jincheng's forehead with her shovel again, causing a big bump to form immediately. Her eyes grew colder, with a murderous intent brewing. They had only been lightly beaten. What she truly wanted was to kill them. Meng Sherwang's gaze shifted to the three onlookers nearby. They were a small team, all with abilities. If she fought all five, she wouldn't win, so she had to think carefully about whether to act. Unexpectedly, the three onlookers noticed her gaze and immediately made a welcoming gesture. It meant she could do whatever she wanted. They wouldn't interfere. Meng Sherwang looked confused. Are they sure they're a team? Why do they look so excited even as two of them are being beaten? It seemed these two troublemakers were hated everywhere. Her eyes also lit up with excitement, her killing intent surging, even a bit bloodthirsty. Gu Jincheng felt a chill in his heart under Meng Sherwang's gaze. He suddenly realized something was wrong. She really wanted to kill him. "Meng Qingyue!" Gu Jincheng shouted loudly as Meng Sherwang's shovel fell, attacking sharply. He blocked with his arm, and a large cut appeared, blood spraying out. Meng Sherwang tried to attack again, but Meng Qingyue rushed over and disappeared with Gu Jincheng. Meng Sherwang stopped, feeling regretful. Missed a good chance to defeat them. To her surprise, Tao Yering, who was watching, felt even more regretful and sighed, "What a pity. Why didn't we manage to defeat them?" Meng Sherwang. Now that she was calm again, she felt her body seemed a bit strange. She recognized this feeling. It was the same as when her metal element powers awakened. She tentatively tried to test it. The shovel in her hand disappeared in an instant. Her eyes lit up. Using her mind, she explored and saw the shovel appear in the farm. She then observed the different spaces inside the caravan and sensed them all. Using her mind, she took out a cone from the fridge space, and in the next second, the cone appeared in her hand. Space power. Meng Shirwan couldn't believe it. She had awakened space powers, and they were connected to the caravan space. According to the caravan system's rules, as long as she kept expanding the caravan space, her control over the space would also grow. The best part now was that when collecting supplies, she no longer needed to carry everything in her vehicle. She could directly store it in her space. The three onlookers were stunned. Leja almost thought he was seeing things. Space power? Isn't she a metal element user? A dual element user. A rare dual element user. Currently, no one in the base has a dual element power. Tao Yering's eyes sparkled. Wow, I knew she was extraordinary. Her aura is impressive, and her abilities are remarkable. While they were still shocked, they saw Meng Shirwan's palm form a small ice arrow. And Jiawen staggered. Ice element power? She's a triple element user. All three onlookers were stunned. They felt they had encountered a truly formidable expert today. Soon, they saw the expert walking toward them. Meng Shirwan approached Tao Yering and asked with a smile, "What kind of power do you have?" Tao Yering was surprised and quickly replied, "Sister, I have wood element power." Meng Shirwan extended her hand. "Nice to meet you." Tao Yering quickly held Meng Shiwei's slender hands with both of hers and said excitedly, "I'm so glad to meet you. Are you really a triple ability user?" Meng Shiwei only smiled without answering, then handed her an ice cream. "It's hot, have something to cool down." Tao Yering quickly took it. "Thank you." Meng Shiwei then looked at Jiawen, reached out her hand, and asked with a smile, "And you?" And Jiawen was surprised. He wanted to hold her hand with both of his, but thought it might be impolite, so he quickly pulled one hand back and gave her a light handshake. Nervously, he said, I don't eat ice cream." Tao Yering gave him a light smack. "No one asked if you eat ice cream. She's asking about your ability." And Jiawen looked a little embarrassed. "I have earth powers." Even before he said it, Meng Shiwei already knew. She pulled out another ice cream and handed it to him.
Cool down a bit.
And Jiawen quickly accepted it. "Thank you." Leja was very straightforward. Before Meng Shiwei even asked, he held her hand and said, "I'm Leja. I have lightning powers." "Good. Have some ice cream." After giving it to him, Meng Shiwei smiled at the three of them. "I hope you can keep today's events a secret. I don't like trouble, and my temper isn't the best." They all understood what she meant. If news of a triple ability user spread, every base would fight to recruit her. Tao Yering quickly promised, "Don't worry, we'll only say we saw the same things Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng saw. Nothing else. Do you have any plans next? If you ever need people, please remember us. We'd be glad to follow you." The future was uncertain, but it was better to show loyalty first. Even single ability users were highly valued by the bases. A triple ability user was far stronger and more powerful than ordinary ones. And with her decisiveness and strength, she was sure to achieve great things in this world. It was best to hold on to her now. And Jiawen and Leja also nodded in agreement. Meng Shiwei smiled. "All right, let's see what fate brings." She then walked toward the water plant building. Tao Yering waved warmly. "We will. We'll definitely meet again. Don't forget us. If you need anything, we'll be there to help." Watching Meng Shiwei's back, the three of them were filled with admiration and envy. Three-element psychic abilities are really powerful. I haven't seen anyone with dual-element abilities yet. Triple-element abilities are even rarer than pandas. Sure enough, we are just NPCs. The exciting parts of the world belong to others. Meng Shirwan looked at her palm, where tiny sparks of lightning flickered. She is not a triple-element psychic. She is now a six-element psychic. Her abilities include metal, space, ice, wood, earth, and lightning. She named her true ability, Copy. Any psychic who has had contact with her, she can copy their abilities for herself. After shaking hands with a gold-element psychic who invited her to the base, she awakened her gold ability. After fighting Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng, she awakened her space and ice abilities. To confirm this, she shook hands with all three, and sure enough, She copied their abilities. She doesn't know if her copying ability was awakened in her past life or only after rebirth. In her past life, she never had the chance to contact other psychics for 3 years until her death, so her copying ability didn't work then. If she had awakened her copying ability in her past life, Meng Sherwan feels all her suffering then was for nothing. Meng Sherwan carefully checked around the water pool, making sure the water was clean and not contaminated by zombies. Only then did she put her hand into the pool, and the clean water and pure water tanks instantly filled up. With a slight thought, she appeared in the farm. She left the farm and was now inside the camper. Playing with herself, she saw Meng Sherwan suddenly appear. Her small head was confused, clearly not understanding what was happening. Meng Sherwan was happy and said, "So it is like this. After awakening her space ability, she couldn't enter other spaces, only the farm. From the farm, she could transfer back to the camper. This means that if she faces danger in the future, she can return directly to the camper through the farm, an excellent way to stay safe." She patted her confused pet, Tiaoxue, and went to the driver's seat to check the crystal core collection box. Having traveled this way and fought many zombies at the factory entrance just now, she should have collected some crystal cores. She counted and found 12 in total. Meng Sherwan spent all her time upgrading the clean water tank to store water resources. She also went back to the factory to fill the newly expanded 12 cubic meter space with water. When Meng Sherwan returned to the farm, she wanted to switch from the farm to the water treatment plant. But when she checked, she found herself still inside the camper. It seems she can only go from the outside through the farm back to the camper, but not from the camper through the farm to other places outside. So, Meng Sherwan had to open the side door and walk out of the camper again. The 3 people still hiding nearby were surprised to see Meng Sherwan. Tao Yering stood up and asked, "Did you see the boss come out from inside?" Leisha shook his head. "No, I didn't see anything." And Jiawen exclaimed, "Wow, the boss has space powers. Maybe she already learned to teleport. She's still the boss, so impressive." The 3 looked at Meng Sherwan with more admiration. Meng Sherwan looked at them and asked, "Why are you still here?" Tao Yering hurried to explain, "We're waiting for those 2 to come out." Meng Sherwan raised an eyebrow. "They're still coming out from here." Leisha nodded casually. "Yes, Meng Qingyue can't teleport. She has to come out the way she went in. We're waiting for them to come out so we can continue our mission." Meng Sherwan pursed her lips. This made things more interesting. She smiled and said, "Aren't you looking for survivors? Go ahead. I'll stay here and watch." The 3. If she stays here, will those 2 come out alive? On second thought, it's better if they don't come out at all. The 3 immediately nodded. Okay, you're so kind.
Sorry to trouble you.
We'll go see if there are any survivors nearby who need help." Then they hurried away. They were afraid that the 2 might come out of the space at any moment and delay Meng Sherwan's plan. After they left, Meng Sherwan first went into the factory to fill the 12 cubic meter space with water. Then she sat on a small stool where Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng had entered the space before and started playing with sunflower seeds and her phone. Her relaxed and carefree look was like enjoying an afternoon meal and sunshine. Who would think she was here to kill? About an hour ago, Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng finally came out of the space. Meng Sherwan was quick and swung her shovel at their throats. Meng Sherwan. All she heard was a gritted voice, and the shovel slipped away. The 2 disappeared again. Meng Sherwan clicked her tongue. They react pretty fast. They waited until evening, but neither of them came out of the space again. She thought it was no use wasting time with these 2 cowards. The weather outside was getting hotter, and sitting here was uncomfortable. Meng Sherwan decided not to bother with them anymore. She would wait for another chance to deal with them. She stood up. Just then Leisha and the others returned with a group of survivors. Seeing her about to leave, Leisha hurriedly asked, "Sister, where are you going?" Meng Sherwan waved her hand. "There's nothing here. I'm leaving. If those 2 come out, tell them to wash their necks and wait for me. I'll come back to deal with them." Tao Yaru rolled her eyes. "It's already dark, and they're still hiding inside? Such cowards. When they were risking their lives, I didn't see them so scared. The three of them harbored a lot of resentment towards Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng. Meng Shirwang returned to the RV, took a cold shower, and changed into something fresher. The outside temperature was over 40 degrees, possibly close to 50, like a steamer. Even without moving, she was sweating all over. Tomorrow, the temperature might break 50 degrees. Meng Shirwang started the vehicle and slowly headed toward the main road. She had stocked up a lot of supplies. With the hot weather coming, she didn't want to go out anymore and decided to find a place to rest. But she could rest, the RV couldn't. The vehicle stopped on the main road to continue hunting zombies. Every day, she collected hundreds of crystal cores without doing much, which felt pretty good. The RV returned to the main road, where helicopters hovered above, all wanting to see her. They sent their little pets to pass the time. Even just watching others drive the RV and live comfortably was a kind of comfort for them, like a small relief. Chu Jie stood at the zombie slaughter ground, using binoculars to see the familiar pink RV. He was surprised and thought, she's back. Has she not been recruited into the base? Hu Wenhao thought for a moment and felt it was understandable. They could live a comfortable life in a camper, but who wants to join the base and work like a tired beast? Maybe it's better not to join the base. Just looking at the two of them shows they spend every day guarding a stinky zombie slaughter ground, even more exhausting than before the apocalypse.
What's good about that?
Besides the base ensuring their basic needs and providing enough food and clothing, they still have to work hard and fight here. If it weren't for making sure their family has enough to eat and a safety net, who would want to do this job? Meng Shirwan parked the camper at the best viewing spot they had used before. This time, she could relax completely. The fuel tank was stocked with enough gas to last several years, so she no longer worried about running out and being unable to leave. The zombie slaying machine could run all day without worry. Once everything was set, it was already very dark outside. Meng Shirwan started preparing dinner. If all went well, she might stay here for a while and live inside the camper. Life was long, and now that she was free, she could take her time. Meng Shirwan looked at the ingredients in the fridge. Takshu, let's have hot pot tonight. In the cool, air-conditioned room, eating bubbling hot pot, watching a movie with ice-cold beer, just thinking about it felt very comfortable. Takshu didn't mind what to eat and agreed. Meng Shirwan took out a few bottles of beer and put them in the fridge to chill. Then she took a chicken, chopped it into small pieces, stir-fried it, and then simmered it to make the hot pot broth. When the chicken was almost done, she added hot pot seasonings and cooked everything together. Then she brought out slices of lamb, beef, vegetables, and other hot pot ingredients to the table. She poured ice into glasses, then added bubbling beer. Everything was ready, just waiting for dinner. Taksha carried her little bowl over, meowing softly, wanting to eat a chicken leg. Meng Shirwan rinsed off the seasonings from the chicken and gave it to Takshu. One person and one cat enjoyed their dinner together. The monitor played old movies. Meng Shirwan leisurely cooked her lamb slices, took a sip of cold beer, and felt very happy. She didn't realize how many envious eyes were watching her outside. Zhu Jie was using binoculars to watch Meng Shirwan enjoying a hearty dinner. He was salivating wildly, thinking, hot pot. She's actually eating hot pot and drinking beer too. How much food has she stored in that RV? She can actually have hot pot. Hu Wenhui snatched the binoculars. Let me see. Meng Shirwan was eating at a cabinet, which had a large glass panel facing their direction, allowing them to see her every move clearly. Hu Wenhui also started salivating intensely. It's so hot outside, yet she's still eating hot pot. That means her RV has air conditioning. She has plenty of ingredients, meat, vegetables, and a cat keeping her company. Wait, the lights inside the RV are flickering. She must be watching TV. What kind of wonderful life is she living? Both of them, already feeling quite miserable, felt even worse in comparison. They weren't worried about food, but working outside with limited conditions meant their meals were simple. They ate compressed biscuits, steamed buns, canned food, enough to keep from starving but not good to eat. Recently, the weather had become hotter, making their work environment even tougher. It was hardly a life for humans. And yet, they saw someone happily eating hot pot, which made them feel even more miserable and, strangely, very envious. Even helicopter pilots working late at night weren't doing much better. At that moment, on a helicopter above the RV, the co-pilot sniffed and said, "Fly lower, a bit lower." "I think I smell hot pot." The pilot responded with a sigh. "You already saw her eating hot pot. What's the point of smelling it?" The co-pilot was about to lose it. "We've been working through long nights, eating compressed biscuits every day. My mouth is practically numb. Now I smell hot pot. Of course I want to smell it. After this mission, I swear I'll have a big hot pot feast." The pilot scolded him. "With such strong wind, what are you smelling?" Despite the words, their bodies weren't listening. The helicopter kept descending lower. The rotor's wind was blowing so hard that the RV was gently shaking. Meng Shuan's hot pot broth nearly spilled. She couldn't take it anymore. She opened the window, stuck her head out, and yelled at the helicopter above. "Are you all crazy? Why don't you just fly that helicopter into my RV? These people are really bored." Instead of working hard, they keep wandering around her RV. She knows she looks good, so she doesn't think they would act like this. Two people in the helicopter can't hear what Meng Shuan is yelling, but from their expressions, they can tell she is definitely swearing loudly. They quickly fly away in the helicopter and go back to their work. Meng Shuan pulls back her head, closes the window, and continues eating. She spends over an hour eating slowly, almost finishing a movie, then slowly tidies up the trash and dishes. After washing the pots and bowls, Meng Shuan throws the packed trash out of the window. The dense zombies outside notice the movement and clean up the trash in one quick bite. She shrinks her neck, thinking that if she threw a person out, these zombies could probably eat the person to just bones in a short time. Her RV is really great. Not only is it safe, but it can also store supplies, making it a solid safe fortress. After tidying up, Meng Shuan pulls down the curtains to block outside eyes. "Ta Shui, let's go to the farm." Full from eating, Ta Shui excitedly jumps onto Meng Shuan. It loves playing at the farm the most. Once inside, Meng Shuan lets Ta Shui run around freely. She squats on the ground, wanting to try her wood element abilities. Her wood powers can control plants and also speed up their growth. She places her hand on a small patch of land by the pond, where some catnip seeds had been previously scattered. Her internal energy slowly releases. The tiny green sprouts of catnip, just beginning to emerge, grow rapidly under her wood powers. In the blink of an eye, the catnip reaches about 10 centimeters tall, lush and green. Her energy runs out, and the plants stop growing. She frowns. "My powers are still too weak." With weak energy, she can't unleash strong attacks. Although she now has multiple abilities, she can't produce powerful attacks, which is frustrating. According to her knowledge from her past life, her abilities are ranked from level 1 to 10, with higher levels being stronger. Her current powers are probably between level 1 and 2, very weak. Using her wood powers, she can only make this small patch of catnip grow. If she tried to grow plants across the entire farm, they would probably only sprout as small seedlings. She thought that using wood-based supernatural powers to promote plant growth might not be very useful before her power level improved. But it's not entirely useless. For example, right now, Tieshue is lying next to catnip, smelling a small piece of it, rolling her eyes, twisting her body, and no longer aware of the world around her. Indeed, catnip has a strong effect on cats. Meng Shuan pats her, saying, "Tieshue? Tieshue." Tieshue completely ignores her, lost in her happy world, with dirt on her fur. Meng Shuan feels helpless and can only squat nearby, waiting for Tieshue to finish playing before going out. Meng Shuan feels her energy running out inside her and thinks about the past life and the spread of supernatural powers. In her previous life, she lived very hard at the bottom. Ordinary people most admired those with supernatural abilities. Superhumans in the base received excellent treatment and could fight their way through zombie hordes, which was very impressive. They didn't worry about food or clothing and had the ability to deal with zombies. In the end of the world, they were considered the top tier. They were an existence that ordinary people could only dream of. Later, there were rumors that the base was researching a liquid to enhance supernatural powers. This enhancement liquid could increase a supernatural power level when consumed by superhumans, and ordinary people might awaken supernatural abilities after drinking it. Everyone was waiting for the development of this enhancement liquid, hoping for a chance to change their fate. Unfortunately, in her past life, Meng Shirwan never heard of the successful development of such a liquid. She asked, "System, do you know any quick way to improve supernatural powers?" From what she knew, increasing supernatural power was a slow process. In the early days of the end of the world, the levels of awakened superhumans were generally low. But over time, based on how often they used their powers, their levels would gradually increase. The more frequently they used their powers, the more their energy was depleted and replenished, speeding up their improvement. It seemed that the growth of supernatural abilities was a gradual accumulation process that couldn't be artificially sped up. This is why the base was heavily researching the enhancement liquid, trying to boost the strength of superhumans. As if the system was just waiting for her to ask this question, as soon as Meng Shirwan finished speaking, the system quickly responded, "Enhancement liquid. 1 crystal core per bottle. Power supplement liquid. 50 crystal cores per bottle, Meng Shirwan." Good news, the system really has a way to improve supernatural abilities. Bad news, for some reason I always feel like I'm being watched by a sneaky merchant. At first, Meng Shirwan thought the system was just a not-so-smart RV system. Now, she only feels like the system is a sneaky merchant. It seems to be especially eager to profit from her crystal cores. Seeing Meng Shirwan silent, the system gave a friendly reminder, "I sell ability enhancement liquids and ability supplement liquids, and they are completely safe with no side effects, Meng Shirwan." What did I just say? The system is very eager to profit from her crystal cores. This sales pitch sounded to Meng Shirwan like it was desperately trying to make her buy. Seeing she still didn't speak, the system got anxious. "Hey, are you going to buy or not?" Meng Shirwan replied calmly, "No crystal cores." Now it was the system's turn to be silent. Without needing the system's explanation, Meng Shirwan could tell just from the names what the two products do. The ability enhancement liquid can improve supernatural powers to some extent. How much it can improve is still uncertain. The ability supplement liquid can quickly restore powers after they are used up. Both are good things. In her past life, during the 3 years of the apocalypse, even the base didn't fully understand them. It's surprising that the system actually has them for sale, and they are completely pure with no side effects. If this news got out, all ability users would probably go crazy over it. It's just a bit expensive, and she can't afford it right now. Before the apocalypse, Meng Shirwan never had money problems. After the apocalypse, she's constantly reminded she needs more crystal cores. Expanding her space to store supplies requires crystal cores. Expanding her farm's fish pond needs crystal cores. Buying ability enhancement liquids needs crystal cores. There might be more places that require crystal cores in the future. She didn't show it on her face, but inside, Meng Shirwan was already thinking she must buy at least 1 bottle of ability enhancement liquid to see how it works. Tieshue was still burrowing in the soil, lost in its happy world. Meng Shirwan carried it out of the farm, placed Tieshue on the sofa, and let it enjoy itself. Then she went to the driver's cabin to check how many crystal cores were in the collection box. 30 crystals. It seems I have to wait until tomorrow to buy the core enhancement liquid. She was about to return to her RV when suddenly the system's voice sounded. "Alert! The RV is under attack and locked. It may tip over during the upcoming explosion. Do you want to spend 30 crystals to protect the RV and keep it steady during the attack?" Meng Shirwan was stunned. Under attack and locked. She quickly turned around and looked out the driver's window. In the dark night, the helicopter's lights flickered as it hovered above the RV. Meng Shirwan turned on the RV's headlights. Using the light, she saw that the helicopter's boarding door was open. A man stood at the door, fiddling with a large bomb, clearly targeting the RV. What's going on? These helicopters often circled above the RV, so why suddenly attack? Meng Shirwan didn't think too much. She looked at the 30 crystals in her hand and said to the merchant system, "Yes, the RV was immune to all damage, invincible, but that didn't mean it wouldn't tip over in the explosion. She and Chu Shui inside the RV wouldn't be hurt, nor would the RV itself. But tipping over was still a problem. If it flipped among the zombie horde, she wouldn't be able to lift it back up. She would be trapped in the zombie tide. Knowing the system was a merchant, she still had to spend the 30 crystals. Originally, she thought the RV's immunity to damage was perfect. Who knew there were more value-added services waiting for her? As soon as she finished speaking, all her crystals disappeared. Next second, a huge bomb fell from the sky, and flames and thick smoke completely engulfed the RV. The surrounding zombies were also blown into pieces, flying everywhere. To ensure safety, 2 more bombs were thrown, with explosions ringing one after another. Huge flames spread along the highway, engulfing the zombie tide. The scene was grand, with billowing smoke. Other helicopters in the distance noticed what was happening and looked on in shock. Had they sent the RV pet to die? Xu Jie, who was about to fall asleep, heard the noise and quickly got up, grabbing his binoculars to check. All he could see was a sea of fire and smoke, no sign of the RV anymore. The RV was blown up? What's going on? In the evening, I still envy the car owner for enjoying hot pot with the air conditioning on, feeling free and relaxed. How did the house car get blown up so quickly? Hu Wenhao frowned. That was a private helicopter. Only someone who can fly a helicopter and find the zombie horde to them up with big bombs could do that. The car owner must have offended someone important, someone powerful, and they want her dead. Helicopters and large amounts of explosives are not things ordinary people can get. From the situation, it's clear this isn't just a simple grudge. Someone is willing to send a helicopter to kill. Hu Wenhao felt regretful. Just now, he was jealous of the car owner's freedom, and now she's been blown to pieces. Life is unpredictable. Inside the helicopter, the man who threw the explosive bag at the door sneered. Such a small time. Do we really need to kill her? The organization sent a helicopter with a bomb. It's overkill. Once she steps out, we can handle her without using heavy weapons. The Kill the Organization is a small force within a seed base. Before the apocalypse, the organizers were quite powerful. After the disaster, they managed to get helicopters, heavy weapons, and other supplies. They gather capable people or mutants to go outside and find resources to keep for themselves. They also hunt zombies and search for crystal cores. They are a relatively good organization. Seed bases usually don't interfere. But if they get a job to kill someone, as long as the price is right, they'll do it. The driver chuckled. No choice. The other side offered too much, said if we can take out this person named Meng Shirwan, they'll give us a small granary. Who wouldn't accept? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back and report. The man looked at the big fire below. Don't worry, it's guaranteed. Those bombs can up not just one housecar, but even 10 into pieces. Even if she's a metal element mutant, she can't withstand it. Let's go, job done. The driver said, wait a bit longer. The client wants a video of her death scene. They're spending so much. This is just to deal with a family enemy. I really don't understand what kind of deep hatred they have. The man leaned forward and looked down. It's definitely a death sentence. Hiss, something feels off. He stared intently, looking again. It really seems a bit strange. Below, the ground is full of big holes from explosions, and around the camper, there's a vacuum zone where no zombies can be seen. Strangely, the camper is still standing firmly, with the spinning kill rollers at the front still moving. According to their plan, the camper should have been shattered in the explosion. After being burned by the fire, only an empty S should remain. But now, besides a layer of black dust on the surface, the camper looks completely intact.
Impossible. How can this be?
Even if the owner is a metal element ability user and strengthened the camper, it shouldn't withstand this much explosion. How is that possible? Most of the ability users in the base are low-level. Those with metal abilities can't fully reinforce the camper to resist such powerful explosives. Even if they could, the glass and tires should be damaged. Why are the glass and tires still perfect? The man stands inside the helicopter, looking incredulous, as if he's seen a ghost. Just as he's trying to understand, 2 water jets suddenly spray from the front window of the camper. The windshield wipers move slowly, sweeping away the dust on the glass. This silly and boring action seems like a mockery of his earlier chaos. Angrily, the man says, "She's mocking me." Is she mocking me? In the next second, reality shows him that yes, this is outright mockery. Meng Sherwang leans on the front window, raising her at him. The man's face turns pale with anger. He goes back into the helicopter, grabs a pack of explosives and says, "I don't care what she can do. I don't believe I can her up." He prepares to throw the new explosive pack. Meng Sherwang is not afraid at all. She's even thinking about how to kill them. Anyone who dares to mess with her will not be allowed to leave peacefully. System, do you have weapons? The system responds, "Yes, but you don't have a crystal core." Meng Sherwang. You really have everything, huh? This isn't just a camper system. You're practically running a business. Give me a weapon that can up that helicopter. You owe me double for the crystal cores. As long as it's a business that earns her crystal cores, the system is willing to do it. I'll open a shop for you. Take a look and choose. In front of Meng Sherwan, a virtual display appeared, showing rows of products that made her dizzy. She was stunned. What kind of vehicle system is this? Are you a weapons dealer? The entire screen was filled with all kinds of weapons she had seen and some she hadn't. From small pistols and grenades to medium-sized planes and tanks and even missiles and nuclear bombs. He sold them all. Meng Sherwan froze. She was truly shocked this time. This system, which she thought was not very smart, had turned into a greedy merchant selling crystals, and now it was the biggest arms dealer. She was really worried about what it would sell next, maybe even spaceships. System, is there anything I don't know? Show everything you have. Just show it all. The system thought for a moment. That's about it. There's nothing else it can do. Meng Sherwan just scoffed. You better tell the truth. Since the system appeared, it kept changing her understanding of things. She felt that if the system produced anything new, she wouldn't be very surprised. She quickly looked over the page. The weapons were dazzling, and some prices were so high they made her heart race. She couldn't afford any of them because she didn't have a single crystal. The first item in the top left corner was a special ability supplement liquid. Its icon was a small, thin cylindrical bottle with clear liquid inside. It was priced at 50 crystals. Surprisingly, it was the cheapest item. The second was an ability enhancement liquid, also in a small cylindrical bottle, but the liquid inside was cloudy white. It cost 100 crystals. The third was a metallic-colored square explosive pack, described as a new type of chemical explosive with great power. Use with caution. It was worth 150 crystals. Later, there was another explosive pack, but it cost 200 crystals. Poor Meng Sherwang, recalling her earlier vow of giving double in return. I want this explosive pack worth 150 crystals. It was described as a new chemical explosive with great power, probably enough to up a helicopter. The explosive pack appeared in front of her, instantly deducting 300 crystals from the system. Meng Sherwang, who had never worried about money in 20 years, now felt the sting of poverty. The zombies around her had been cleared out in the last explosion. This time, the bomb that was thrown had no combustible material, so the fire quickly went out. The two people on the helicopter looked at the RV below, which was still intact, and they were more frightened than if they had seen a ghost. Is the RV really okay? What material is it made of? It can withstand explosions like this. The client paid a high price to have her killed, so there must be a reason. It's really hard to kill her. This is quite troublesome. They felt confused, facing the turtle-like RV below, and for a moment, they couldn't find a way to deal with it. Suddenly, the roof of the RV slowly lifted. The target person stepped out from inside the RV, standing on top of the vehicle, wearing a long dress and pajamas, with long hair, holding a metal box. She slowly looked up, a smile on her beautiful face, which made the two men feel icy cold, as if they had fallen into a freezing pit. The man on the helicopter felt very nervous. This woman is a bit crazy. She dares to come out of the RV and look at me. I will shoot her in the head. Before he could aim his rifle, he saw Meng Sherwang on the RV turn around twice and forcefully throw the metal box toward the helicopter. The pilot didn't know what the metal box was, but his instinct told him to run quickly. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. The metal box hit the helicopter and instantly exploded. A huge explosion sounded in the sky, like a giant fireworks display. lighting up the area. The helicopter was shattered in the explosion, with broken parts falling to the ground. Meng Shirwang, who had retreated into the RV, watched the helicopter debris and flames fall, and her eyes shone brightly. This explosive package is really powerful. No wonder it's a new type of chemical bomb. Using 300 crystal cores to destroy a helicopter, worth it. However, the onlookers were now stunned. Those helicopters observing from a distance, watching the private helicopter explode, all felt a tightness in their stomachs and quickly moved dozens of meters away. They were afraid that the next explosion might be theirs. The pilots looked at the burning helicopter wreckage falling to the ground, their faces blank, some unable to believe what they saw. Just moments ago, the RV was unharmed in the huge explosion. Did the owner really throw a bomb that destroyed the helicopter? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it myself. They treated her like a pet, passing the time at work, wearing cute cartoon dresses, and the pretty girl who was raising a cat just now threw a bomb and destroyed a helicopter? The contrast was so strong that it made everyone feel nervous. These pilots suddenly felt a mix of relief and fear, thinking. They kept circling above the RV, risking their lives over and over, and the owner kept letting them go. We're lucky. Zhu Jie, who had been watching the situation, dropped his binoculars with a clatter and stood there in shock. He saw everything just now. He saw clearly. He watched Meng Shirwan confidently throw the bomb and destroy the helicopter. Zhu Jie was stunned for a long time before he finally said, "Awesome." Hu Wenhao, standing nearby, slowly lowered his binoculars and sighed. People who can stay calm and eat hot pot during a zombie wave are truly capable. We underestimated the owner of that RV before. Zhu Jie exclaimed. She was driving the RV in and out of the zombie wave, and I thought that was impressive. Now it looks like that's nothing. The fact that the RV survived multiple big explosions without a scratch, that's real skill. This owner is really something. Today, they were more shocked than ever. They never thought that the girl driving the RV could be so capable. Meng Shirwan sat on the sofa, letting the flames outside burn fiercely, while she sorted out what happened tonight. During the day, she beat up Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng. At night, someone came in a helicopter to take her life. It was obvious who was behind it. If I don't kill them, I'll never feel at ease. Not avenging her enemies wasn't her style. She had planned to stay here during the hottest time to gather some crystal cores. But now, it seemed she wouldn't be able to gather any. She was eager to go to the base and kill those two. And she still owed the system 300 crystal cores. Her heart was impatient, but she had to hold back for a few more days, pay back the system, buy a potion to enhance her abilities, and then go to the base. That would take at least 4 days. Suddenly, a snow hare jumped into Meng Shirwan's arms, asking for a hug. Meng Shirwan patted its head and said, "Are you happy now? Let's go to sleep." She got out of bed and hugged Tieshue before jumping on it. What happened afterward can wait. Sleeping is the most important now. Tonight's events, among all the onlookers around, probably only Meng Shirwan, the person involved, slept the most soundly. She slept until noon, then opened the curtains to see the outside situation. Last night, the area around the RV was turned into a vacuum zone after an explosion, and now it was again filled with dense zombies. The wreckage of a crashed helicopter was also submerged by the zombie tide. The sun outside was very hot, shining fiercely, making the ground seem like it was smoking. Standing in the sun for a while, she felt like she was being steamed and roasted. Fortunately, the RV's air conditioning was running all day, keeping the temperature comfortable. She first fed Tieshue some cat food, then went to wash up. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw Tieshue had finished eating and was running over, biting her pant leg and pulling toward the shoe cabinet. "Tieshue, what are you doing?" Tieshue pawed at the small fish tank, looked at Meng Shirwan, pawed at the tank again, then looked back at her. Meng Shirwan understood. "You want to go to the farm?" Tieshue rubbed against her arm, meowing. "All right, I happen to be picking some mugwort leaves for lunch today." Meng Shirwan carried Tieshue as they arrived at the farm. Tieshue immediately ran to the catnip, diving into it happily and rolling over. Meng Shirwan. "Is she addicted?" Tieshua hurried into the farm, apparently for the catnip, which she found amusing. Meng Sherwan walked over, plucked some catnip leaves, and carried Tieshua out, not knowing what the world was. She placed 2 leaves on the sofa, letting Tieshua play with them. Meanwhile, she took out some noodles and eggs to make a clear soup noodle dish. Just before serving, she added the mugwort leaves, giving it a special flavor. She had been eating strong, spicy foods these days, so switching to a light soup noodle was quite nice. In the afternoon, Meng Sherwan, with nothing else to do, took out ingredients from the fridge to prepare some hot dishes to store in the space. Yuseong shredded pork, cola chicken wings, dry pot chicken, spicy and sour potato strips, and more. She kept busy until evening. She also prepared some snacks for Chu Jie and Hu Wenhui, who had been watching the situation here and were almost drooling with hunger. The 2 of them kept wondering how she had so much delicious food. How could she have so many tasty treats? In the next few days, Meng Sherwan completely gave up on everything else. Besides eating, she mostly played with snacks and games. When she got really into it, she stayed up late into the night. Outside, zombies roamed freely, but she was so absorbed in her farming game that she didn't mind. It wasn't until the 4th night that she went to the cockpit to check on the crystal core collection. When she opened the box, it was packed full, overflowing. She went upstairs to get a basin, took everything out, and sat on the sofa counting slowly. 300, I'll pay back the debt first. As soon as she finished speaking, the 300 crystal cores she just counted on the table suddenly disappeared in a flash. Meng Sherwan. She knew the system was always waiting to take things. She counted that there were still 135 crystal cores left. She summoned the shop and clicked to buy the ability enhancement potion. 100 crystal cores disappeared from the table, and a small, milky white, long, cylindrical glass bottle appeared. Meng Sherwan picked it up and examined it. The bottle was tiny, small enough to hold in her hand. Inside, the milky white liquid seemed to shimmer with flowing light. When she gently swayed it, it looked like the Milky Way swirling. After hesitating for a moment, she unscrewed the lid and drank it all in one go. It had no taste in her mouth, even a slight sweetness. The liquid spread inside her body, and she could clearly feel a surge of powerful energy filling her. Meng Sherwan could feel her abilities growing, though she wasn't exactly sure what level she had reached. Takshu was playing with the crystal cores nearby, while Meng Sherwan took some to the farm. Testing how much her abilities had improved was the most direct way. After entering the farm, Takshu headed straight for the catnip and lay down on the ground, getting excited. Meng Sherwan first took a bag of corn seeds from the space in the sofa, tore a small hole, and planted a few seeds in the gaps between the beans and tomatoes. She then put the remaining corn seeds back into the space. Since beans and tomatoes need support structures, she couldn't find enough sticks right now. Planting corn nearby to let the bean vines climb the corn stalks was also a good idea. After finishing these tasks, she squatted on the ground and released her wood-type abilities. In her 10-square-meter farmland, various plants began to grow rapidly under her power, sprouting, leafing out, and growing upward rapidly. Growth paused after about 2 months. Corn grew tall stalks, and bean vines wrapped around the corn stalks. Leeks and water spinach grew lush and can now be harvested. Other plants also have strong vitality, but they haven't flowered or borne fruit yet. Vegetables that normally take 3 or 4 months to be ready are now harvestable as greens, and others will be ready in just over a month. The growth cycle was forcibly shortened by 2 months. Meng Sherwan looked at the lively vegetable garden, feeling much happier. After drinking the ability enhancement potion, her strength increased several times. Originally, she could only stimulate a small patch of catnip, but now she can stimulate an entire field. Once her ability recovers, she can directly harvest mature vegetables and fruits. Meng Sherwan guessed that her current low level of ability was the reason for such a big boost. If her ability level reaches intermediate or advanced, the potion might not cause such a large increase. Takshu was still rolling around near the catnip, rolling its eyes in annoyance. Worried it might become addicted, Meng Sherwan took out a bag of cactus seeds from her space. She walked over, picked up Takshu, and placed it aside, then scattered cactus seeds around the catnip. Using her ability, she quickly made the cacti grow and form a barrier around the catnip. Takshu, far from the catnip, gradually regained its senses. It looked at the spiky cacti surrounding the catnip, eyes wide with disbelief, and looked at Meng Shirwang with amazement. The hardships of being a cat are given by its owner.
And also the catnip.
Takshu was so anxious it scratched at Meng Shirwang's pants. Meng Shirwang smiled and said, "You need to control yourself. The world is so wonderful. How can you waste time on trivial things? Just look at our little vegetable garden." Takshu turned its head and finally noticed the scene in the field. Various plants with vigorous, healthy leaves, many she had never seen before. Takshu ran around the garden, sniffing each plant. It found happiness again. Meng Shirwang sat by the pond, thinking about her next plans. She originally planned to stay here longer, gather more crystal cores, expand her space, and buy more ability enhancement potions to strengthen herself. Now she has decided to leave early tomorrow morning to go to the seed base. First, because she is always thinking about how to get rid of those two troublemakers. Second, she destroyed the helicopter, and after these days, the news should have spread. The damage was so big that no one would just let it go easily. New problems could come at any time, and even if she wanted to stay here, she couldn't be at peace. So, she decided to take action herself. Inside the base, no matter what, these people would hold back a little. After walking around the farmland, Meng Shirwan took her pet out. The jewelry on the small table was put in a candy jar at the corner of the stairs, then she tidied up and went to sleep. Treading snow, tired from running in the fields, lay in Meng Shirwan's arms and snored softly. Meng Shirwan listened to its snoring and fell asleep. She woke up around 10 the next morning. The first thing she did was to count the crystal cores in the cockpit. Last night, she collected 67 more, plus the 35 left from yesterday, making a total of 102. Meng Shirwan bought a bottle of ability-enhancing liquid and drank it. Strengthening her power is the key to surviving in this end of the world. She took a tilapia from the fish pond, cleaned it, and fried it in a pan. She also took a bag of sushi from the fridge and prepared a large glass of iced milk tea, then had breakfast with treading snow. She and her pet shared the fried fish, both eating happily. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Meng Shirwan carried her milk tea to the cockpit and started the vehicle. Her destination was the seed base. When she left, the nearby workers and animals didn't feel sad about her departure. Only the respect for the boss remained. The scene of someone carrying a bomb and destroying the helicopter was too shocking. They couldn't forget it. It was still vivid in their minds. Inside the seed base, in a factory on the outskirts, the air conditioner was humming loudly, working hard to cool the place in the hot weather. The top-floor factory was decorated very luxuriously. It had carpets, a wine cabinet with fine red wine and fitness equipment, among other things. This was the headquarters of the Kill organization. Lying on the sofa, eating fresh food and drinking red wine, was Yao Feng, the founder of the Kill organization. Before the apocalypse, he was a wealthy second generation who didn't focus on work. After the disaster, he seemed to find his place and began to show his skills. He spent a lot of money hiring people with special abilities, like fighters, to go outside and gather supplies. Taking assassination orders was just a side activity. The prices were high, and he couldn't refuse them. Since assassination jobs weren't common and cheaper ones weren't appealing, only a few clients would pay enough to risk a life for a small amount of food. In fact, this was the first assassination order he took from the Kill Meng Shirwan organization. Killing someone was simple, but the client paid a lot and was in a hurry. So he had to send a helicopter and 2 fighters to complete the mission. For days passed, and they still hadn't returned. Yao Feng started to suspect that the 2 fighters might have run away with his helicopter. At this moment, a man hurried in and said, "Boss, I have news." Yao Feng took a sip of red wine, relaxed, and asked lazily, "Did they kill her?" He thought she was just a young girl. Even with special abilities, she couldn't withstand bombs and rifles. Killing her should have been easy. But the man looked frightened and said, "She was killed. Yao Feng's hand trembled as he poured wine into his nose. He stood up and coughed for a while before asking, "What did you say?" "Say it again." The man was also shocked. "The latest news is that Old and the others didn't kill the target. Instead, they were counterattacked and even the helicopter was blown up." Yao Feng felt like he was hearing a huge joke. "Are you saying that those two fighters flying the helicopter failed to kill the girl in the RV and were counterattacked? And the helicopter was blown up?" The man nodded seriously. "Yes, that's correct." Yao Feng laughed bitterly. "Are you sure they didn't just run away with the helicopter and are fooling me? You think I believe that a girl in an RV blew up the helicopter? Are helicopters that easy to destroy?" The man took out his phone, opened a video, and handed it to Yao Feng. Yao Feng took the phone with suspicion, thinking that believing a girl could up a helicopter was less believable than believing he was Qin Shi. Wow, is it really that easy to up a helicopter? The video was not very clear, but he could vaguely see a figure on the RV throwing something, and then the helicopter exploded immediately afterward. It shattered cleanly and completely. The helicopter he spent nearly 10 million yuan to buy before the apocalypse was gone just like that. Yao Feng was about to go crazy. He didn't kill the target person, didn't get the small warehouse, and lost a helicopter and 2 of his men. He couldn't accept this result. Keep killing, keep fighting. Can't we take down a little girl? Where's Shunpeng? Send him out with weapons. No matter what, he must kill that woman named Meng Shirwan. The sunk costs were too high. This was no longer just about the small warehouse. Because of the destroyed helicopter and his 2 comrades, he couldn't let this woman live. Shunpeng was a speed-type mutant, and also a level 3 mutant, the most powerful within the organization. Yao Feng had paid a lot to invite him to join the organization. He sent Shunpeng out for a quick strike. He didn't believe this woman could withstand a speed-type mutant armed for assassination. Meng Shirwan was driving a camper, heading around the suburbs of the city toward the seed base. The base was on the edge of the city, and it would be faster to go through the middle. But the roads inside the city were blocked, making normal travel impossible. Driving through the suburbs, she could see thick smoke rising from the city from time to time. The temperature was around 60 degrees, and the dry climate made electrical short circuits and fires very easy to happen. This was just the beginning. Every day afterward, fires became more frequent, and a lot of supplies were destroyed in the flames. Meng Shirwan saw what looked like a street ahead, selling clothes or bedding. She opened her collection box and checked. Along the way, she had gathered 5 crystal cores, plus 2 leftover from the morning, making a total of 7. Meng Shirwan parked the camper by the street, summoned the view of the camper, and used all 7 crystal cores to upgrade the wardrobe space. The bedding and clothes she had stored weren't many, but now that she found more, she decided to stock up again. She had just placed her hand on the car door of the cabin and was slightly opening it when a gunshot rang out outside. Meng Shirwan froze. In her past life, she had heard many different gunshots and was sure this was a gunshot. And it was from a rifle. At the same time, a louder cracking sound came from the front of her car window. Meng Shirwan closed the door and looked at the front window. There was a small white directly in front of her. The glass was intact. The RV was immune to all damage and couldn't be shattered. The white was caused by a bullet hitting the glass, leaving debris from friction. Someone was aiming at her with a. Her previous guess was correct. Those who wanted to kill her hadn't given up and had come back. Meng Shirwan sat back in the driver's seat and calmly observed the situation outside. She looked to see where the attacker was hiding and how many people there were. Hiding at the street corner was Shunpeng, aiming a rifle, eyes wide with disbelief. No way, isn't she a metal-type ability user? She shouldn't be able to strengthen glass. The rifle can't shoot through the front window. They were right, this person really has something strange about her. He had watched the video of Old and others dying. This RV was unusual. Even bombs couldn't damage it. He had already guessed that it couldn't shoot through it. But seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. Even with bulletproof glass, a shot like that shouldn't leave any damage, yet this RV showed no sign of harm. Shunpeng shifted his aim and started shooting at zombies on the street. He didn't come this time intending to kill Meng Shirwan with a firearm. Someone capable of destroying helicopters wasn't useless. He planned to fight her head-on and kill her with his abilities. Shinprim was very confident in his ability. After testing, he was now a level 3 ability user. Not many in the base had level 3 abilities. He also had a special speed-type ability. There's an old saying, in martial arts, speed is invincible. With the same level of ability, speed-type powers have an advantage. Shinprim was confident he could kill her with his ability. Meng Xiaoan tracked her target based on the shooting direction. But the next second, the target stepped out on his own. It was a strong-looking middle-aged man, dressed in camouflage, holding a rifle with bullets and a pistol hanging at his waist. Meng Xiaoan thought he would stay by her car or follow her RV, waiting for her to get out so he could shoot her directly. But she was wrong. Unexpectedly, the man threw his rifle onto the roadside and shouted in front of the car, "Get down, let's fight one-on-one, Meng Xiaoan." She licked her back teeth, feeling a bit of toothache. This man was somewhat naive, not using his heavy weapons and instead challenging her to a duel. She wasn't sure if he was overconfident or just foolish. Since he was already standing in front of the car, it would be rude not to do something. So she started the vehicle, stepped on the gas hard, and charged at him. He wanted to fight fair, but Meng Xiaoan didn't play by the rules. Shinprim seemed to have prepared in advance. When her vehicle rushed toward him, he dodged to the side, moving so fast he looked like a flash. Meng Xiaoan stopped the RV and frowned. It seems he's not stupid, just very confident. Speed-type abilities are rare. After thinking for a moment, she decided to get out and face him directly. She wanted to test his speed ability and also see how strong she was. After drinking 2 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid, she decided to use this chance to practice. Meng Xiaoan pushed open the door and got out. Shinpeng was surprised to see her. He hadn't expected her to actually get out and fight him. She could have stayed safely inside the RV, but she chose to come out and fight. He wondered if she was too confident or just foolish. Shinpeng thought that knowing he had a speed ability, her decision to get out was not very smart. Blowing up a helicopter didn't make him invincible. In front of an ability user, that was nothing. Meng Xiaoan walked toward him, her ponytail hanging behind her, her expression calm. "Who sent you?" Shinpeng smiled. "I've heard the saying that villains die from talking too much. Just fight me. When you're about to die, I'll tell you everything you want to know." He never thought of himself as a good person. For the reward from his client, he would kill an innocent girl. In a novel, he would be the typical big villain, the kind who gets beaten up by the hero. But unfortunately, this isn't a novel. In reality, bad guys tend to live longer. After speaking, he quickly moved forward and lunged at Meng Xiaoan, moving so fast that not even a residual shadow could be caught. Shinpeng's lips curled into a victorious smile. With just one strike, no matter what kind of special ability the opponent had, his extremely fast speed would allow him to cut the opponent's throat before they could react. But before his dagger reached Meng Xiaoan's throat, he felt a cold sensation in his chest. He looked down and saw a slender metallic arm piercing into his chest, gripping his heart. The other person only needed to apply a little force to crush his heart and kill him instantly. Shinpeng's lips trembled as he slowly looked up and saw Meng Xiaoan's face with a calm, indifferent smile. He tremblingly asked, "How? How is this possible? How could this happen?" Just one move, a move he thought was certain to win, and he lost before even touching the opponent's clothes? Meng Xiaoan slightly parted her red lips, her voice calm and cold, like slowly flowing ice water into Shinpeng's ears. "Your speed is really slow." Her opponent's proud ability was mocked as too slow. They were too careless. He was too careless. The Kill Me organization was too careless. Even the client was too careless. No one expected that this seemingly young girl was so ruthless, fierce, and terrifyingly strong. Meng Xiaoan asked him, "Who sent you here?" Shinpeng clenched his teeth tightly. If he revealed the Kill Me organization, he would definitely be dead. He couldn't betray them no matter what. All he hoped for now was that Yao Feng would remember kindness and take care of his family. Meng Xiaoan sneered, not willing to say. She tightened her palm, and he could hear the sound of her internal heart cracking. Shun Peng's eyes bulged, and his whole body collapsed heavily onto the ground. The truth told him that in real life, villains don't talk much, but still don't live long. Meng Sherwan looked at her blood-red, metallic glossed arm and smiled. Special ability, +1. It seems that the two enhancement liquids really work well. She bent down, took the bullets and pistol from his waist, then picked up the rifle she had dropped by the roadside, weighing it in her hand. Weapon, +1, +1, +1. Not bad. She walked to the camper, opened the water outlet of the clean water tank, washed the blood from herself and her weapons, hummed a little tune, and then got into the camper. She placed the weapon next to the car's trunk filled with drinks, then stood there, looking at it again and again, becoming more satisfied each time. Her own captured weapons felt different and more special. Tianxue Miao came over, pawing at the bullets as if they were toys. "Do you want to go out and gather supplies?" she asked. Tianxue jumped onto Meng Sherwang's shoulder, waiting for their departure. The rescue team probably hasn't been here yet. Meng Sherwang could feel the occasional glances from above. There are survivors upstairs. These survivors just saw Meng Sherwang kill someone and now feel the urge to ask her to take them away, but they keep this thought hidden deep inside. They're too scared to ask Meng Sherwang to leave with them. Now, they're afraid that if the girl below looks at them too much, she might attack. They're no longer ordinary people, it's too frightening, just too terrifying. Meng Sherwang, with Tianxue, entered a sports store. There were many down jackets on sale, mostly spring and summer clothes, with some summer were also available. Meng Sherwang picked out everything that fit her size and stored it in her space. Jackets, tops, pants, underwear, shoes, socks, thermal wear, all were included. Since gaining her space ability, collecting supplies no longer meant dragging a cart back and forth. Just placing her hand on items and having them directly stored in her space felt amazing. After finishing the store, Meng Sherwang called Tianxue to go to the nearby home textile shop. Tianxue obediently followed, happily trotting along. She collected some bedding sets, silk quilts, large cotton quilts, and pillows. After sweeping through several sports stores, filling 7 cubic meters with supplies, she finally stopped. Before leaving, Meng Sherwang saw an electronics store and went inside. She picked up some kitchen tools. She gathered a lot of practical kitchen appliances like a soy milk maker, juice blender, meat grinder, and egg, filling a 1 cubic meter space on the side shelf. Then she and Tianxue happily left. Back at the RV, Meng Sherwang was sweating heavily, and Tianxue collapsed on the ground, sticking out her tongue. It was too hot outside. Next time Meng Sherwang asked Tianxue to go out, she probably wouldn't follow. Meng Sherwang took a cool shower, changed into a short-sleeve shirt and shorts, and put her dirty clothes into the washing machine. The snow had almost melted, and I was lying on the cabinet, enjoying the air conditioning, feeling bored and hopeless. Meng Sherwan teased it, saying, "Shue, shall we go out again?" Shue heard her, but didn't move at all. It slowly closed its eyes, pretending not to hear. Meng Sherwan stroked its fur, opened a small can of soup for it, then drove away. The survivors upstairs watched the RV slowly leave, but didn't dare to call for help. If they didn't shout loudly, maybe rescue teams would come. If they shouted loudly, they were afraid of provoking that scary woman, who might come up and hurt them. Around 5 p.m., Meng Sherwan saw the edge of the seed base. The seed base was in the suburbs of the city, with a cleared area free of zombies. They built a tall electric fence around the edge to keep zombies out. The entrance to the base had a long line of people waiting to be checked before entering. If someone was infected and entered, the whole base might be in danger. So, the checks at the entrance were very strict. The lines stretched long on the road, forming 2 rows. One group was walking, standing under a sunshade built on the roadside, still sweating heavily in the heat. Some held small fans to cool themselves, but in 60-degree heat, it was useless. The wind itself felt hot and stifling. The other group arrived in cars. Cars had air conditioning, so they were a little better off than those outside. But only a little. Inside the cars, it was like a steamer. The cold air from the small air conditioners was quickly swallowed by the heat. Leaning against the air vents, they could barely feel some coolness. Meng Sherwan waited at the back of the line, looking around at all kinds of vehicles, sedans, SUVs, trucks, big rigs. She even saw a tractor pulling a trailer, like a little possum, with people hanging all over it. Everyone looked hot and grimy but still patiently waited in line. Fortunately, the checks were quick. The line moved slowly but steadily, so no one got too impatient. More people kept arriving from behind. Some came out of the base to find supplies and had to go through the checks again. Others were survivors sent by rescue teams. Some survivors managed to organize their own teams and find the base. Among the two groups, Meng Sherwan's large pink RV stood out clearly. Occasionally, someone cast a glance toward it. Compared to the sweating crowd, Meng Sherwan sitting in the driver's seat looked relaxed, with flowing hair, clear skin, and not a trace of sweat, unlike the drenched and disheveled others. Anyone with a bit of sense knew that this RV must have air conditioning. And it was a high-power air conditioner. Otherwise, in such high temperatures, a regular vehicle's air conditioning couldn't produce cold air that would make people sweat-free. Seeing others doing well, some people's minds started to work quickly. A few gathered and whispered among themselves, then approached Meng Sherwan's RV. Others, seeing the lead, didn't want to miss out on the benefits and quickly followed. One person moved, and gradually a group gathered around the RV. Meng Sherwan looked at them calmly, took a sip of cold soda, then a bite of a small bread, the sweetness in her mouth unable to hide her cold indifference in her eyes. The bald man at the front saw the water droplets on her drink bottle and brightened his eyes. He politely knocked on the driver's door.
"Oh, miss.
"I'm about to get heat stroke, feeling dizzy. Can I come in your RV to cool off?" The RV was definitely soundproof. When Meng Sherwan was driving, to stay aware of outside conditions, she slightly lowered the windows on both sides of the cabin. Now, seeing this group of greedy faces outside, Meng Sherwan could only sneer. In the apocalypse, everyone was having a hard time, she understood. But their suffering wasn't caused by her. Why were they begging her? Did she look like a kind-hearted person? Meng Sherwan's eyes sharpened as she glared at them. The bald man was startled by her gaze and instinctively took a step back. But thinking about the air conditioning and cold drinks inside the RV, he gathered his courage again and spoke sincerely. "Miss, everyone is having a tough time now. Please let us come in and cool off for a little while, even just for a short time." Others quickly agreed. Yes, the weather outside is really too hot. "I feel like I'm about to dry out. My friend has heat stroke and some symptoms of heat exhaustion. If this continues, he might die. Please let us come in and cool off for a bit. Just for a little while, let us catch our breath. I can pay you. Just tell me what you want. Saving a life is more important than building a tower. Please be kind." Tower? She only knows how to kill. Don't think she doesn't understand what these people are planning. Maybe they're just attracted by the cool air from the RV now, but once they get inside and see how good it is, they'll want to take over it. Such foolishness. No one with a brain would do that. Meng Sherwan doesn't want to waste words with these people. She opens the blade roller. The blade catches a man's clothes and quickly tears a big piece off, exposing a large patch of skin. Luckily, he reacts fast, pulls the person next to him back, and avoids getting caught. He looks at the spinning roller with a face gone pale from fear and quickly steps back a few meters. If he gets caught in that speed, he would definitely die. He's already fought his way out of a zombie horde and almost died at the base gate, only to be killed by humans. The man looks up at Meng Sherwan with anger and fear in his eyes. She looks down at them from above and says, "Stay back. Don't say, I didn't warn you. If you block my way and get caught, I won't be responsible." Everyone is startled by the suddenly spinning roller and quickly backs away. Their eyes on Meng Sherwan are no longer those of a pretty girl. They are cautious and afraid. If the man standing in front of the car had come any closer, he would have been caught and killed. This girl didn't even say "oh" before starting the roller. She really means to kill, not just scare them. They thought she was soft, but it turns out she's tough. The outside air is so hot it's hard to breathe, and people are almost dried out from the heat. Even so, they refuse to leave and start begging more desperately. "I can't breathe now. Please, I beg you.
We will repay your kindness someday.
In this apocalypse, everyone's survival is hard. We should help each other. Meng Sherwan finds them noisy and simply closes the window, ignoring them. Some people think about blocking the RV and acting stubborn, but when they see the fast-moving blades, they give up. They're afraid, if they dare to stand in front of the car, that girl really might kill them. Seeing that there was no hope of entering the RV, they each went back to their own teams. The bald man's gaze at the RV was dark and greedy. The man beside him whispered, "Brother, this RV is really good." The bald man snorted coldly, "Of course I know it's good." Inside the base, following her, "She's just a young girl. We can't let her get away, right?" Greed was growing, and so was the sense of guilt. The new survivors, full of hope for the base, didn't realize they would face another kind of survival challenge. Soon, it was Meng Sherwang's turn. A staff member in a bright-colored cooling suit held a small yellow flag, guiding Meng Sherwang to drive the RV into an automatic car wash. She carried Tieshua down from the vehicle. The strong smell of disinfectant hit her nose. It seemed the automatic car wash used disinfectant water to clean off the zombie virus on the RV. As Tieshua got out of the car, she started to pant from the heat. Meng Sherwang quietly formed some ice in her palm and placed it on Tieshua's belly and head. "Hold on, we'll be back in the car soon." Following the instructions on the nearby sign, she entered a small glass room next door. Just as she stood still, the door clicked shut and water jets sprayed from all directions, thoroughly soaking her and Tieshua. Meng Sherwang was no longer just damp. She was soaked through. The strong smell of disinfectant was uncomfortable on her skin. Tieshua wasn't much better. Usually not fond of baths, she was forced to take one now, and she jumped onto Meng Sherwang's head, alert and looking around nervously. After the disinfectant rinse, a powerful wind blew inside the glass room, drying them both halfway. The glass door opened, signaling them to come out. They looked neat and tidy when they went in, but now they looked like they had just come back from begging. Meng Sherwang's short-sleeved shirt and shorts were still damp, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her slim, muscular figure. Her long hair was messy, and Tieshua, grabbing her hair, sat on her head making a nest, looking just like a chicken coop. Tieshua wasn't much better. Her thick fur was wet, sticking to her body and revealing her flesh. She wasn't just chubby, she was truly fat. The staff outside saw their current look and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meng Sherwang helplessly took the snow-covered object off her head, followed the sign, and entered a small room further inside. The room had an air conditioner on, making it much cooler than outside. Inside the glass counter sat a person dressed in protective clothing, wrapped in a white suit, with their head also covered, so it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. It wasn't until she spoke that she realized it was a girl. "Pull up your clothes, expose your arm, and draw blood." Her voice was flat, emotionless, and even a little impatient. The blood test was to check for zombie virus infection. Meng Sherwang had gone through this process many times before, so she followed the instructions. After drawing blood, the person looked at the snow-covered object, then turned and placed the blood into a large machine nearby. The results would come out in a few minutes. Animals cannot be infected with the zombie virus. After disinfection, they usually don't care anymore. Meng Sherwang sat nearby, bored, waiting. The snow-covered object was licking its wet fur vigorously. It didn't like the strong disinfectant smell. Meng Sherwang held its small head to stop it from licking and carefully wiped its body with a pack of wet wipes she took from her pocket, which was actually from her space. When they returned to the RV, she planned to take a good shower to wash off the disinfectant smell. Suddenly, the machine beeped loudly. The girl in protective clothing stood up abruptly, turning around with a shocked look on her face as she stared at Meng Sherwang. Meng Sherwang stopped wiping the snow-covered object and frowned. "What? Am I infected?" This machine usually wouldn't beep. If it did, it meant there was a problem. She was absolutely not infected. So, there was only one possibility. Then, the girl's voice became even more shocked. "Are you a supernatural ability user?" Sure enough, This machine could detect the zombie virus and also sense fluctuations in blood caused by supernatural abilities. Meng Sherwang nodded calmly. Yes. To her surprise, the girl exclaimed in shock, "You're a level 5 ability user, a level 5 ability user." In the entire base, there hadn't even been a level 4, and now there was a level 5. She couldn't help but be amazed. Supernatural ability users are divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are low-level users, 3 to 6 are mid-level, 7 to 9 are high-level, and level 10 is the maximum. Each level is a huge leap. A level 2 ability user can easily overpower a level 1. A level 3 ability user can easily overpower a level 2 ability user. A high-level or max-level ability user is so powerful that people can't even imagine how strong they are. This is why Meng Sherwan can easily overpower Shinpeng. Now, a level 5 ability user has appeared, and it's no wonder everyone is shocked. Meng Sherwan was also surprised. The machine could still measure ability levels. After drinking 2 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid, she is now a level 5 ability user. 1 bottle of ability-enhancing liquid, costing 100 crystal cores, works very well. Looking at the excited girl inside, Meng Sherwan calmly said, "Can I leave now?" The girl quickly asked, "What kind of ability user are you?" Ability levels are measured based on energy fluctuations in the blood. Currently, it can't identify the specific type of ability. Metal type ability, Meng Sherwan replied. Then she asked, "Can I go now?" The girl was much more enthusiastic. "Yes, you can. I hope you enjoy your life in the base." Watching Meng Sherwan's back as she left, she looked full of envy. Ability users, especially level 5, live very happily. In the base, they are admired and envied by others. The base also spends a lot to attract ability users. They don't have to worry about food and drink, and in tough times, ability users can enjoy a life as rich as before the apocalypse. No wonder people envy them. Unfortunately, only a few people awaken to have abilities. Not everyone is so lucky. After she left, the RV had already been disinfected and cleaned, looking brand new. All the dust and bloodstains were gone. After many battles, the RV still looked as new as when it was first brought back. Meng Sherwan carried Snowstep onto the vehicle, returning to the cool environment. Snowstep began to fiercely lick its fur. The front rolling door opened, and Meng Sherwan started the RV to enter a room, but she was stopped. A person in protective clothing, carrying a spraying bucket, approached and said, "Inside the vehicle, check and disinfect." Meng Sherwan pursed her lips. She knew she had to cooperate. Refusing wouldn't get her into the base. Wait a moment. She returned to the RV, took out some kitchenware from the side storage cabinet, and stuffed her gun and bullets into the space. Only then did she open the side door to let the staff board. As soon as the staff stepped onto the RV, a cold breeze hit him, and he was visibly stunned. Other cars inside felt like steam baths, but this one was so cold that even through a protective suit, he could feel the chill. Why was there such a big difference? But when he saw the inside of the RV clearly, he was even more shocked. Under the sofa area, it was filled with snacks. There was also a cabinet and a refrigerator on the left. He walked inside a bit and saw 2 boxes of candies and a large jar of jewelry. Some diamond rings, gold and gemstones, shiny and real-looking, not fake. He opened the fridge, which was full of cold soda and fruit. He wondered how tempting cold drinks and fruit could be in this extreme heat. He quietly closed the fridge and went upstairs to look around. It was full of spices and daily supplies. Holding a disinfectant sprayer, he hesitated and didn't spray inside the food-filled RV. He explained, "Just checking if there are any hidden zombie bodies or blood. If everything's clear, we can pass." He stepped down from the RV, still thinking how good life should be: air conditioning, food, comfort. Not like him, working hard in the heat, wearing full protective gear. But then he remembered, he had spent many crystals and connections to get this job. His daily pay was enough to feed his family, much better than risking his life fighting zombies outside with no work. People are different, with different statuses. Suddenly, a girl's voice called out inside. He turned around and saw her handing him a huge bottle of Sprite. It looked like it just came out of the fridge, with tiny water droplets on the cold surface. Just looking at it made him feel refreshed. He swallowed hard, a bit surprised. Is this for me? Sprite was rare now, especially ice-cold Sprite. In the base, everyone was fighting over food and supplies. Why would she give him some? He hesitated, afraid it was just his wishful thinking. Meng Sherwang nodded.
Take it.
She disliked the malice and scheming in the end times, but she also valued kindness. The worker wandered inside the RV, not stealing or taking anything, nor spraying disinfectant as usual. Instead, after seeing her supplies, he kindly chose not to damage anything. Otherwise, when disinfectant is sprayed, the strong smell lingers in the RV. Living inside with Shui and Tia would be very uncomfortable. After confirming everything, the staff happily hugged Snow Sprite and quickly thanked her. Thank you so much. He thought for a moment and added, be careful inside the base. Don't go out unless necessary, draw the curtains, and try not to have strong smells when eating. He was reminding her to stay safe and avoid attracting thieves, so they wouldn't target her. Thanks, Meng Sherwan said, closing the car door. The staff watched the RV drive into the base, holding the cold Snow Sprite in his arms, feeling mixed emotions inside. In this end-of-the-world situation, people have changed. Some act violently, others are kind. He didn't know how to face human nature anymore. He happily took a big sip of the cold Sprite, carefully put the cap back on, and hid it in a corner. After work, he planned to take it home for his child to drink. Even if it wasn't cold anymore, it could still provide water and sugar. A few days ago, he thought Sprite was junk food not suitable for children, but now it was a rare treat. Meng Sherwan drove into the area, with flat parks on both sides. However, the plants in the park looked wilted, some dried and yellowed. Looking ahead, there were tall buildings in the city. The so-called base still looked like the city before the end of the world, but everything inside had changed. Meng Sherwan didn't rush into the city. She stopped by the roadside because she and Tia wanted to take a shower. Tia disliked the smell of disinfectant so much that its tongue almost cramped from licking. Meng Sherwan held her and headed to the bathroom. Tia suddenly felt threatened. It looked at the bathroom, then at Meng Sherwan, who had bad intentions and stiffened, ready to run. It would rather have its tongue cramp from licking than take a shower. Meng Sherwan was quick. She grabbed it and said, "You have to take a shower today, whether you like it or not." She carried Tia into the bathroom, closed the door, and chaos ensued. "Tia, don't scratch my clothes. Tia, you caught my hair with your claws. Tia, don't climb on my shoulders, you're hurting me. Meow meow." After struggling for half an hour, Meng Sherwan finally held Tia, lathered it with foam, rinsed it, and dried its fur with a towel before letting it out. Shui doesn't like water and looks very frightened when she comes out, as if she has just been through a big ordeal. Meng Sherwan also seems to have gone through a tough time. Her clothes are torn, her hair is messy, and she looks more like a beggar than before. She is holding a hairdryer, preparing for an upcoming tough fight. Seeing this, Shui quickly ran to the second floor, found a gap, and decided not to come out anymore. Meng Sherwan gave up on drying her fur, and the fight stopped. She went inside to take a shower, then threw her clothes into the washing machine. When she went to the driver's seat to head to the base, she looked up and saw a row of people standing in front of the RV. When they saw her come out, they all showed big, bright smiles, thinking they were being very friendly. Meng Sherwan, hiss. What's going on? Among this group, she recognized someone, the metal element ability user who jumped from the helicopter and invited her to join the base construction team. It was after meeting him that Meng Sherwan realized she also had special abilities. Having just finished her shower and not wanting to get hot in the car, she lowered the half-open window and asked, "Do you need something?" Jiang Hanyu hurried over and enthusiastically introduced himself. "It's me. Do you remember me? I'm Jiang Hanyu, the person in charge of the base construction. Last time I invited you to join us. Have you thought about it? We have good treatment there, food and accommodation, a single room with air conditioning, fish and meat every meal, and we even pay you. Come join us." Seeing him talk more and more, another man pushed him aside and smiled at Meng Sherwan, saying, "Join our rescue team." Based on his offer, We'll give you 3 times the salary. Helping survivors is a very meaningful thing. The others also chimed in, join our flying team. I'll give you 3 times the salary. Meng Sherwan understood what was happening. She had just finished her blood test, and soon the news reached the top leaders of the base. These people were trying to recruit her. As a level 5 metal element ability user with extraordinary fighting power, any department would be eager to have her. Meng Sherwan smiled faintly and said, "You probably already know what I'm here for, right?" She suspected that once her level 5 ability was known, these people would have already dug into her background thoroughly. They knew her full name, family background, and everything else. It was all in her file. A few days ago, Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng returned badly injured, along with explanations from their team members. Meng Sherwang's situation at the zombie slaughter field was easy to understand with just a simple question. Everyone knew clearly what had happened to Meng Sherwang. Before the apocalypse, Meng Qingyue stole Meng Sherwang's fiancé. After the world changed, Meng Sherwang encountered her and beat her up along with Gu Jincheng. Meng Qingyue was angry and hired the organization to kill Meng Sherwang. However, they didn't succeed in killing Meng Sherwang. Instead, the organization lost members and their helicopter. Now, Meng Sherwang, a level 5 psychic, has come to the base. He's definitely not here to hide. He's here to settle scores. When Meng Sherwang saw their eyes moving but said nothing, he smiled and said, "If anyone helps me kill Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng, I will join their team and not ask for any pay." What do you think? Everyone had already figured out the truth, so Meng Sherwang no longer hid anything and made it clear. He wasn't just here to settle scores with Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng. He also wanted to get rid of those 2 troublemakers. The crowd, who had been friendly before, now fell silent. Forget their backgrounds. Both come from wealthy families and contributed greatly to the base's construction. Their elders hold important positions in the base and are quite influential. Even if they didn't have such backgrounds, one has a rare space ability and the other has ice powers. You can't just kill them to win over a level 5 psychic. Jiang Hanyu looked conflicted. That doesn't stop you from joining the construction team, right? You can do whatever your team needs. I usually don't interfere with team members' personal lives. He almost directly said, if Meng Sherwang needs to kill them, go ahead. It doesn't conflict with joining my team. The others stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hanyu, thinking his response was somewhat lacking in integrity. But when facing a level 5 psychic, what integrity matters? They all agreed. Yes, yes, yes. We respect team members' personal lives. If you join my team, just ask for leave if you need it. We'll approve it. I'll give you paid leave. This was basically telling Meng Sherwang that they wouldn't stop him from killing Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng. They even offered her paid leave to do so. Jiang Hanyu looked down on these people more lacking in integrity than he was. Meng Sherwan shrugged and said, "Then there's nothing more to discuss. Please move aside. I need to leave." Jiang Hanyu was still not convinced. He leaned against a car window, like a worried father, and said, "How can there be no room for discussion? We can talk, and maybe everyone will be happy with the result." Meng Sherwan rolled up the window and slowly started the car. Seeing that the other side was determined not to negotiate, everyone had no choice but to clear the way and let Meng Sherwan leave. The caravan had already driven far away, but everyone's eyes still lingered on the tail of the vehicle, reluctant to look away. It was as if just by staring, they could somehow bring the people back from the caravan. Only after the caravan disappeared completely did everyone regretfully clap their hands and stomp their feet. A level 5 mutant ability user just left like that. If the rescue team had a level 5 mutant ability user, how many more survivors could they save in a short time? Meng Sherwan was now very valuable. They could see her, but couldn't reach her, which made them anxious and eager. Jiang Hanyu thought deeply and said, "Things aren't hopeless. We shouldn't interfere this time. Let them handle their own problems. Once their conflicts are settled, we can try to win Meng Sherwan over." Everyone who was in charge understood what Jiang Hanyu meant immediately. They secretly cursed Jiang Hanyu for being sneaky. Seeing Meng Sherwan's firm attitude, they knew it was impossible to mediate the relationship between the 2 sisters from the Meng family. So, the only thing they could do was wait. Wait until Meng Sherwan resolved her issues. then try to bring her over. They wouldn't interfere and even secretly hoped Meng Shirwan would succeed, especially since she was a level 5 mutant ability user. Of course, if Meng Hanyuan was smarter and could mediate her sister's conflicts as a father, reaching a peaceful solution would be the best outcome for everyone. Everyone would be happy. But they didn't think Meng Shirwan was the type to reconcile easily. Not far away, in the park's withered green belt, a few men crouched, watching the roadside closely. Big brother, something's wrong. Those people don't look like ordinary folks. What were they talking about around the caravan? Could that young girl have some backing at the base? The bald man thought it unlikely. If she had backing, would she be standing on the busy street in this hot weather, talking for so long? I think during the inspection, there was something unusual inside her RV. These people came to question her. If I'm right, that big RV must be carrying a lot of supplies. The other's eyes lit up immediately. Brother, if we get that RV, we can enjoy the air conditioning and not go hungry for days. The bald man wiped sweat from his forehead. Follow her. Find her. Observe the situation and wait for the right moment to act. Such a big target, a fat sheep, falling into their hands, this was a great opportunity for them. The large RV had supplies and was driven by a single woman. It was practically delivered to them for easy stealing. Yao Feng, at the headquarters of the Kill organization, was wearing shorts and doing push-ups. His muscles bulged under the mechanical effort. A subordinate came in. Boss. Yao Feng slowly put down his equipment, wiped sweat with a towel, and said leisurely, "Did we kill her?" This time, Shenpeng was sent out for a kill. He was a level 3 speed-type ability user, able to crush others at the same level. Killing a gold element ability user was an easy task for him. Seeing his confident look, the subordinate hesitated to speak. Yao Feng frowned.
What?
No news yet. The subordinate closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and shouted, "She was killed." Hearing these words, Yao Feng's heart rate, which had just been elevated from exercise, skipped a beat. He scratched his ear.
What did you say?
Say it again. The subordinate looked about to cry. Someone saw a pink RV entering the base. It looked like our target. Later, they found out Shenpeng failed in the attack and was counterattacked. The target didn't run away, but drove the RV into the base, heading toward the center area. Maybe she's coming to settle scores with us. Yao Feng truly lost his mind this time. His eyes turned red instantly, and he snapped angrily. You mean Shenpeng is dead? The Shenpeng I paid a high price to hire? Our organization's key fighter is dead. The subordinate nodded quickly. Yes, according to the reports, Shenpeng is dead. His body was being transported back. Yao Feng's hair stood on end with rage. Are you kidding me? Shenpeng is a level 3 ability user. Few in the entire base can fight him. You're telling me he was killed by a little girl? This news is even more unbelievable than the previous story about the girl destroying a helicopter. If she could throw explosives at a helicopter, could she really kill a superpower user with explosives? Could she really be a level 4 superpower user? No one in the entire base has shown signs of being a level 4 superpower user. How could she be one? How is it possible that Shenpeng is dead? My subordinate shrank back and continued. Based on the blood tests taken when entering the base, the target is a level 5 superpower user. He guessed correctly. She is not a level 4, but a level 5 superpower user. Yao Feng sank onto the sofa, seeming to have lost all strength and means. The first assassin order from the Kill organization has hit a tough spot. My subordinate tentatively asked, "Boss, should we still go ahead with the kill?" Yao Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, we must. I can't let old and Shenpeng die in vain. The person called Meng Shirwan must die. We need to keep an eye on him first, and act carefully. Find the right moment to strike and kill him in one. Again, the cost of losing is too high. At this point, it's no longer just about the order. It has become a personal grudge between us and Meng Shirwan." Yao Feng was getting angrier the more he thought about it. He stood up quickly and headed outside. My subordinate followed closely, asking, "Boss, where are you going?" Yao Feng looked like he wanted to eat someone. "The client gave us false information, causing us heavy losses. I'm going to settle the score with them." Meanwhile, inside the hospital at the center of the base, Meng Qingyue was in a private room, furious. How could Meng Sherwan be a level 5 superpower user? That's impossible. Last time we fought, she was still a level 3. Meng Qingyue's teeth had been knocked out by Meng Sherwan, and she was speaking through her pain, still cursing loudly. She couldn't accept this fact, nor could she accept that Meng Sherwan was stronger than her. She had been the family's favorite since she was young, spoiled by her parents. Seeing that everything was not as good as herself, with no one to love or care for her, and feeling invisible at home, Meng Sherwan always made Meng Qingyue feel proud and superior. Later, she successfully took Meng Sherwan's fiancé and drove her out of the house. All the family assets belonged to her. Meng Qingyue believed she had always been the winner from childhood, always stepping on Meng Sherwan. Even after the apocalypse, she awakened the rarest space-based superpower. No matter when, she is always the best and brightest. Because of her, last time Meng Sherwan suffered a big loss, she held a grudge and was determined to get revenge on Meng Sherwan. Meng Sherwan was very ruthless, knocking out several of her teeth. Now, half of her face is swollen like a pig's head, and she has a slight concussion, so she can only rest in bed. The teeth she lost will only be replaced after her face swelling goes down. Meng Qingyue couldn't accept her ugly appearance. If she didn't kill Meng Sherwan, she would be so angry she wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of her life. She said fiercely, "What if I am a level 5 psychic? When a level 5 psychic dies, they turn to ashes. She is not immortal. I have ways to kill her." Gu Jincheng, who is also in the hospital recovering, sat on the sofa nearby. He looked at Meng Qingyue's fierce and ugly face, took a deep breath, lowered his eyes to hide his disgust, and stood up to leave the ward. Seeing him leave, Meng Qingyue shouted through her clenched teeth, "Where are you going? Did you not hear what I said? Did Meng Sherwan not beat you up enough, or did she enjoy it?" Gu Jincheng ignored her and walked away quickly. He didn't want to see her now, her face swollen like a pig's head, missing teeth, speaking full of resentment. She was too ugly. He felt that in the future, sharing a bed with Meng Qingyue would give him psychological shadows. Why did he marry someone like her? Before the apocalypse, she was gentle and lovely. After awakening her space psychic ability in the apocalypse, she became almost unreasonable. Gu Jincheng sat on a bench in the corridor, clasping his hands on his knees, lowering his head so he couldn't see his expression. Right now, his mind was full of Meng Sherwan's face. Cold, prickly, but more beautiful than Meng Qingyue. Before the apocalypse, he didn't like Meng Sherwan's strong personality. Now, compared to the irritable troublemaker in the hospital room, she strangely fascinated him. Because of Meng Sherwan's arrival, the whole base seemed livelier than before. Some wanted to win her over. Some were thinking about her RV. Some wanted her dead. Some were filled with regret. Meng Sherwan drove her RV and stopped by the roadside in front of the registration hall. Although called a registration hall, it was actually the old shopping mall, now converted into some administrative offices for the base. Everyone who enters the base to live must come here to get a new base ID card. First, it helps with counting and managing the people in the base. Second, only after receiving the ID card can they be assigned a place to stay and receive daily rations. Meng Sherwan asked Tieshue, who was crouching on the central armrest, "Do you want to go with me?" Tieshue shrank her head, turned away from the nearby hole, and went back to the sofa, staying far from Meng Sherwan. In such hot weather outside, she said she wouldn't leave the car again. Meng Sherwan closed the window tightly, opened the driver's door, and got out. As she stepped onto the cold ground from the cool RV, she immediately felt like she was entering a boiling steamer. For a moment, she thought she was about to be cooked. She closed the door and used her ice powers to create a layer of frost around herself, cooling the air and making her feel a bit better. She walked toward the registration hall and saw a line of people waiting at the window. The line wasn't very long. Inside the hall, it was also very hot. The people in line were sweating heavily, and their sweat quickly evaporated, leaving white streaks on their clothes. The whole hall smelled like sweaty, spoiled air. Meng Sherwan stood at the end of the line, looked up and saw that the staff at the counter were also sweating, but not too badly, probably because the work area had air conditioning. People in front of her desperately wanted to stick to the glass, eager to get some of the cool air spilling out. Why is it so hot? It's unbearable. Today's temperature has already gone over 60 degrees. If this keeps up, everyone will be cooked. The people in line whispered complaints. Suddenly, a woman collapsed to the ground with a thud, startling everyone nearby. What's wrong? She looks faint. She must be heatstroke. Does anyone have water or a small fan? Please help. People around hurriedly gathered to see what was happening. It's only half a month into the apocalypse, and some people who haven't experienced its harshness still hold onto kindness. Seeing someone in danger of life, those who can help are willing to lend a hand. I have some water here. I'll give her a drink. Cooling medicine for heatstroke is rare now. Probably no one has it. If not treated promptly, heatstroke can be very serious. I have a cooling device for phones. If I stick it on her neck, it should help ease her condition. A boy took out a small object about the size of a palm and placed it on the unconscious woman's neck. One end was connected to a power bank, and a small fan started to run, blowing cool air onto the woman's neck through the flat surface of her phone, providing some relief. Meng Sherwan watched calmly, without much emotion. Seeing the people in front of her all gathering to look, she stepped forward to the window and handed her ID card through the small glass opening. I don't need a house. I live in a camper. Just give me a long-term shaded parking spot. The staff took her ID card and quickly processed a request, handing the card back through the window. Besides her ID, there was another card, a residence permit for the base. It looked similar to her ID, with detailed information on the front. The address section was changed to Jianhu Community, parking spot 809. The back had only one line. Seed base, Haiqing District. All bases established after the end of the world are called seed bases. It's called Haiqing District because the city is named Haiqing. Meng Sherwan turned her head to look at the woman who had just fainted. With some help from others, she slowly woke up. She quickly walked out the door, but as soon as she stepped outside, a group of people surrounded her. Beautiful lady, which community did you get? I can show you around. I know this place well. No, I know better. Let me guide you. I can give you some instant noodles, cookies, bread, rice, anything. I charge a low fee. I'm not expensive either. I know which building and parking spot in which community. I can get you there quickly. They all crowded in front of Meng Sherwan, blocking her way. As the saying goes, where there's a demand, there's business. Many survivors who just arrived here didn't know where their assigned homes were. That's where guides come in. On such hot days, they help newcomers find their homes quickly, charging only a few snacks like chips or bread. Resources are everywhere outside, and many survivors carry some food with them. The prices aren't high. Guides can earn a good amount of food by making a few trips a day, making it a profitable business for both sides. Meng Sherwan asked, "Does anyone have a vehicle?" Of course, this industry isn't always clean. These people pay attention to how much supplies survivors carry. If they have a lot, they remember where they live and look for chances to take from them secretly. A dark-skinned young man pushes forward eagerly. Big sister, I have a car. I don't need to ride with you. I'll drive and lead the way. Meng Sherwan gets out of the RV, and they start watching her. They only come out to make deals after Meng Sherwan finishes her paperwork. Some people are cautious and don't want to let others ride in their cars. Everyone understands this. Meng Sherwan glances at him. Fine, you can go. These people probably have their own rules. After Meng Sherwan chooses someone, others disperse and wait for the next person to come out. The young man rubs his hands, grinning. Big sister, if I drive, it will use more fuel, so the price should be higher. I want 5 packs of instant noodles as payment. Among supplies, they like instant noodles the most. They contain carbs, salt, and most importantly, flavor. They are the first choice. Meng Sherwan. She glances at him. 4 packs, with pickled vegetable flavor. The young man thinks for a moment. Okay, 4 packs. But I want big food bags. We're leaving now. I'll go start the car. Wait for me. Stepping on pickled vegetables. Well, it's just stepping on them. In this hot weather, pickled vegetable flavor is appetizing. Adding some noodles inside, it can make a filling meal. He runs off quickly. Meng Sherwang enters the RV from the side door, squats by the shoe cabinet, and stares at the small fish tank. She pets the fish, takes a chilled fruit juice from the fridge, and walks to the driver's seat. Just as she sits down, she sees the dark-skinned young man driving a. It's still that kind of tricycle driven by elderly people, not much bigger than an electric bike. He even installed a sunshade on the roof to block the sun. Meng Sherwang's face shows confusion, feeling like she's been shortchanged on the 4 big food bags. She looks at the already dimming sky and sticks her head out. Your car probably won't reach the destination until midnight. The young man forces a smile. Big sister, it's not that far. It'll be quick. He turns the accelerator to full, but they barely move 2 meters. To Meng Sherwang, it looks like a turtle slowly moving forward. She scratches her head anxiously. She starts the RV, accelerates, and pushes the small tricycle from behind. The young man felt a strong push from behind and exclaimed, "Sister, what are you doing?" Meng Sherwang was speechless. Guiding the way, the RV was pushing a small tricycle. The young man sat on the tricycle, one hand holding the handlebars and the other pointing the way for Meng Sherwang. This unique shape caught the attention of many passers-by. Seeing that the lake community was not far away, they arrived in about 10 minutes. The community was built next to a park, which had a large lake inside. The area where the base was located was a new development zone, with newer buildings. Ignoring the dead plants, the environment of the community was quite nice. Her assigned parking lot was between 2 buildings, with only 2 rows, 10 spaces in each, totaling 20 parking spots. The parking spaces were wide, with sunshades installed above. 4 or 5 RVs were already parked there, indicating that more than just her plan to live in an RV. All these RVs were arranged together in this parking lot. Meng Sherwang backed her RV into her parking space, then took out 4 large bags of pickled vegetable noodles for the young man. The young man happily took them, skillfully pulled a black bag from his pocket, stored the noodles inside, then tucked the bag under the seat of his small electric vehicle and sat down firmly. "Sister, goodbye. If you need any help, you can go to the certification center to find me." After saying that, he rode off on his small electric vehicle at a quick pace, though it looked slow like a turtle. He looked sneaky, as if someone was watching him. Actually, no thief was following him now. Instead, someone was crouched behind a corner, watching Meng Sherwang's RV. The bald man's shiny head reflected faintly under the dim streetlight. "Based on my judgment, we can rob her," the man next to him asked. "Brother, what have you figured out? Weren't we planning to rob her before we even entered the base?" The bald man clicked his tongue. "You don't understand anything. First, it's clear she has no background and no special abilities. People with abilities don't live in assigned places, and those with backgrounds usually don't stay here either. When an ability user enters the base, they're recruited by different departments. She has no background, no abilities. A young girl like her dares to act tough in front of us. Tonight, we're taking her. Come on, let's go get our tools and come back at midnight to break into her RV. Soon, both her and her vehicle will be ours." The other men heard this and got excited. Let's go, let's go. We must succeed tonight. Such a nice RV and such beautiful people. Tonight they belong to them." A few people are already getting excited. They quietly leave. Meng Sherwang's gaze shifts from their sneaky figures and asks Takshu, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Takshu jumps onto the shoe cabinet, eagerly looking at Meng Sherwang. "Catnip, catnip." Meng Sherwang thinks for a moment. Garlic stir-fried water spinach, braised pork, served with rice, and after dinner, some milk and fruit salad with ice. Taksha looks at her eagerly, chattering away. What was she saying? The catnip. Seeing Taksha's eager eyes, Meng Sherwang carries it into the farm. Taksha still heads straight to the pond, searching for catnip, but sees a circle of prickly cacti. The much-desired catnip is right in the middle, so close, yet so far. It tentatively extends its paw forward, but the sharp cactus spines its soft paw pads. Helpless, Takshu has to squat there, wagging its tail and looking at Meng Sherwang with a sad, questioning expression. Its big eyes are full of grievance and questioning. Meng Sherwang can't stand this little look, immediately giving in. Okay, I'll pick some for you. She pinches a few tips of the catnip and holds them in front of Takshu. Takshu buries its face in the catnip, rubbing and snuggling. Meng Shawan's heart melts at the sight, and she can't help but gently Takshu's soft belly twice. Who would have thought that this fierce villain, who kills like crazy outside, would be so easily tamed by a cute cat's act of cuteness inside? Seeing Takshu having fun, Meng Shawan walks over to a 1 square meter water spinach patch, plucking a big handful from the roots. Perhaps because it's evening, water droplets have gathered on the leaves, sparkling under the moonlight. The leaves stretch upward, full of vitality. Water spinach is very hardy. Even if you cut near the roots, it will sprout new shoots. The new shoots will grow bigger and more lush than before. Meng Shawan looks at the other vegetables. They are all growing well. The chives nearby are also ready to be eaten. Other vegetables will take over a month to mature. If she waits a bit longer, they will be ready now. But Meng Shawan chooses not to do that. After she entered the base, Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng would definitely keep a close watch on her at all times. They might cause trouble at any moment. She needed to keep her special ability fully charged to handle any sudden situations. Meng Shirwa guessed that Meng Qingyue and the others probably knew about her level 5 ability and wouldn't come looking for her easily. They might also be waiting for the right moment to eliminate her with a single move. Since they both want her dead, it's a matter of who can survive, each relying on their own skills. Holding a bunch of hollow vegetables, Meng Shawan picked up some catnip in front of Tieshue and carried her, who was already twisted into a fat knot, back to the RV. Meng Shawan placed the catnip on the sofa to make Tieshue even more excited. She then started preparing dinner. She took out guns and ammunition from the side cabinet and placed them at the back of the vehicle, then put various dishes back into the cabinet. She drew the curtains to block the outside view. Inside the base, there were many people and a lot of eyes, unlike outside, so she had to be a bit more careful to avoid small troubles. She first took rice from the storage space and steamed it. Then she took pork belly from the fridge, cut it into pieces. She blanched the meat, stir-fried it, added seasonings, and simmered it with water. The braised pork needed to cook longer to be rich and flavorful without being greasy. Meng Shawan washed the hollow vegetables in the sink, chopped green onions, and garlic for later. When the braised pork was ready, she would start cooking the vegetables. She also took various fruits from the fridge, cut them into small pieces, and put them in a salad bowl. Then she used a blender to make fruit smoothies, adding honey on top. The cold, colorful smoothies looked very delicious. Meng Shawan held a big bowl of fruit smoothie, curled up on the sofa, and turned on the monitor to continue playing her farming game. The braised pork was simmering with a fragrant aroma filling the entire RV, spreading outside through the ventilation system. People in the neighboring buildings on both sides had just come out and sniffed hard. Wow, whose house is this? Such a strong smell of meat. Are they cooking meat here? In this hot weather, meat would spoil in a day. Why does this smell so good? Ugh, are they trying to make me drool? Since the apocalypse had been going on for over half a month, they had been hiding most of the time just trying to survive. They didn't think about stockpiling food. For ordinary people, being rescued and brought to the base was lucky enough to save their lives, and they didn't have many belongings with them. Even though their home is stocked with many supplies, the rescue team only helps with saving people and does not assist in transporting goods. In the end, they can only give up their supplies, carrying small backpacks and some belongings, and follow the rescue team to the base. How long can the small amount they carry last them? After arriving at the base, they receive basic living support. If they want better food, they have to find ways to earn it themselves. In this crazy post-apocalyptic world, earning food is not easy. This results in most people rarely eating meat after coming to the base. Now, when they smell meat, everyone becomes very alert, sniffing hard and drooling. Whose house is cooking meat? What's the use of knowing? Can you go and steal it? If they're cooking openly, it means they're not afraid of being robbed. Just smell the aroma. Let's go. First get your basic support, then look for places to earn points. With enough points, won't you be able to eat meat? Sounds nice, but are points really that easy to earn? These people, smelling the delicious aroma, reluctantly leave. The weather is hot now, and during the day, the strong sun makes it worse. Besides necessary work, people usually stay indoors and only go out at night. At 8 p.m., each neighborhood distributes basic support on time. Each person gets 2 small flatbreads and a bottle of mineral water. They're not full, but they won't starve either. People who find work receive points daily, depending on their job, which are added to their residence cards. The base has a shopping mall with plenty of supplies, similar to a large supermarket, all collected from various places. But these supplies can only be bought with points. When earning points becomes difficult, the abundant goods in the mall become useless to people. Even the people in other RVs in the parking lot often look over at Meng Sherwan through the windows. They truly cannot understand why the pink RV is so outstanding compared to the others. They don't even dare to run the air conditioning continuously. The solar power on the roof can't support it all day. They only turn it on when they can't stand the heat. But since the pink RV arrived, the air conditioner at the back has never stopped running. How does she have so much electricity? Inside the RV, water was so scarce that I dared not use it, except for drinking. I avoided washing up whenever I could to save water. Yet, surprisingly, the pink RV was cooking meat. Cooking meat uses a lot of water, which evaporates during the process. Can I just keep the broth for drinking? It's just a mobile home, so why is life so different here? Meng Sherwan didn't care about their thoughts. As long as she could pull the curtains to keep them from seeing, that was the greatest respect she could give. She couldn't be afraid of others knowing her business, or refuse to eat meat just because of that. It's not that she couldn't afford it, nor that she lacked the strength. If someone had bad intentions, they could just come and take it. It's no big deal. Meng Sherwan looked at the braised pork, which was almost ready. She carried it over and fried some water spinach in a pan. Soon, dinner was ready and they started eating. Taxing Snow, under the magic of catnip, woke up and stared at Meng Sherwan with wide eyes. It seemed to be asking, "What can I eat?" Meng Sherwan looked at her braised pork and then at the garlic water spinach.
Well,
"I'll cook you a chicken leg." She boiled a chicken leg in a small pot, let it cool, shredded it into small pieces, and placed it in front of Taxing Snow. They resumed their meal. The braised pork with its sauce covered the rice, making it very tempting. Before the apocalypse, she controlled her diet, eating only low-calorie, high-protein, clean foods. After 3 years of the end of the world, she now had a strong passion for good food. No one should be deprived of delicious food. While one person and a cat enjoyed their meal, a bald man and a few followers returned, carrying various tools for prying open vehicles. They looked determined, as if this RV already belonged to them. "Big brother, let's do it." The bald man peeked around the corner, looking at the surroundings. "Everyone's out collecting benefits now. There's a lot of people. Let's wait a bit. After midnight, when fewer people are around and that woman is asleep, then we make our move." They could only crouch there and wait. Meng Sherwan finished her meal, tidied up, and didn't sleep. Instead, she curled up on the sofa and kept playing her game. Unconsciously, it was already 1 a.m. The people hiding in the corner were sweating and nearly too tired to keep their eyes open. They had been so excited earlier, but now they were exhausted and weak, wondering, "It's already 1 a.m. Why isn't she sleeping? She just entered the base, right? They probably haven't developed the habit of sleeping during the day and working at night yet. I can see that her air conditioner is still running, and she seems quite comfortable inside the camper. We're all getting very hot. Right now, there aren't many people around. Maybe we should start. If smashing the car wakes her up, it doesn't matter." Bald Man thought for a moment. "Okay, let's do it." The group grabbed their tools and headed toward the camper. Just then, the lights inside the camper suddenly went out. The bald man was excited. "Wow, she's finally asleep. We're lucky. First, we'll try to open the door. If we can't, we'll break the window. Then we can go inside." In the dim light, almost too dark to see clearly, they moved closer to the camper. The bald man tried to pry open the lock on the door with his tool, but it didn't budge. Then, as planned, they aimed to break the large window in front of the cabinet. The bald man swung his big hammer and hit the glass. The glass didn't break. Instead, he was bounced back several meters. He sat down the ground, stunned. Brother, the glass didn't break. Not even a dent. Are you sure you're hitting hard enough? The bald man was speechless. He had used all his strength, but the glass was so tough. A strong man picked up a big hammer. Brother, I got this, he said. He swung and hit the glass, but he was knocked back even farther than the bald man. He staggered and squatted on the ground, feeling his arms go numb and losing sensation. He was shocked. What kind of glass is this? It's so strong. Even if it's bulletproof glass, there should be some marks. The bald man sneered at him. You just said I couldn't do it. Do you think you can? This was unbelievable. They had broken into cars before, but they'd never seen glass this tough. Seeing this, the others also lost their patience. They picked up hammers and started to hit. Suddenly, the lights inside the camper turned on again. The curtain inside was pulled aside with a swish, revealing Meng Shiwan's cold, smiling face. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene and quickly stepped back. After realizing there was only a young girl inside, they felt braver. We were right. There's only her inside. She's easy to handle. Let's try breaking another window. A few people were circling around and smashing the RV loudly. They looked like grasshoppers trapped outside a grain field, desperately jumping around. As a result, they all ended up with numb arms, exhausted, sweating profusely, but not a single mark was left on the RV. The bald man felt his mind was overwhelmed. Did we see a ghost in the middle of the night? What is this RV made of? I think it could even be bulletproof. The others didn't look much better, all showing expressions of shock and confusion. The group of people who had come to rob them now stood outside, looking at the RV with confusion and helplessness. They couldn't even get inside the RV. What were they trying to steal? Just as Meng Shiwan decided to end these people, more arrived. This new group moved quickly, grabbing bricks and decisively hitting the heads of the bald man and his companions. The stunned group standing there immediately collapsed to the ground. Meng Shiwan frowned, then realized these people were familiar faces. Zhang Chong was outside the window, full of surprise, holding a bloody brick in his right hand, shouting, "Sister, a sister. It's really you." His left hand was gone, along with his entire left arm. The dozen or so people standing next to him were also familiar faces, people she had seen in the supermarket, including the owner of the outdoor supplies store. Meng Shiwan didn't expect to meet them after entering the base. She only had occasional contact with these people. They weren't close friends. Usually, she wouldn't say much if she saw them. But just now, they had helped her deal with those thugs. Zhang Chong looked like a lost duckling searching for its mother, standing outside the window calling, "Sister, sister." Feeling helpless, Meng Shiwan pushed open a small gap in the glass in front of the cabinet and asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Chong was so happy he could hardly contain himself. "Sister, it's really you. We just went out and saw this pink RV, thought it might be you, and I didn't expect it really was. Since you left, I think about you every day. I can't sleep." Meng Shiwan found him annoying and asked, "What about your arm?" As soon as she asked, Zhang Chong's mouth stopped moving, and he fell silent. He moved his lips and said in a low voice, "It got cut during the fight." After Meng Shiwan left the supermarket, the group, led by Wei Yi, collected all the supplies inside the mall and brought them to the supermarket. They are a group of people guarding the supermarket, not worrying about food or drink, just waiting for rescue. But after a few days, people from nearby neighborhoods gathered in large groups to look for food at the mall. There was no food in the mall. All the supplies were in the supermarket. This group came to the supermarket, but Zhang Chong and the others didn't know how long the end of the world would last or when help would arrive. They wouldn't easily give up their supplies. Both sides were strong and stubborn. As they argued, they started fighting. Zhang Chong and others had been influenced by Meng Shiwan, who was known for being ruthless. Their attitude towards killing was deeply ingrained. When they fought fiercely. Seeing this, the other side also got angry when their people were killed early on, and they fought back without mercy. Both sides suffered injuries and losses. Zhang Chong's left arm was cut off during the fight. In the end, neither side came out well. The group that came in still stayed inside the supermarket. They each guarded their side, wary of each other. Zhang Chong's missing arm was a big loss. He was ready to die, but then someone said they were a doctor. There were some medicines collected inside the supermarket, and he managed to save his life. At this point, Zhang Chong felt very regretful. We fought hard to protect the supermarket supplies, and many people died. But in the end, that group broke in and took a lot of supplies.
I almost lost my life.
Who would have thought that after the rescue team arrived, they didn't help us move the supplies but just took us away? So, weren't all our efforts in vain? So many people died for nothing, and in the end, the supplies belonged to us. Meng Sherwan. It sounds like a very sad story. But in this end-of-the-world situation, every survivor is anxious and uncertain, just trying to get by. One wrong move could be deadly. Seeing that Meng Sherwan didn't speak, Zhang Chong knew he had said too much. These are their own problems. Knowing her personality, she wouldn't care about these things. When she was clearing zombies from the mall, she had already helped them a lot and avoided big risks. That girl named Lin Qian also listened to her advice, stayed quietly in the office, and waited safely until the rescue team arrived. Now that they met again, what's the point in telling her all this? Zhang Chong smiled and said, "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. We've handed over these people to the security team. We're planning to leave the base tomorrow to find supplies. It's best to rest early tonight." Meng Shi nodded and replied, "Okay, goodbye." A group of people, dragging the unconscious individuals, left loudly and confidently. Meng Shi closed the window, drew the curtains, yawned, and went to bed. She felt nothing special and had no strong emotions. Having experienced similar hardships in her past life, she was used to this way of living. Whether indifferent or unfeeling, Meng Shi never thought of herself as a good person. All she wanted was to survive with Shui, living well in this end of the world. Inside the RV, it was cool and comfortable to sleep. Zhang Chong and the others handed the bald man and others over to the security team and returned to their dormitory. Inside the apartment building, it wasn't a separate house for each family, but a large shared dormitory. In one apartment, the living room and rooms were filled with rows of bunk beds, with only a narrow aisle in the middle, enough for 10 or 20 people to live. When they entered, the smell of sweat and stale air hit them directly. The air conditioning in the house was shared, running for 2 hours every 4 hours. In this hot weather, turning off the air conditioning meant the heat wave would rush in immediately. Plus, with so many people living inside, it was almost unbearable. They couldn't even eat enough with their daily welfare allowance. They felt that prisoners before the end of the world had lived better. Everyone knew that this couldn't go on. Their bodies would weaken from hunger, and any small illness or disaster, without medicine, could be deadly at any moment. The only thing they could do was fight hard, risking everything to find a way to survive. Getting a job inside the base was the best option: security, fire brigade, or other work. They wouldn't have to fight zombies outside. The points earned daily could keep them fed and even leave a little extra. Unfortunately, they had already asked about this before. Without connections inside the base or enough supplies to build relationships, they couldn't get these jobs. So, the only remaining option was to go outside and fight zombies, searching for crystal cores and supplies, which could be exchanged for points. The points gained from crystal cores were very high. One crystal core could be exchanged for 100 points, enough to eat well for about 10 days. Other supplies were valued based on their worth in points. Zhang Chong lay on the creaking lower bunk, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep. Tomorrow they will leave the base to fight zombies. It is their first time going out. He doesn't know if they will come back alive, especially since he is missing an arm. He can't sleep, and it's not just him. Everyone is afraid to go out and risk their lives. "Maybe we should ask Sister for help," someone softly suggests. She is so strong and smart, easily dealing with the zombies in the mall. Maybe she can help them find a way to survive. Zhang Chong sighs. Ask her what? Ask her to use a shovel to take your life, so you can be free and suffer less. You know her personality, cold and fierce. She's probably being patient just talking to us. She won't help us. Wei speaks up, go to sleep. Before the sun rises, we leave the base. Meng Sherwan sleeps until noon. With nothing to do, she lies on her bed, lost in thought. But what she's really thinking about is what she needs to do next, to quickly kill Meng Qingyue and Gu Jichen, then leave the base to keep fighting zombies outside. Unlike Zhang Chong and the others, who are forced to survive, she actually enjoys killing zombies now that she has this RV. Or rather, she really likes crystal cores. Without zombies or crystal cores here, it feels like a waste of time. It's better to find a place with many zombies, lie down, and wait for them to bring crystal cores to her door. Should she go directly to those two troublemakers? Not really. This is a seed base with all kinds of weapons. If she causes trouble, she's not sure what kind of powerful weapons a level 5 psychic can handle. So she can only wait for them to make a move, then respond. From what she knows about Meng Qingyue, she won't just swallow her anger. She will come to settle the score. And she probably won't wait long. She'll act soon. Meng Sherwan gets up, washes up, and plans to eat something simple before playing games in the afternoon. As she passes the stairs, she notices a large box of precious jewelry on the stairs. Suddenly, she thinks of a way to earn crystal cores inside the base. To her, crystal cores are really valuable. This morning, she doesn't want to cook, so she takes some cooked snacks from the fridge to fill her stomach. She also feeds Mao Mao some cat food. Then she drives the RV to the points office. This place mainly recycles supplies. Any kind of material can be appraised and traded. Many people go outside the base to fight zombies and obtain crystal cores or supplies to bring back. They usually don't keep these items in their own hands. Without special skills, hoarding supplies only leads to them being stolen in the end. The safest way is to exchange the items for points and store them on a card. When needed, they can buy things at the mall. When she arrived, she saw several trucks being inspected. These items could be exchanged for many points. However, the people coming to exchange points look sad, probably because they paid a high price to get these things. Meng Sherwan carried a big jar of candies and got off the RV. She usually liked following her, and Shuet chose to lie on the sofa, watching her leave. The outside temperature seemed hotter than yesterday. Meng Sherwan used her supernatural cold frost to protect herself and headed to the office. She didn't have many belongings and could handle her business directly at the counter. A large jar of candies filled with gold and silver jewelry shone brightly under the hot sun. The people around were dazzled by the sparkling light and looked at her with envy. They knew these jewels were worth many points. Gold and silver are valuable because they are rare and widely used. Now, with the zombie outbreak, many mining and manufacturing industries have stopped, but humans still need to develop and rebuild. To return to normal life, research and production must continue. Precious metals used in industry are becoming more valuable as mining stops. Diamonds, used for making drill bits, are also highly valued and will be bought back at high prices. Other colored gemstones, if they have no practical use, will be recycled, but at low prices. This big jar is worth as much as the 2 large trucks of supplies nearby. No wonder everyone is envious. Meng Sherwan placed the items on the counter, and the staff's eyes lit up. Many jewelry pieces were valuable before the apocalypse, and are now worth points. A big jar like this is probably better than robbing a jewelry store. Please wait a moment. We need to estimate the value first, the staff said. She took the candy jar to the testing equipment inside, checking the quality and categorizing the items. Now, Meng Sherwan felt a bit regretful. When she was at the mall before, she was focused on hoarding food. Why didn't she think of sweeping the jewelry store then? Now I can exchange more points. She only feels a little regretful. Everything is fine now. It's hard to be perfect in everything and think of every detail. After a while, the staff came over and said, "You can exchange for 3,500 points. This is not a small amount inside the base. 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points, enough to eat for about 10 days. Over 3,000 points can last a whole year without worries about food or clothes." People at other counters heard the voice and looked over with envy. Meng Sherwan handed over her residence permit. The staff processed a request and explained, "Scan the QR code on the table with your phone, download the points trading app, and you can trade privately through the app." Meng Sherwan took out her phone, scanned the code, and downloaded the app. The staff finished processing and handed her back the residence permit. She stood up, took a red plastic stool from the wall, and sat outside the office door. Amid the curious looks from others, she called out, "We buy crystal cores, 110 points each. People coming to exchange supplies for points." Staff around? What kind of move is this? The office normally buys a crystal core for 100 points, but she's offering 110 points for one? Is there such a way to steal business? At the window where Meng Sherwan just finished her transaction, a man approached after she left. He was now handing over 5 crystal cores to the staff. Just as he pushed the cores forward, he heard the shouting outside. He looked at the staff. The staff looked at him. The man grabbed his cores and turned to leave without hesitation. 5 crystal cores could be exchanged for 50 points. 50 points could buy enough food for 5 days. Anyone would see this as a smart deal. People who wanted to sell crystal cores gathered in front of Meng Sherwan. "I'm selling, I have crystal cores. Are you sure it's 110 points each? Keep your word." Everyone in the base came here to exchange for points. Even if people didn't like to go out during the day, after Meng Sherwan's shout, a crowd gathered around her. She shouted loudly, "Line up, line up. I buy a lot, everyone will get a share." Don't worry, it was impossible not to push and squeeze. Hearing her say everyone would get a share, the crowd didn't go crazy. Meng Sherwan took the 2 crystal cores which she almost wanted to poke her face with and said, "2 cores, 220 points. I'll transfer the money through the points trading app." She scanned the other person's code, and the transaction was complete. She moved on to the next one. Most of the cores were sold in groups of 3 or 5, some only 1. For ordinary people, 1 crystal core might be enough to kill 100 zombies. One wrong move could cost a life. Each core is hard to come by. Meng Sherwan took 2 cores, ready to transfer the points, but suddenly felt something was wrong. She opened her hand and looked carefully. 1 core had a small hole. No one would bother to drill a hole in a crystal core. This isn't a real core. It was clearly a piece of crystal from a chandelier and not very valuable. Meng Sherwan was speechless. She looked at the man in front of her, who was avoiding her gaze and acting suspicious. "You're not being honest," she said. The man quickly took the crystal away. "Sorry, I mixed it up. It's my kid's toy, and I accidentally mixed it in." Meng Sherwan paid him 110 points and bought his only crystal core. One after another, as the group finished buying, her points ran out. She bought a total of 31 cores, which was a decent harvest. She moved her bench back to her original spot, ignoring the various looks from the people around her, and returned to the RV. Xia Shui jumped onto the cabinet to greet her, rubbing her head against Meng Sherwan. Meng Sherwan placed the crystal cores on the cabinet, then carried Xia Shui to the driver's seat. "Let's go back and keep playing the game." While others were desperately trying to live better, she felt a bit bored and like she was wasting time. Meng Sherwan started the vehicle. Suddenly, 3 people rushed out in front of the RV. Fortunately, she braked in time, otherwise, she would have hit them. She was annoyed. She lowered the half-open window, ready to scold them, but when she looked carefully, she recognized them. Before she could speak, Tao Yara rushed to the window anxiously. "Boss, help!" Meng Sherwan pursed her lips. "Help? Their lives have nothing to do with her." Seeing that Meng Sherwan was silent, Tao Yara looked worried. "Boss, we have a task. Can you come with us? The loot is all yours. Our task is to go to the Central People's Hospital to rescue survivors. There is a water-type ability user there, and we have strict orders to bring that person back. But it's the Central Hospital. The 3 of us probably can't even get inside, let alone bring out the water-type ability user. It feels like we're being sent to our deaths. Can you come with us? The hospital supplies are yours. Just bring back the survivors inside." And Jiawen and Leijia nodded eagerly behind us, their faces full of hope. At this point, the 3 of us cursed Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng 100 times in our minds. Since the last time we returned from the waterworks factory, we've really annoyed those 2. We haven't had easy days since. The tasks assigned to us are always the most dangerous. Last time, we were sent to find dental tools and medicine. We barely managed to bring them back, almost dying among the zombie horde. This time, The task is even more dangerous. It's obvious they want us to die. We all know that Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng are deliberately making things difficult for us. But with good treatment and our families waiting for us to support, we can't just refuse to go. We also asked other team members. When they heard about this task, they all said they were busy or had other commitments to avoid it. So, we decided to check the points office to see if any strong civilian groups wanted to join us. Unexpectedly, we saw Meng Shiwang's RV. It was like a lifeline and we rushed over. We all know Meng Shiwang is a 3-element ability user, but after returning to the base, she never mentioned it to anyone. Recently, we heard there's a level 5 ability user at the base. We thought that Meng Shiwang, with her level 5 3-element abilities, teaming up with her would greatly increase our chances of success. Meng Shiwang feels that we are all quite unlucky. We were supposed to team up with those 2 troublemakers for a simple task, but we almost got killed by them, and now we've made enemies. It's obvious they're seeking revenge, trying to get us killed outside through these missions. The central hospital is located in the middle of Haicheng, a busy area with many people. Even during normal times, driving in can cause traffic jams at every intersection. People who work in the city center know that riding an electric bike home is often faster than driving. With so many people, it's easy to imagine how terrifying the number of zombies could be. Although there is a designated zombie killing zone, it is usually in the suburbs. Recently, efforts have started there, but the city center has not yet been affected. Moreover, the city center has many vehicles, and during a zombie outbreak, traffic accidents could cause severe congestion at intersections. Even helicopters wouldn't be able to clear the zombies trapped inside. Before the outbreak, it was the season for serious flu, and the hospital was crowded. Now, the zombies inside the hospital are probably packed together like an ant colony. The central hospital in the city center is extremely dangerous. Tao Yering was right. They might not even reach the hospital before dying there. Normal people wouldn't send 3 special ability users on such a dangerous mission. Unfortunately, the 3 of them had offended 2 petty people, and no one was there to stop them or speak up for them. Meng Shiwan asked, "Are we leaving now?" It's very risky, but Meng Shiwan decided to go. The reason is simple. Haicheng is one of the most prosperous cities in the country. The central hospital is one of the biggest hospitals in Haicheng. It has a large supply of medicines, modern medical equipment, and advanced technology. With such good resources, Meng Shiwan wants to take them. If she can't get inside, that's okay. She can retreat later. When the danger is too great, Meng Shiwan can teleport back to her farm and hide in her RV for safety. With this safety net, she's willing to take the risk. Hearing this, the 3 of them were very happy. They nodded quickly, as if afraid Meng Shiwan might change her mind. "Let's go now." We leave immediately. All their weapons are on them, and they can find food outside later. They won't give Meng Shiwan a chance to back out. Meng Shiwan nodded. "Then let's go. Get in the car." The 3 of them were excited and hurried to the other side to open the side door of the RV. Tao Yering ran to the passenger window and shouted, "Boss, open the door." Meng Shiwan pursed her lips and said, "Who told you to get inside the car?" "I told you to get on the roof." She felt they were too bold, wanting to stay inside her camper. The 3 of them looked at the roof together. They didn't see anyone. The camper was quite tall. Fortunately, near the front of the vehicle, there was a small ladder. Tao Yering took the lead, climbing up the ladder to the top of the camper, which was covered with solar panels. The surface was smooth and slippery, making it hard to walk on. She knew she shouldn't step on the solar panels, so she jumped onto the roof. Even with sturdy shoes, she could feel the heat from the roof through the soles. She bent down and touched the small metal bar on the edge of the roof. It was hot. It was like cooking eggs on a pan. Now, she couldn't risk Meng Shiwan changing her mind. She had to think of a plan. She leaned over and told Jiawen and Leisha, who were about to climb up, "You 2 go to the supplies office and buy some mats, blankets, or mats like that." Leisha looked confused and asked, "Why do we need to buy those?" Tao Yering's expression was complicated. "To prevent burning our bottoms. If we sit directly on the roof without padding, it's like grilling ourselves." And Jiawen looked at Meng Shiwan, wanting to ask if they could really go inside the camper, but he didn't dare to ask aloud. After all, it was the end of the world. Who would dare bring outsiders into their home? He understood. The two quickly ran to the supplies office to exchange for materials. When they returned, Leja carried a blanket, a cooling mat, and even a sunshade. And Jeon carried 2 large backpacks filled with compressed biscuits and water. Meng Sherwan took a sip of cold drink, turned on the air conditioning, and let the 3 set up on the roof. Tao Yering pulled the items up, spreading the blanket on the bottom, then adding a cooling mat. Around the edges, there were small metal bars, probably for securing luggage or preventing things from falling off. Now, they served as good supports to prevent them from slipping off. Leja and Jeon each carried a backpack and climbed up. The 3 of them held onto the sunshade's edge, tying it securely at the 4 corners with ropes to prevent it from blowing away. After everything was set, Tao Yering looked toward the driver's seat and said, "Boss, we're ready. Let's go." Meng Sherwan started the vehicle and headed out of the base. Camper life was great. It was a home wherever she went, ready to move at any time. This time, she was leaving from a different entrance than the one she entered through. Last time, she entered from the suburbs. This time, she is heading to the city center, leaving the base from the other side of the city. There was no trouble leaving. She could go straight out. However, some people saw the 3 living on the RV and couldn't understand. They wondered why such a big vehicle was used to live on the roof. Faced with these puzzled looks, the 3 really wanted to tell them that living on the roof was already quite good. In the hospital ward inside the base, Meng Qingyue was on the phone. "Have they left the base?" After getting a confirmed answer, Meng Qingyue hung up and sneered. "They won't come back alive this time. Even if they are level 5 mutants, they will still die when their time comes." Perhaps because she was too excited, her recent concussion started to hurt again. Meng Qingyue felt her headache was worse than ever, like needles stabbing her. She curled up on the bed, holding her head, and forced herself to press the call button before passing out. The doctor came quickly for a checkup and emergency treatment. When Meng Qingyue woke up again, 3 people were standing by her bed. Meng Hanyuan and Yuan looked at her with concern. When they saw she was awake, they brightened with joy. "Qingyue, how do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Isn't it just a mild concussion?" "Why did I suddenly faint?" Meng Qingyue said calmly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Her gaze shifted to Gu Jincheng, standing behind the 2. He was just standing there, with a look of restrained impatience in his eyes. Meng Hanyuan and Yuan were surprised when they heard her speak. Yuan reached out and placed her hand on Meng Qingyue's head. "Are you really okay?" "No fever." For some reason, she suddenly felt that the girl in front of her was very unfamiliar. It was as if she had become a different person. No longer the vain, arrogant, and angry girl she used to be. Now, her tone was calm, indifferent, even with a hint of weariness. Even her usually expressive eyes were quiet now, making her seem hard to understand. It was like a turbulent lake suddenly calming, hiding a deep, dark abyss, which made people feel uneasy and anxious. Meng Qingyue said seriously, "I really am fine. I feel much better now." At this, even Gu Jincheng sensed something was wrong. She spoke so calmly that her emotions were hard to read. Since she was beaten by Meng Sherwan, she has never calmed down, let alone been peaceful. Gu Jincheng looked up and observed her. Meng Qingyue's teeth hadn't been fixed yet, her face was still swollen, and her speech was uneven. Her appearance was usually funny, ugly, and annoying. Now her eyes looked very calm, even cold. Combined with her overly peaceful voice, this feeling, Gu Jincheng thought he had seen this before. He thought for a moment and suddenly remembered Meng Sherwan. On the day of the zombie outbreak, after Meng Sherwan returned home, her eyes, which always looked at him with love, suddenly became flat. After that, Meng Sherwan no longer looked at him kindly and even seemed to want to hurt him. Now Meng Qingyue was the same. She used to be lively, simple, and a bit silly. Why did she suddenly become quiet and cold? What is really going on with these 2 sisters? Yuan picked up the millet porridge on the table. "Qingyue, eat something to fill your stomach." Meng Qingyue took the porridge and ate it spoon by spoon. The 3 of them stood nearby, watching her carefully, trying to see what was different about Meng Qingyue. While they were all lost in thought, Meng Qingyue suddenly spoke. I have awakened a second special ability. Yuan. Meng Han Yuan. Gu Jincheng. Yuan was shocked and hurriedly asked, a second ability? My daughter is so amazing. What kind of ability is it? Meng Han Yuan and Gu Jincheng listened closely. Precognition ability. Meng Qingyue's voice was cold and emotionless. There was no joy or excitement, not even the thrill of having a double ability. Because only she knew, she hadn't awakened a precognition ability. She had traveled back from the end of the world 10 years ago. She knew all the disasters and major events that would happen in the next 10 years. She said her ability was precognition, but it was just a cover-up for her true rebirth. Meng Han Yuan and Yuan became excited. Precognition ability is a very special power among special abilities. Just the name sounds impressive. My daughter has dual abilities. I always knew Qingyue was the best. She's been smart since she was a child. Gu Jincheng's impatient gaze at Meng Qingyue disappeared, and instead, he looked at her with some suspicion. Precognition? Can you foresee what will happen in the future? Meng Qingyue sipped her millet porridge. In 10 days, the largest power station in Haicheng will catch fire. The fire will spread and damage the power lines, causing the entire city to lose internet and electricity. During the extreme heat, there will be many fires of different sizes. The heat will last for 2 months, then stop. After that, acid rain will begin, which is very corrosive. The soil will be damaged and unusable for many years. After the acid rain, Haicheng will face a tsunami. Following the tsunami, the temperature will drop sharply, and it will become extremely cold. Her voice was calm, but when she spoke about these things, her voice trembled slightly. Although her words were emotionless, together they created a chilling feeling in the listener's heart. In the face of the end of the world, no one knew what would happen next. Now, what Meng Qingyue predicted made everyone feel deeply afraid. Meng Han Yuan and Yuan could no longer smile. Their brows furrowed, and they looked very heavy-hearted. Yuan was frightened. Will there ever be an end to this end-of-the-world situation? Meng Qingyue's eyes flickered. I don't know. If someone can find a way to break the cycle, maybe it will end. If no one can, perhaps it will never end. Gu Jincheng frowned. Cycle? What cycle? Meng Qingyue stopped speaking and carefully finished her millet porridge. Then she said again, Dad, I want to join the Crystal Core research team. Meng Han Yuan was surprised. Why do you want to go there? You study business and you don't understand chemistry. The researchers in the Crystal Core team are all professors. Meng Qingyue put down her bowl. I know some general directions of Crystal Core research. Maybe I can give it a try. After 10 years of the end of the world, she had experienced and learned a lot. Although she wasn't very skilled in research, she knew many directions of Crystal Core studies. Offering some ideas might help speed up the research progress. Meng Han Yuan didn't refuse. All right, after you recover from your injury, I will arrange for you to join. At this moment, Meng Shirwan was already driving a camper out of the base. The streets outside the base were very clean. They had been swept repeatedly, so much so that even a cookie couldn't be found anymore. Any supplies that could be exchanged for points had been taken away. All the doors, windows, streetlights, trash cans, and poles made of metal were taken down, leaving only bare walls and bright roads. Meng Shirwan took out her phone, located a car disposal factory, and followed the navigation. The 3 people sitting on the roof were confused. Where were they going? Tao Yering leaned down and asked, Sister, isn't this the way to the downtown area? Meng Shirwan asked back, Do you know the biggest difference between humans and zombies? Tao Yering didn't understand why Meng Shirwan asked this question. What is it? Meng Shirwan's voice came from inside the driver's cabin. Humans have brains, zombies don't. You're not planning to go straight into the downtown area and fight the zombies head-on, are you, Tao Yering? What else should we do? They had previously asked her permission to bring more weapons. Unfortunately, the distribution of weapons was regulated. The extra guns and ammo they applied for wouldn't be very effective against the number of zombies in the downtown area. They couldn't get approval for a helicopter or similar equipment. What else could they do besides fighting directly? Meng Shirwan looked speechless. Brains are for thinking, not for sleeping all day. If they just rushed in to fight, what was the difference from rushing to die? Tao Yerang was confused and didn't understand what Meng Sherwan was planning. At that moment, Leisha shouted nearby, "Sister, there are 4 or 5 cars blocking the road ahead. Slow down." Just as they were about to crash, the 3 of them tightly held onto the small bars on the side, afraid of being thrown out. Compared to being thrown out, they were more worried about the RV crashing. They had to stop here. Wouldn't that mean dying before they even started? And Jiawen shouted, "Sister, did you press the gas pedal as if it were the brake? Why are you speeding up? Stop the vehicle. No matter how good the RV is, it can't handle this kind of driving." In the next second, a harsh metal collision sound was heard. They almost got thrown out, but luckily, they held onto the bars tightly and stabilized themselves. The RV didn't crash or flip over as they feared. Instead, it rammed into the cars in front, pushed them aside, squeezed through the middle, and drove away swiftly. All 3 of them stared in shock. They all lay flat in front of the car, looking down. The front of the car was perfectly fine, with no dents or paint missing. Suddenly, the blade roller started spinning. When careless zombies came close, the roller would swallow them up. We've seen how powerful this blade roller is at killing zombies. It's really impressive. But the RV just crashed into them hard and came out unscathed. "It's very sturdy," Leisha exclaimed. "What material is this RV made of? It's so tough." And Jiawen tapped his head, suddenly understanding. "We were so silly. My sister has a level 5 metal ability. She can strengthen the RV a bit, right?" Tao Yar nodded. "That's reasonable and not too much." On the way, they watched the RV crash through everything. If they could hit it, they didn't slow down. If they couldn't, they used more power to ram through. The 3 on the roof didn't care about the top of the car. They almost got thrown off several times. They couldn't hold on, so they used ropes to tie themselves tightly to the roof for safety. As for the dangerous zombies, they kept coming, but the RV was strong enough to handle them all. Finally, the RV drove into a scrapyard. With their aggressive attitude, it seemed like Meng Sherwan knew exactly what she was doing. The 3 on the roof felt dizzy from the bumps and lay on mats, gasping for air. Meng Sherwan got out of the driver's seat and looked up. Young people are so lucky, they can just sleep whenever they want. This scrapyard was in a remote place, so only workers usually came here. Inside, there were about 10 zombies wandering around. When they saw the RV, they stretched their necks and rushed over. Meng Sherwan used her ice ability. More than 10 ice spikes formed around her and shot out quickly, hitting the zombies' heads and knocking them out. The zombies that charged at her fell to the ground, motionless. Meng Sherwan asked the 3, "Can you drive?" They took a deep breath and climbed down from the roof. Tao Yaru exhaled slowly, "Yes. After joining the base, they'll teach us some basic skills. We've learned how to drive all kinds of big vehicles." Meng Sherwan pointed and said, "See those 2 machines dismantling the scrap cars over there?" 2 boys went to work on a machine. When they arrived, I saw a large truck on the roadside, and a girl went to drive another vehicle over. To prevent zombies from causing damage, it's best to reinforce the area around the vehicle with steel plates, said Meng Sherwan. After speaking, she looked at the sky, which was getting dark. "You guys go ahead and get busy. We will stay here overnight and leave tomorrow morning." The dismantling machine for cars looked similar to a bulldozer, but a bit larger. It also had caterpillar tracks to handle tough terrain and was more stable and flexible. The mechanical arm was thicker than a bulldozer's, and the front was replaced with a large claw instead of a shovel, making it look like a car dismantling machine. It could easily lift cars and move them away, making it a good helper for clearing blocked roads. When the 3 saw the machine, they understood its purpose. They responded together, "Okay, we'll go do that now." Tao Yerang, who was very observant, introduced herself. "Sister, my name is Tao Yerang. The one with electric powers is Leisha, and the one with earth powers is Jiawen." Meng Sherwan nodded. "Go ahead, be careful. I'll leave now and come back to find you tomorrow morning." Since they had left the base, they couldn't just lie around anymore. They still needed to gather crystal cores and supplies. Who knew how many years the apocalypse would last? Only stockpiling enough supplies could give them a sense of security. When they heard Meng Sherwan was leaving, The three of them felt a bit nervous. Leisha quickly asked, "Sister, you will come back, right?" He was worried she might abandon them. Meng Sherwan. Tao Yering, very perceptive, quickly slapped Leisha. "What are you talking about? If she said she'll come back, she definitely will. Don't try to fool us." Then, Tao Yering looked longingly at Meng Sherwan. "Sister, you will come back, right?" Meng Sherwan was speechless. She decisively got into the car and drove away in the RV, watching the disappearing vehicle, and Jiawen looked complicated. "She will come back, right? Our snacks and water are still in the car." This time, Tao Yering was speechless. "Focus on your work. The tasks the sister assigned must be done properly." She walked toward the factory building, searching for a suitable large truck, as Meng Sherwan had instructed. And Jiawen and Leisha went to tinker with the dismantling machine. Meng Sherwan drove to a nearby gas station. She parked the RV, looked around, and saw zombie corpses on the ground. The convenience store's door was wide open, and it was empty inside. This place wasn't far from the base, so rescue teams probably came here to take survivors and supplies. She approached the self-service fuel station and clicked to refuel. The fuel was still available. Initially, their main focus was gathering basic supplies and rescuing survivors, so they hadn't had time to deal with oil or similar resources. Meng Sherwan inserted the diesel and gasoline nozzles into the tanks to refuel. She returned to the RV and took out 31 crystal cores she had bought at the base. Then she checked her crystal core collection box. She had only found 3 more crystals along the way. Now, she had a total of 34 crystals. She summoned the RV's perspective map and expanded the capacity of both the diesel and gasoline tanks by 17 cubic meters each. While waiting for the tanks to fill, Meng Sherwan prepared dinner for herself and Snowstep. She baked some chicken legs and lamb in the oven and cooked a packet of instant noodles. Together, they enjoyed a quiet dinner. Meng Sherwan gently stroked the cat's head as it ate the chicken leg, feeling a bit lost. "Snowstep, if one day the whole world is destroyed and only the two of us are left, what do you think would happen?" She had died in the apocalypse 3 years ago. What was the world like after 3 years? How long had the apocalypse lasted? Was humanity able to overcome the disaster and rebuild civilization? Or had humans become extinct and everything ended? Meng Sherwan knew nothing about the future, nor what it might look like. All she wanted was to survive with Snowstep. Looking at the quiet surroundings, she suddenly thought that if only she and Snowstep were left alive, it might not be such a good outcome. Snowstep was focused on eating. Meng Sherwan smiled softly. "I'm just feeling a bit sad. I was thinking too far ahead. Right now, eating enough is the most important thing. After more than 2 weeks of settling, pollution has decreased, and the night sky is becoming clearer." Late at night, Meng Sherwan drives her camper van through the darkness. The headlights cast a bright light on the ground ahead. Occasionally, the sounds of zombies howling and animals calling can be heard, but there are no other noises. She drives into a large electronics factory. The noise of the camper van and its lights stand out sharply in the night. As soon as she enters the factory area, zombies notice her and rush toward the van, surrounding it in groups. Before the apocalypse, this electronics factory probably did good business and had many workers. Meng Sherwan turns on a small speaker on the roof, and a catchy song quickly fills the entire factory area. Looking for friends, find a good friend, chop ahead, cut the roots. Hearing the song, the zombie workers inside the factory rush out, pushing and shoving to get outside, surrounding the van tightly. The spinning blades work hard, swallowing one zombie after another, turning them into meat pulp that sprays out. Meng Sherwan closes the doors and windows tightly to block out the noise outside, then peacefully goes to sleep. After washing up, she lowers the bed to the small table height, climbs onto it, and rolls around. Snowstep confidently jumps from the shoe cabinet onto the bed, with a loud bang, into Meng Sherwan's arms. "Smart. Turn off the lights." The camper van falls into darkness. Meng Sherwan hugs her chubby cat, covers herself with the air conditioner blanket, and quickly drifts into sleep. The van's defenses protect her from all harm, giving her a strong sense of safety and peace. She doesn't need to worry about being targeted, about someone skipping out on their share, or about zombies smashing the glass and rushing in. This gives her a safe place in this post-apocalyptic world. She no longer has to stay constantly alert, as she did in her previous life. In the past, she was always on guard against both people and zombies, which was a kind of strange torment. In the morning, Meng Shuwei is awakened by the sound of flushing the toilet. Snowstep now not only uses the toilet by herself, but also presses the button to flush. Meng Shuwei turns over, not wanting to open her eyes, and asks, "Smart, what time is it?" "It's 8:35 a.m. Now." Thinking that 3 other people are waiting for her, she gets up, raises the bed, and opens the curtains to look outside. There is a large pile of meat pulp on the side, and many zombies are wandering around the camper van. The meat paste was everywhere, and some zombies had fallen and couldn't get up, rolling in the dark brown meat mud. The scene looked bloody and disgusting. Meng Shuwei pulled the curtains back, blinked her dirty eyes, and went to wash up. For breakfast, she made simple sandwiches with milk. She soaked cat food in milk for her cat. After everyone ate, Meng Shuwei drove away from the factory.
There were still many zombies around.
She turned off the radio, made a circle, and finally squeezed out of the zombie crowd. Zombies were still chasing behind. Meng Shuwei sped up, leaving the zombies far behind, heading toward the scrap car processing plant. Tao Yareng and the 2 others had been waiting at the factory gate for a long time, worried Meng Shuwei wouldn't come back. When they saw her RV approaching, they finally relaxed. Leisha was much happier. "I knew my sister would come back. She wouldn't abandon us." And Jiawen didn't want to spoil the moment. And who was up all night working loudly, clanging away for most of the night. Actually, all 3 of them hadn't slept well last night. They were just afraid Meng Shuwei might change her mind and not return. This task was too dangerous for them, but their family was waiting for them to survive, so they had no choice but to go. Meng Shuwei was their lifeline, and they had to hold on tightly. The RV drove into the scrapyard. The 3 of them happily followed behind, like little tadpoles finding their mother. As they got closer, they saw blood and flesh on the outside of the RV. Tao Yareng exclaimed, "Sister, you left last night to fight zombies?" They had guessed where Meng Shuwei went and why she didn't stay overnight. They never expected she went to fight zombies. Most people would hide when they saw zombies. Only a few would go out to fight if they had the time. Meng Shuwei got out of the driver's seat and saw the 3 tired but happy faces looking at her. They had dark circles under their eyes, sweat pouring down because it was so hot, and their clothes were soaked. Probably annoyed by the trouble, the hot weather kept her sweating non-stop. Tao Yareng's shoulder-length hair from yesterday was now cut short to just above her ears. She must have cut it herself, with scissors, leaving messy cuts. She looked good, with her short, choppy hair, giving her a slightly androgynous, cool look. Meng Shuwei nodded lightly and walked toward the 3 cars nearby. Honestly, these 3 did a really good job. 2 tow trucks, which look like excavator-like vehicles, are being used for dismantling. No matter what they were called before, from now on, they will be called clearance vehicles. The area around the operator's cabin on the tracked rollers is reinforced with thick steel plates, except for the windows. Long metal spikes are welded onto the steel plates around the vehicle. Leisha enthusiastically introduces their masterpiece to Meng Shuwei. These spikes are quite long, so zombies trying to climb onto the vehicle will find it difficult. The glass areas are also protected with steel plates. They can be opened while driving and closed during rest to prevent zombies from smashing the glass and getting inside. "Look, sister, we also installed air conditioning on the roof, so it won't be hot inside." Meng Shuwei praises him. "That's really good." It seems the 3 of them were busy working most of the night. The truck that Tao Yareng brought back is very large, much bigger than Meng Shuwei's camper. It looks similar to the large delivery truck seen on the highway. The cargo and front of the truck are welded with steel plates, and even around the wheels, steel plates are welded to prevent zombies from bursting the tires. After confirming there are no other issues, Meng Shuwei takes out her phone, scans a QR code and says, "Add a friend, create a group, and let's set off." The clearance vehicle will lead, the truck will be in the middle, and I will cover the rear. Each person gets into their vehicle, and the small convoy slowly moves along the road. The clearance vehicle is slow, so the convoy moves leisurely. Leisha leads the way, calling in the group chat, "Sister, is this time's destination the central hospital?" He is now sitting in the air-conditioned cabin, no longer suffering from the heat, and his mood has improved.